Section 25 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. By this time, the Major, his daughter, and young Curzon Leek, full of deep and earnest solicitude for the long erring Henry, and fairly bristling with questions and entreaties, had crossed the intervening space and were at Sir Mawson's side. But as the details of what was said and done for the next 10 minutes have no bearing upon the case in hand, they may well be omitted from these records. Suffice it, then, that on the plea of having some very important business with these gentlemen, which will not permit of another moment's delay, and promising to discuss the other matter later on, Sir Mawson managed to get rid of them with the story of the lost necklace still unconfessed, and was again free to return to the subject in hand. "Of course, I can understand your reluctance, with those Indian chaps about, to take anybody into your confidence regarding the loss of the jewel, Sir Mawson," said Cleek, as soon as the others were well out of hearing. "But sometimes a policy of silence is wise, and sometimes it is a mistake. For instance, if any of a man's servants should know of a circumstance which might have a bearing upon a robbery, they are not likely to mention it if they don't even know that a robbery has been committed. However, we shall know more about that after I've been over the ground and poked about a bit. So, if you and her ladyship will be so kind, I should like to have a look indoors, particularly in Lady Leek's boudoir, as soon as possible." Upon what trivial circumstances do great events sometimes hinge! Speaking, he turned toward the curve of the road to go back to the guarded gates of the house which he had so recently passed, when Lady Leek's hand plucked nervously at his sleeve. "Not that way! Not for worlds, with those Hindus on the watch!" she exclaimed agitatedly. "Heaven knows what they might suspect, what word they might send to the Ranee's steward if they saw us returning to the house without having seen us leave it. Come, there is another and a safer way. Through the grounds and round to the door of the music room, at the back of the building. Follow me." They followed forthwith, and in another moment were taking that other way with her, pushing through a thick plantation, crossing a kitchen garden, cutting through an orchard, and walking rapidly along an arboured path, until they came at last to the final obstacle of all, a large rock garden, which barred their progress to the smooth, close-clipped lawn at whose far end the house itself stood. This rock garden, it was plain from the course she was taking, it was Lady Leek's intention to skirt. But Cleek, noting that there was a path running through the middle of it, pointed out that fact. "One moment," he said. "As time is of importance, would not this be the shorter and the quicker way?" "Yes," she gave back, without, however, stopping in her progress around the tall rocks which formed its boundary. "But if we took it we should be sure to meet Bevis. That is his especial playground, you know, and if he were to see his father and me we shouldn't be able to get rid of him again. No, don't misunderstand, Mr. Cleek. I am not one of those mothers who find their children a nuisance in their nursery stage. Bevis is the dearest little man. But he is so full of pranks, so full of questions, so full of life and high spirits, and I couldn't stand that this morning. Besides, he has no one to play with him to-day. This is Miss Miniver's half-holiday." "Pardon?" "Yes, his nursery governess. She won't be back until 3. I only hope he will stay in the rock garden and amuse himself with his Pirate's Cave until then." "His Pirate's Cave? Miss Miniver took him to a moving picture show one day. He saw one there, and nothing would do him but his father must let him have one for himself. So the gardeners made one for him in the rock garden, and he amuses himself by going out on what he calls treasure raids and carries his spoils in there." "His spoils, eh? I see. Pardon me, Lady Leek, but do you think it is possible that this affair we are on may be only a wild goose chase after all? In other words, that, not knowing the value of the Ranee's necklace, your little son may have made that a part of his spoils and carried it off to his pirate's cave?" "No, Mr. Cleek, I do not. Such a thing is utterly impossible. For one thing, the boudoir door was locked, remember, and for another, Bevis had been bathed and put to bed before the necklace was lost. He could not have got up and left his room, as Miss Miniver sat with him until he fell asleep." Commented Cleek. "So that's barking up the wrong tree for a second time. Still, of course, the necklace couldn't have vanished of its own accord. Just so. Another question, your ladyship. You spoke of running down to the foot of the stairs with the lint for Miss Eastman, and running back in a panic when you remembered the necklace. How, then, did you get the lint to Miss Eastman, after all?" "I sent it to her with apologies for not being able to do the bandaging for her." "Sent it to her, your ladyship? By whom?" "Jennifer, one of the servants." "Oh-ho!" said Cleek in two different tones. "So then you did unlock the door of your boudoir for a second time, and somebody other than Sir Mawson and your stepson did see the inside of the room, eh?" "Your pardon, Mr. Cleek, but you are wrong in both surmises. Jennifer was the servant who was working in the lower hall at the time, the one who says he saw Henry leave the house at 10 minutes past 7. The instant I reached the foot of the stairs and thought of the necklace, I called Jennifer to me, gave him the lint with orders to take it at once to Miss Eastman's maid with the message mentioned, and then turned round and ran back to my boudoir immediately." I see. I suppose, your ladyship, it isn't possible that this man Jennifer might, in going to carry that message— But no, I recollect. The door of your boudoir was locked. So even if he had managed to outstrip you by going up another staircase—
"Oh, I see what you mean," she declared, as they reached the edge of the lawn and set out across it. "But, Mr. Cleek, such a thing would not bear even hinting at, so far as Jennifer is concerned. He is the soul of honesty, for one thing, and for another, he couldn't have outstripped me, as you put it, had I returned at a snail's pace. He is very old and near-sighted. There, look. That is he, over there, sweeping the leaves off the terrace. You can see for yourself how impossible it would be for him to run upstairs."
Cleek did see. Looking in the direction indicated, he saw an elderly man employed as stated, whose back was bowed and whose limping gait betokened an injury which had left him hopelessly lame.
"His leg had to be amputated as the result of being run over by an omnibus in the streets of London," explained her ladyship, "and in consequence he wears a wooden one. He has been in the employ of the family for more than 40 years. Originally he was a gardener, and after his accident Sir Mawson was for pensioning him off so that he could end his days in quiet and comfort. But he quite broke down at the thought of leaving the old place, and as he wouldn't listen to such a thing as being paid for doing nothing, we humoured his whim and let him stay on as a sort of handyman. I'm sorry to say that Bevis, little rogue, takes advantage of his inability to run and plays no end of pranks upon him. But he adores the boy and never complains."
Cleek, who had been studying the man fixedly with his narrowed eyes, and remembering what had been said of Diamond Nick's skill at impersonation the while they were crossing the lawn, here twitched his head as if casting off a thought which annoyed him, and turned a bland look upon Lady Leake. "One last question, your ladyship," he said. "I think you said that Jennifer was cleaning the hall at the time your stepson left the house, and as presumably you wouldn't overwork a crippled old chap like that, How happened it that he was still at his labours at 10 minutes past 7 o'clock in the evening? That's rather late to be cleaning up a hall, isn't it?"
"Yes, much too late," she acknowledged. "But it couldn't be helped in the present instance. The gas fitters didn't finish their work as early as we had hoped, and as he couldn't begin until they had finished, he was delayed in starting."
"The gas fitters, eh? Uh-huh. So you had those chaps in the house yesterday, did you?"
"Yes. There had been an unpleasant leakage of gas in both the music room and the main hall for 2 or 3 days, and as the men had to take down the fixtures to get to the seat of the trouble, Jennifer improved the opportunity to give the chandelier and the brackets a thorough cleaning, since he couldn't, of course, start to clear up the mess the workmen made until after they had finished and gone. But, Mr. Cleek, they couldn't have had anything to do with the affair, for they left the house at least 10 minutes before the ladder of light came into it. So naturally This is the door of the music room, gentlemen. Come in, please." The invitation was accepted at once, and in another half-minute Cleek and Mr. Narkom found themselves standing in a wonderful white and gold room under a huge crystal chandelier of silver and cut glass, and looking out through an arched opening hung with sulphur-coloured draperies into a sort of baronial hall equipped with armour and tapestries, and broad enough to drive a coach through without danger to its contents. From this hall, as they discovered when Lady Leake led them without delay toward the scene of the necklace's mysterious vanishment, a broad short flight of richly carpeted stairs led to a square landing, and thence another and a longer flight, striking off at right angles, communicated with the passage upon which her ladyship's boudoir opened. "It was here that I stood, Mr. Cleek, when I recollected about the necklace as I called Jennifer to me," she explained, pausing on the landing at the foot of this latter flight of stairs just long enough to let him note, over the broad rail of the banister, that the great hall was clearly visible below. "He was there, just under you, trying the globes of the music-room chandelier when I called to him. Now come this way, please, and you will see how impossible it is for any one to have entered and left the boudoir during my brief absence without my seeing or hearing."
It was, for the door of the boudoir, which was entirely detached from the rest of the suite occupied by herself and her husband, was immediately opposite the head of the staircase and clearly visible from the landing at its foot. She unlocked this one solitary door and let them see that the only other means of possibly entering the room was by way of a large overhanging bay window overlooking the grounds. But this was a good 20 feet above the surface of the earth, and there was not a vine nor a tree within yards and yards of it, and as the space beneath was so large and clear that no one could have manipulated a ladder without the certainty of discovery, Cleek saw at a glance that the window might be dismissed at once as a possible point of entry. Nor did anything else about the room offer a hint more promising. All that he saw was just what one might have expected to see in such a place under such circumstances as these. On the dressing-table, surrounded by a litter of silver and cut-glass toilet articles, lay the case which had once contained the famous necklace, wide open and empty. Over the back of a chair, as if it had been thrown there under the stress of haste and great excitement, hung a negligee of flowered white silk trimmed with cascades of rich lace, and across a sofa at the far end of the room a dinner gown of grey satin was carefully spread out, with a pair of grey silk stockings and grey satin slippers lying beside it.
"Everything is exactly as it was, Mr. Cleek, at the time the necklace disappeared," explained her ladyship, noting the manner in which his glances went flickering about the room, skimming the surface of all things but settling on none. "Everything, that is, but that negligee there."
"Wasn't that in the room, then?"
"Oh, yes, but it wasn't on the chair. It was on me. I had come up to dress for dinner a short time before Henry made his appearance. Indeed, I had only just taken off my street costume and started to dress when he rapped at the door and implored me to let him come in and speak to me for a minute or two. For God's sake, mater, was the way he put it, and as haste seemed to be of vital importance, I slipped on my negligee and let him in as quickly as I could. Afterward, when Sir Mawson came in with the wonderful necklace—" She stopped abruptly, and her voice seemed to die away in her throat, and when she spoke again it was in a sort of panic. "Mr. Cleek!" she cried. "Mr. Cleek! What is it? What's the matter? Good heavens, Mawson! Has the man gone out of his mind?"
In the circumstances, the question was an excusable one. A moment before she had seen Cleek walk in the most casual manner to the chair where the lace-clouded negligee hung, had seen him pick it up to look at the chair seat under it, and was collectedly proceeding with the account of the events of yesterday when, without hint or warning, he suddenly yapped out a sound that was curiously like a dog that had mastered the trick of human laughter, flung the negligee from him, dropped on his knees, and was now careering round the room like a terrier endeavouring to pick up a lost scent, pushing aside tables, throwing over chairs, and yapping.
"Cleek, old chap!"
It was Narkom that spoke, and the hard, thick hammering of his heart made his voice shake.
"Good lud, man! In the name of all that's wonderful—"
"Let me alone!" he bit in irritably. "Of all the asses! Of all the blind, mutton-headed idiots!" Then laughed that curious, uncanny laugh again, scrambled to his feet, and made a headlong bolt for the door. "Wait for me, all of you, in the music-room," he threw back from the threshold. "Don't stir from it until I come. I want that fellow Jennifer. I want him at once." And here, turning sharply on his heel with yet another yapping sound, he bolted across the passage, ran down the staircase like an escaping thief, and by the time the others could lock up the boudoir and get down to the music-room, there wasn't a trace of him anywhere. End of section 25. Section 26 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. It was a full half-hour later, and Sir Mawson and Lady Leake and Mr. Maverick Narkom were in the throes of the most maddening suspense when the door of the music-room flashed open and flashed shut again, and Cleek stood before them once more, quite alone still, but with that curious crooked smile which to Narkom stood for so much, looping up the corner of his mouth and mutely foreshadowing the riddle's spectacular end.
"Cleek, dear chap!"
The superintendent's voice was sharp and thin with excitement.
"You've found out something, then?"
"I hope, Mr. Narkom, I have found out everything," he replied with a marked emphasis on the word hope. "But as we are told when in doubt or in difficulty to look above for a way out, permit me to follow that advice before proceeding any further with the subject." Here he stepped to the centre of the room, twitched back his head, and with chin upslanted and eyes directed toward the ceiling, moved slowly round in a narrow circle for a moment or two. But of a sudden he came to a sharp standstill, rapped out a short, queer little laugh, and, altering these mysterious tactics, looked down and across the room at Sir Mawson Leake. "I think the Ranee did not look to the security of those slim gold links a day too soon, Sir Mawson," he said. "It is too much to ask a man to risk his whole fortune on the tenacity of a bit of age-worn wire as you have done. And if I were in your shoes, I'd tell the old girl's major domo when he comes for the necklace to get it repaired somewhere else and be dashed to him."
"Good. Wouldn't I in a twinkling if I could only lay hands on the wretched thing again. But I haven't it, as you know."
"Quite true. But you're going to have it presently. I know where it is."
"Mr. Cleek!"
"Gently, gently, my friends. don't go quite off your heads with excitement. I repeat, I know where it is. I have found it, and Mr. Narkom, look sharp. A chair for Lady Leake. She's tottering. Steady, steady, your ladyship. It will only complicate matters to lose a grip on yourself now, and you have kept up so brave a front all through, it would be a pity to break down at the end."
"I am not breaking down. I am quite all right. Please go on, Mr. Cleek. Please do. I can stand anything better than this. Are you sure you have found it? Are you sure?"
"Absolutely. I have had a nice little talk with old Jennifer and a very satisfactory visit to Master Bevis Leake's interesting Pirate's Cave. And gently, gently, Sir Mawson, gently, all of you. Don't jump to conclusions too quickly. No, your ladyship, I did not find the necklace in that cave, and for the simple reason that it is not and never has been there. In short, neither your son Bevis nor the servant Jennifer has the least idea in the world where it is. I have, however, and if in return for handing it over to him, Sir Mawson will give me his promise to take that boy Henry back and give him another chance, he shall have it in his hands 10 seconds afterward."
"I promise, I promise, I promise," broke in Sir Mawson, almost shouting in his excitement. "I give you my word, Mr. Cleek. I give you my solemn oath."
"Right you are," said Cleek in reply. Then he twitched forward a chair, stepped on the seat of it, reached up into the midst of the chandelier's glittering cut-glass lustres, snapped something out from their sparkling festoons, and added serenely, "Favour for favour? There you are, then," as he dropped the ladder of light into Sir Mawson's hands. And all in a moment, what with Lady Leake laughing and crying at one and the same time, her liege lord acting pretty much as if he had suddenly gone off his head, and Mr. Maverick Narkom chiming in and asserting several times over that he'd be jiggered, there was the dickens and all to pay in the way of excitement.
"Up in the chandelier!"
exclaimed Lady Leake, when matters had settled down a bit.
"Up there, where it might have remained unnoticed for months, so like is it to the strings of lustres. But how? But when? Oh, Mr. Cleek, who in the world put it there, and why?"
"Jennifer," he made answer. "No, not for any evil purpose, your ladyship. He doesn't know even yet that it was there, or that he ever in all his life held a thing so valuable in his hands. All that he does know in connection with it is that while he was cleaning those lustres out there in the hallway yesterday afternoon between 4 and 5 o'clock, your son Bevis, out on one of his treasure raids, paid him a visit, and that long after, when the old fellow came to replace the lustres on the chandelier, he discovered that one string was missing."
"I knowed the precious little rascal had took it, sir, of course,"
was the way he put it in explaining the matter to me.
"and I felt sure I'd be certain to find it in his pirate's cave. But, Lord bless you, it turned out as he hadn't took it there at all, as I found out a goodish bit afterward, when her ladyship comes down to the landing at the top of the first flight of stairs, calls me up to give me the lint for Miss Eastman, and then gives a jump and a cry like she'd just recollected something, and runs back upstairs as fast as she could fly. For when I looks down, there was the missing string of lustres lying on the landing right where her ladyship had been standing, and where he, little rascal, had went and hid it from me. So I picks it up and puts it back in its place on the chandelier, just as soon as I'd taken the lint to Miss Eastman, like her ladyship told me."
"In that, Lady Leake, lies the whole story of how it came to be where you saw me find it. Jennifer is still under the impression that what he picked up on that landing was nothing more than the string of 12 cut-glass lustres joined together by links of brass wire, which is at this moment hanging among the treasures in your little son's pirate's cave."
"On the landing? Lying on the landing, do you say, Mr. Cleek?" exclaimed her ladyship. "But, heavens above, How could the necklace ever have got there? Nobody could, by any possibility, have entered the boudoir after I left it to run down to the landing with the lint. You saw for yourself how utterly impossible such a thing as that would be."
"To be sure," he admitted. "It was the absolute certainty that nobody in the world could have that actually forced the key to the solution upon me. Since it was possible for only one solitary person to have entered and left that room since Sir Mawson placed the necklace in your charge, clearly then that person was the one who carried it out. Therefore there was but one conclusion, namely that when your ladyship left that room the ladder of light left it with you, on your person, and gently, gently, Lady Leake, don't get excited, I beg. I shall be able in a moment to convince you that my reasoning upon that point was quite sound, and to back it up with actual proof. If you will examine the necklace, Sir Mawson, you will see that it has not come through this adventure uninjured. In short, that one of the two sections of its clasp is missing, and the link that once secured that section to the string of diamonds has parted in the middle. Perhaps a good deal which may have seemed to you sheer madness up to this point will be clearly explained when I tell you that when I lifted Lady Leake's negligée from that chair a while ago, I found this thing clinging to the lace of the right sleeve."
"Good heavens above! Look, Ada, look! The missing section of the clasp."
"Exactly," concurred Cleek. "And when you think of where I found it, I fancy it will not be very difficult to reason out how the necklace came to be where Jennifer picked it up. On your own evidence, Lady Leake, you hastily laid it down on your dressing table when the sight of the lint bandage recalled to your mind your promise to Miss Eastman, and from that moment it was never seen again. The natural inference, then, is so clear, I think there can hardly be a doubt that when you reached over to pick up that bandage, the lace of your sleeve caught on the clasp, became entangled, and that when you left the room you carried the ladder of light with you. The great weight of the necklace swinging free as you ran down the staircase would naturally tell upon that weak link, and no doubt when you leaned over the banister at the landing to call Jennifer, that was, so to speak, the last straw. The weak link snapped, the necklace dropped away, and the thick carpet entirely muffled the sound of its fall. As for the rest—" The loud jangling of the door-bell cut in upon his words. He pulled out his watch and looked at it. "That will be the Ranee's major domo, I fancy, Sir Mawson," he observed. "And with your kind permission, Mr. Narkom and I will be going. We have, as I have already told you, a little matter of importance still to attend to in the interest of the Yard, and although I haven't the slightest idea we shall be able to carry it to a satisfactory conclusion for a very long time, if ever, we had better be about it. Pardon? Reward, your ladyship? Oh, but I've had that. Sir Mawson has given me his promise to let that bonny boy have another chance. That was all I asked, remember. There's good stuff in him, but he stands at the crossroads and face to face with one of life's great crises. Now is the time when he needs a friend. Now is the time for his father to be a father, and opportunity counts for so much in the devil's gamble for souls. Get to him, Daddy. Get to him and stand by him, and you'll have given me the finest reward in the world." And here, making his adieus to Lady Leake, whose wet eyes followed him with something of reverence in them, and shaking heartily the hand Sir Mawson held out, he linked arms with Narkom, and together they passed out, leaving a great peace and a great joy behind them.
"Gad, what an amazing beggar you are!"
declared the superintendent, breaking silence suddenly as soon as they were at a safe distance from the house.
"You'll end your days in the workhouse, you know, if you continue this sort of tactics. Fancy chucking up a reward for the sake of a chap you never saw before, and who treated you like a mere nobody. Why, man alive, you could have had almost any reward, £1,000 if you'd asked it, for finding a priceless thing like that."
"I fancy I've helped to find something that is more priceless still, my friend, and it's cheap at the price."
"But £1,000, Cleek? £1,000? God's truth, man, think what you could do with all that money. Think what you could buy."
"To be sure. But think what you can't. Not one day of lost innocence, not one hour of spoilt youth. It isn't because they have a natural tendency toward evil that all men go wrong. It is not what they possess, but what they lack, that's at the bottom of the downfall of 4/5 of them. Given such ingredients as a young chap suffering under a sense of personal injury, a feeling that the world's against him, that he has neither a home nor a friend to stand by him in his hour of need, and the devil will whip up the mixture and manufacture a criminal in less than no time. It is easier to save him while he's worth the saving than it is to pull him up after he has gone down the line, Mr. Narkom. And if by refusing to accept so many pounds, shillings, and pence a man can do the devil out of a favourable opportunity—"
"Oh, well, let it go at that.
Come on, please. We are still as far as ever from the game we set out to bag, my friend. And as this district seems to be as unpromising in that respect as all the others, where next?" End of section 26. Section 27 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24.
"I'm bothered if I know,"
returned Narkom helplessly.
"Gad, I'm at my wits' end. We seem to be as far as ever from any clue to that devilish pair, and unless you can suggest something—"
He finished the sentence by taking off his hat and looking up at Cleek hopefully, and patting his bald spot with a handkerchief which diffused a more or less agreeable odour of the latest Parisian perfume. Said Cleek reflectively. "We might cross the heath and have a look round Gospel Oak, if you like. It's a goodish bit of a walk, and I've no idea that it will result in anything, I frankly admit. But it is one of the few places we have not tried, so we might have a go at that, if you approve."
"By James, yes, the very thing. There's always a chance, you know, so long as it's a district we've never done. Gospel Oak it is, then. And look here, I'll tell you what. You just stop here a bit and wait for me, old chap, while I nip back to the house and ask Sir Mawson's permission to use his telephone. To ring up the Yard as usual, you know, and tell them in what quarter we're operating, in case there should be reason to send anybody out to find me in a hurry. Back with you in no time, and then we'll be off to Gospel Oak like a shot."
"Right you are. I'll stop here under the trees and indulge in a few comforting whiffs while you're about it. Get along." Narkom paused a moment to grip his cuff between fingertips and palm and run his coat sleeve round the shiny surface of his topper, then shook out his handkerchief and returned it to his pocket, jerked down his waistcoat and gave it one or two sharp flicks with the backs of his nails, and before a second diffusion of scent had evaporated, or the whimsical twist it called to Cleek's lips had entirely vanished, the scene presented nothing more striking than an ordinary man leaning back against a tree and engaged in scratching a match on the side of an ordinary wooden matchbox. The Yard's gentleman had gone. It was full 10 minutes later when he lurched into view again, coming down the garden path at top speed, with one hand on his hat's crown and the other holding the flapping skirts of his frock coat together, and Cleek could tell from the expression of his round pink face that something of importance had occurred. It had, and he blurted it out in an outburst of joyous excitement the moment they again stood together. The search for Dutch Ella and Diamond Nick was at an end. The police of Paris had cabled news of their location and arrest that very morning in the French capital, and would hold them under lock and key until the necessary preliminaries were over relative to their deportation as undesirables and their return to Canada.
"The news arrived less than an hour ago," he finished, "and that wide-awake young beggar Leonard thought it was so important that I ought to know it as soon as possible. So he hopped onto the limousine and put off as fast as he could streak it. He's up here in this district now, this minute, hunting for us. Come on, let's go and find him. By James, it's a ripping end to the business, what?"
"That depends," replied Cleek, without much enthusiasm. "Which limousine is Leonard using today? The new blue one?"
"Cinnamon, no. That won't be delivered until the day after tomorrow, so it'll be the good old red one, of course. Will it matter?"
"Come and see," said Cleek, swinging out of the grounds into the public highway again and walking fast. "At all events, an ounce of certainty is worth a pound of suspicion, and this little faux pas will decide the question. They're no fools, those Apaches, and Waldemar knows how to wait patiently for what he wants."
"Waldemar? The Apaches? Good Lord, man, what are you talking about? You're not worrying over that business again, I hope? Haven't I told you over and over again that we couldn't find one trace of them anywhere in London? That they cleared out, bag and baggage, after that fruitless trip to Yorkshire? The whole truth of the matter, to my way of thinking, is that they awoke then to the fact that you had dropped to their being after you, and knowing you weren't to be caught napping, gave it up as a bad job."
"Or altered their tactics and set out to follow someone else."
"Someone else? Good Lord, don't talk rubbish. What good would following someone else do if they were after you?"
"Come and see," said Cleek again, and would say no more, but merely walked on faster than ever, up one thoroughfare and down another, flicking eager glances to right and to left in search of the red limousine. In the thick of the High Street they caught sight of it at last, tooling about aimlessly, while Leonard kept constant watch on the crowd of shoppers that moved up and down the pavement. "Cut ahead and stop it, and we shall see what we shall see, Mr. Narkom. I'll join you presently," said Cleek, and he stood watching while the superintendent forged ahead in the direction of the limousine, and continued watching even after he saw him reach it and bring it to a halt and stand at the curb talking earnestly with Leonard. But of a sudden the old crooked smile looped up the corner of his mouth. He stood at attention for a moment or two, breathing hard through his nostrils and moving not at all until, abruptly starting into activity, he walked rapidly down the pavement and joined Narkom.
"Well?"
queried the superintendent, looking at him quizzically.
"Come to any decision, old chap?"
"Yes, and so will you in a second. Don't turn. Don't do anything hastily. Just look across the street at the jeweller's window opposite, and tell me what you think of it." Narkom's swift, sidelong glance travelled over the distance like a gunshot, arrowed through the small collection of persons gathered about the shop window inspecting the display of trinkets, and every nerve in his body jumped.
"Good God! Waldemar!"
he said under his breath. "Exactly. I told you he knew how to wait. Now look farther along the curb on this side. The closed carriage waiting there. It was dawdling along and keeping pace with him when I saw it first. The man on the box is a fellow named Serpice, an Apache. Shoot, be still, will you, and look the other way. They will do me no harm here. It isn't their game. And besides, they daren't. It is too public, too dangerous. It will be done when it is done, in the dark, when I'm alone and none can see. And Waldemar will not be there. He will direct, but not participate. But it won't be today, nor yet tonight, I promise you. I shall slip them this time, if never again." The superintendent spoke, but the hard hammering of his heart made his voice scarcely audible.
"How?"
he asked.
"How?"
"Come and see," said Cleek for yet a third time. Then, with an abruptness and a swiftness that carried everything before it, he caught Narkom by the arm, swept him across the street, and without hint or warning tapped Waldemar upon the shoulder. "Ah, bonjour, Monsieur le Comte," he said airily, as the Mauravanian swung round and looked at him, blanching a trifle in spite of himself. "So you are back in England, it seems. Ah, well, we like you so much, tell His Majesty when next you report, that this time we shall try to keep you here." Taken thus by assault, the man had no words in which to answer, but merely wormed his way out of the gathering about him and, panic-stricken, obliterated himself in the crowd of pedestrians teeming up and down the street.
"You reckless devil!"
wheezed Narkom as he was swept back to the limousine in the same cyclonic manner he had been swept away from it.
"You might have made the man savage enough to do something to you, even in spite of the publicity, by such a proceeding as that."
"That is precisely what I had hoped to do, my friend. But you perceive he is no fool to be trapped into that. We should have had some excuse for arresting him if he had done a thing of that sort, some charge to prefer against him. Whereas, as matters stand, there's not one we can bring forward that holds good in law, or that we could prove if our lives depended upon it. You see now, I hope, Mr. Narkom, why you have seen nothing of him lately."
"No. Why?"
"You have not used the red limousine, and he has been lying low, ready to follow that, just as I suspected he would. If he couldn't trace where Cleek goes to meet the red limousine, clearly then the plan to be adopted must be to follow the red limousine and see where it goes to meet Cleek, and then to follow that much-wanted individual when he parts from you and makes his way home. That is the thing the fellow is after, to find out where I live and to get me some night out there. But, my friend, turn about is fair play the world over, and having had his inning at hunting me, I'm going in for mine at hunting him. I'll get him. I'll trap him into something for which he can be turned over to the law. Make no mistake about that."
"My hat! What do you mean to do?"
"First and foremost, make my getaway out of the present little corner," he replied, "and then rely upon your assistance in finding out where the beggar is located. We're not done with him even for today. He will follow, either he or Serpice, perhaps both, the instant Lennard starts off with us."
"You are going back with us in the limousine, then?"
"Yes, part of the way. Drive on, Lennard, until you can spot a plain-clothes man. Then give him the signal to follow us. At the first station on the Tube or the Underground, pull up sharp and let me out. You, Mr. Narkom, alight with me and stand guard at the station entrance while I go down to the train. If either Waldemar or an Apache makes an attempt to follow, arrest him on the spot on any charge you care to trump up. It doesn't matter, so that it holds him until my train goes. And as soon as it has gone, call up your plain-clothes man, point out Serpice to him, and tell him to follow and to stick to the fellow until he meets Waldemar, if it takes a week to accomplish it. And then to shadow his precious countship and find out where he lives. Tell him for me that there's a £10 note in it for him the moment he can tell me where Waldemar is located, and to stick to his man until he runs him down. Now then, hop in, Mr. Narkom, and let's be off. The other chap will follow, be assured. All right, Lennard, let her go." Lennard let her go forthwith, and a quarter of an hour later saw the programme carried out in every particular, only that it was not Waldemar who made an attempt to follow when the limousine halted at the tube station and Cleek jumped out and ran in. The Count was far too shrewd for that. It was a rough-looking Frenchman who had just previously hopped out of a closed carriage driven by a fellow countryman, only to be nabbed at the station doorway by Narkom and turned over to the nearest constable on the charge of pocket-picking. The charge, however, was so manifestly groundless that half a dozen persons stepped forward and entered protest, but the superintendent was so pig-headed that by the time he could be brought to reason and the man was again at liberty to take his ticket and go down in the lift to the train, the platform was empty, the train gone, and Cleek already on his way. A swift, short flight under the earth's surface carried him to another station in quite another part of London. A swift, short walk thence landed him at his temporary lodgings in town, and 4 o'clock found him exchanging his workaday clothes for the regulation creased trousers and creaseless coat of masculine calling costume, and getting ready to spend the rest of the day with her. End of section 27. Section 28 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The sky was all aflame with the glory of one of late June's gorgeous sunsets when he came up over the long sweep of meadowland and saw her straying about and gathering wild flowers to fill the vases in the wee house's wee little drawing-room, and singing to herself the while in a voice that was like honey, thin but very, very sweet. And at the sight something seemed to lay hold of his heart and quicken its beating until it interfered with his breathing, yet brought with it a curious sense of joy. "Good afternoon, mistress of the linnets," he called out to her as he advanced, for she had neither seen nor heard his coming, with the big sheaf of roses he had brought held behind him, and the bracken and kingcups smothering him in green and gold up to the very thighs. She turned at the sound, her face illumined, her soft eyes very bright, those wondrous eyes that had lit a man's way back from perdition and would light it onward and upward to the end, and greeted him with a smile of happy welcome.
"Oh, it is you at last,"
she said, looking at him as a woman looks at but one man ever.
"Is this your idea of spending the afternoon with one? Turning up when tea is over and twilight about to begin? Do you know I am a very busy young woman these days," blushing rosily, "and might have spent a whole day in town shopping, but that Dollops brought me word that I might look for you. But, of course— no, I shan't say it. It might make you vain to hear that you had the power to spoil my day."
"Not any vainer than you have made me by telling me other things," he retorted with a laugh. "I am afraid I have spoiled a good many days for you in my time, Ailster. But, please God, I shall make up for them all in the brightness of the ones that are to come. I couldn't help being late today. I'll tell you all about that presently. But may I offer something in atonement? Please, will you add these to your bouquet and forgive me?"
"Roses! Such beauties! How good of you! Just smell! How divine!"
"Meaning the flowers or their donor?" quizzically. "Oh, no, don't elucidate. Leave me in blissful ignorance. You have hurt my vanity quite enough as it is. I was deeply mortified, cut to the quick, I may say, if that will express my sense of grovelling shame any clearer, when I arrived here and saw what you were doing. Please, mum," touching his forelock and scraping his foot backward after the manner of a groom, "did I make such a bad job of my work in that garden that when you want a bouquet you have to come out here and gather wild flowers? I put 58 standard roses on that terrace just under your bedroom window, and surely there must be a bloom or two that you could gather."
"As if I would cut one of them for anything in the world," she gave back indignantly.
Then she laughed and blushed and stepped back from his impetuous advance.
"No, please. You fished for that so adroitly that you landed it before I thought. Be satisfied. Besides, Mrs. Condiment is at her window, and I want to preserve as much as possible of her rapidly depreciating estimate of me. She thinks me a very frivolous young person. To allow that young Mr. Hamilton to call so frequent, miss, and if you'll allow me to say it, at such unseemly hours, I don't think as dear Captain Burbage would quite approve of it if he knew."
"Gad, that's rich! What a mimic you are! It was the dear old girl to the life. She hasn't an inkling of the truth, then?"
"Not one. She doesn't quite approve of you, either. I likes to see a gent more circumspect, miss, and a trifle more reserved when he's getting on his 30s. Mucking about with a garden fork and such among a trumpery lot of roses, and racing here, there, and everywhere over their meadows after ferns and things like a schoolboy on a holiday aren't what I calls dignified deportment in full-grown men, and in my day they didn't used to do it." "Sometimes I am in mortal terror that she intends to give me notice and to leave me bag and baggage, for she is always saying that she's sure dear Captain Burbage couldn't have known what he was a-doing of, poor innocent kind-hearted gentleman, and him so much of a gent too, and so wonderful quiet and sedate."
"Poor old girl," said Cleek, laughing. "What a shock to her if she knew the truth! And what on earth would you do if she were to chance to get a peep at Dollops? But then, of course, there's no fear of that. The young beggar's too careful. I told him never to come near the house when he carries any notes."
"And he never does. Always leaves them under the stone in the path through the woods. I go there, of course, twice every day, and I never know that he has been about until I find one. I am always glad to get them, but today's one made me very, very happy indeed."
"Because I told you you might expect me?"
"Yes, but not that alone. I think I cried a little, and I know I went down on my knees right there out in those woods when I read those splendid words, 'There is but one more debt to be paid. The some day of my hopes is near to me at last.'"
Her voice died off. He uncovered his head, and a stillness came that was not broken by any sound or any movement until he felt her hand slip into his and remain there. "Walk with me," he said, closing his fingers around hers and holding them fast. "Walk with me always. My God, I love you so."
"Always,"
she made answer in her gentle voice, and with her hand shut tight in his, passed onward with him, over the green meadows and into the dim, still woods, and out again into the flower-filled fields beyond, where all the sky was golden after the fierce hues of the sunset had drained away into the tender gleam of twilight, and there was not one red ray left to cross the path of him. "You have led me this way from the first," he said, breaking silence suddenly. "Out of the glare of fire, through the dark, into peaceful light. I had gone down to hell but for you. but that you stooped and lifted me. God!" He threw back his head and looked upward, with his hat in his hand and the light on his face. "God forget me if I ever forget that. Amen," he added very quietly, very earnestly, then dropped his chin until it rested on his breast and was very still for a long time. "Yes," he said, taking up the thread of conversation where it had been broken so long a time ago. "There is but one more debt to be cleared off, the value of the Princess Goroski's tiara. £1,000 will wipe that off. It was not a very expensive one, and I could have had that sum to day if I had thought of myself alone. Mr. Narkom thinks me a fool. I wonder what you will think when you hear." And forthwith he told her.
"If you are again fishing," she replied with a quizzical smile, "then again you are going to be successful. I think you a hero. Kiss me, please. I am very, very proud of you. And that was what made you late in coming, was it?"
"Not altogether that. I might have been earlier, but that we ran foul of Valdemar and the Apaches again, and I had to lose time in shaking them off. But I ought not to have told you that. You'll be getting nervous. It was a shock to Mr. Narkom. He was so sure they had given up the job and returned home."
"I, too, was sure. I should have thought that the rebellion would have compelled that, in Count Valdemar's case at least," she answered gravely. "And particularly in such a grave crisis as his country is now called upon to face. Have you seen to-day's papers? They are full of it. Count Irma and the revolutionists have piled victory on victory. They are now at the very gates of the capital. The royal army is disorganized, its forces going over in hordes to the insurgents. The king is in a very panic, and preparing, it is reported, to fly before the city falls."
"A judgment, Albertus, a judgment!" Cleek cried with such vehemence that it startled her. "Your son drinks of the cup you prepared for Karma's. The same cup, the same result. Dethronement, flight, exile in the world's wildernesses, and perhaps death. Well done, Irma. A judgment on you, Mauravania. You pay, you pay."
"How wonderful you are! You seem to know everything," declared Ailsa. "But in this at least you appear to be misinformed, dear. I have been reading the reports faithfully, and it seems that death was not the end of all who shared in Queen Karma's exile and flight. Count Irma is telling a tale which is calling recruits to the standard of the revolutionists hourly. The eldest son, the Crown Prince Maximilian, is still alive. The Count swears to that, swears that he has seen him, that he knows where to find him at any moment. The special correspondent of the Times writes that everywhere the demand is for the restoration, the battle cry of the insurgents, Maximilian, and the whole country ringing with it."
"I can quite believe it," he said, with one of his queer, crooked smiles. "They are an excitable people, the Mauravanians, but unfortunately a fickle one as well. It is up to-day and down to-morrow with them. At present the cry is for Maximilian. This time next month it may be for Irma and a republican form of government, and Maximilian may go hang for all they want of him. Still, if they maintain the present cry, and the house of Albertus falls, and the followers of Irma win. But what's the use of bothering about it? Let us talk of things that have a personal interest for us, dear. Give me to-morrow, if you can. I shall have a whole day's freedom for the first time in weeks. The water lilies are in bloom in the upper reaches of the Thames, and my soul is simply crying for the river's solitudes, the lilies, the silence, and you. I want you all to myself, up there among God's things. Give me the day, if you can." She gave him not one, but many, as it turned out. For that one day proved such a magic thing that she was only too willing to repeat it. And as the Yard had no especial need of him, and the plain-clothes man who had been set upon Valdemar's track had as yet nothing to report, it grew to be a regular habit with him to spend the long days up in the river solitudes with Ailsa, picnicking among the swans, and to come home to Dollops at night, tired but very happy. It went on like this for more than 10 days, uninterruptedly. But at length there came a time when an entry in his notebook warned him that there was something he could not put off any longer, something that must certainly be attended to tomorrow in town early. And he went to bed that night with the melancholy feeling that the next day could only be a half holiday, not a whole one, and that his hours with her would be few. But when that tomorrow came, he knew that even these were to be denied him, for the long-deferred call of the Yard had come, and Narkom, ringing him up at breakfast-time, asked for an immediate meeting.
"In town, dear chap, as near to Liverpool Street and as early as you can possibly make it."
"Well, I can't make it earlier than 10:30. I've got a little private business of my own to attend to as it happens, Mr. Narkom," he replied. "I'd put it off if I could, but I can't. Today before noon is the last possible hour. But look here, I can meet you at 10:30 in Bishopsgate Street, between St. Ethelburga's Church and Bevis Marks, if that will do. Will, eh? All right. Be on the lookout for me there, then. What? The new blue limousine, eh? Right you are. I'm your man to the tick of the half hour. Good-bye." And he was, as it turned out. For the new blue limousine, a glistening, spick-span 60-horsepower machine, perfect in every detail, had no more than come to a standstill at the curb in the exact neighbourhood stated, at the exact half hour agreed upon, when open whisked the door, and in jumped Cleek with the swiftness and agility of a cat. End of section 28. Section 29 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26.
"Good morning, my friend. I hope I haven't taken you too much by surprise,"
he said, as the limousine sprang into activity the instant he closed the door and settled himself down beside the superintendent.
"Not more than usual, dear chap. But I shall never quite get used to some of your little tricks. Gad, you're the most abnormally prompt beggar that ever existed, I do believe. You absolutely break all records."
"Well, I certainly came within a hair's breadth of losing my reputation this morning, then," he answered cheerily, as he fumbled in his pockets for a match. "It was a hard pull to cover the distance and get through the business in time, I can tell you, with the brief margin I had. But fortunately here, take charge of that, will you? And read it over while I'm getting a light." That was a long, legal-looking envelope which he had whisked out of his pocket and tossed into Narkom's lap.
"Royal British Life Assurance Society,"
repeated he, reading off the single line printed on the upper left-hand corner of the envelope.
"What the dickens? I say, is it a policy?"
"Uh-huh," assented Cleek, with his mouth full of smoke. "The medico who put me through my paces some time ago reported me sound in wind and limb, and warranted not to bite, shy, or kick over the traces, and I was duly ordered to turn up at the London office before noon on a given day to sign up, and pay down, and receive that interesting document. Otherwise my application would be void, etc. This, as it happens, is the given day in question, and as the office doesn't open for business before 10 a.m., and there wasn't the least likelihood of my being able to get back to it before noon when you were calling for me, there you have the whole thing in a nutshell, as the old woman said when she poisoned the filberts."
Meanwhile, Narkom had opened the envelope and glanced over the document it contained. He now sat up with a jerk and voiced a cry of amazement.
"Good Lord deliver us!" he exclaimed. "In favour of Dollops?"
"Yes," said Cleek. "He's a faithful little monkey, and I've nothing else to leave him. There's always a chance, you know, with Margot's lot and Valdemar's. I shouldn't like to think of the boy being forced back into the streets if anything should happen to me."
"Well, I'll be what a man! What a man! Cleek, my dear, dear friend, my comrade, my pal."
"Chuck it. Scotland Yard with the snuffles is enough to make the gods shriek, you dear old footler. Why, God bless your old soul, Brakes on. Let's talk about the new limousine. She's a beauty, isn't she? Locker, mirror, just like the old red one, and hello, I say, you're taking me into the country, I perceive. We've left the town behind us."
"Yes, we're bound for Darsham."
"Darsham? That's in Suffolk, isn't it? And about 95 miles from Liverpool Street Station as the crow flies. So our little business to-day is to be an out-of-town affair, eh? Well, let's have it. What's the case? Burglary?"
"No, murder. Happened last night. Got the news over the telephone this morning. Nearly bowled me over when I heard it, by James, for I saw the man alive in town only the day before yesterday. It's a murder of a peculiarly cunning and cleverly contrived character, Cleek, with no apparent motive and absolutely no clue as to what means the assassin used to kill his victim, nor how he managed to get in and out of the place in which the crime was committed. There isn't the slightest mark on the body. The man was not shot, not stabbed, not poisoned, nor did he die from natural causes. There is no trace of a struggle, yet the victim's face shows that he died in great agony, and was, beyond all question, the object of a murderous attack."
Said Cleek, stroking his chin. "Sounds interesting, at all events. Let's have the facts of the case, please. But first, who was the victim? Anybody of importance?"
"Of very great importance in the financial world," replied Narkom. "He is, or rather was, an American multi-millionaire. Inventor, to speak by the card, of numerous electrical devices which brought him wealth beyond the dreams of avarice and carried his fame all over the civilized world. You will no doubt have heard of him. His name is Jefferson P. Drake."
"Uh-huh," said Cleek, arching his eyebrows. "That man, eh? Oh, yes, I've heard of him often enough. Very nearly everybody in England has by this time. Chap who conceived the idea of bettering the conditions of the poor by erecting art galleries that were to be filled and supported out of the rates, and more or less modestly to be known by the donor's name. That's the man, isn't it?"
"Yes, that's the man."
"Just so. Stop a bit. Let's brush up my memory a trifle. Of English extraction, wasn't he? And having made his money in his own native country, came to that of his father to spend it. Had social aspirations, too, I believe, and while rather vulgar in his habits and tastes, was exceedingly warm-hearted, indeed actually lovable, and made up for his own lack of education by spending barrels of money upon that of his son. Came to England something more than a year ago, if I remember rightly. Bought a fine old place down in Suffolk and proceeded forthwith to modernize it after the most approved American ideas. Steam heat, electric lights, a refrigerating plant for the purpose of supplying the ice and the creams and the frozen sweets so necessary to the American palate, all that sort of thing, and set out forthwith to establish himself as a sumptuous entertainer on the very largest possible scale. That's the lay of the land, isn't it?"
"Yes, that's it precisely. The estate he purchased was Hetherington Hall, formerly Lord Fallowfield's place. The entail was broken ages ago, but no Fallowfield ever attempted to part with the place until his present lordship's time. And although he has but one child, a daughter, I don't suppose that he would have been tempted to do so either, but that he was badly crippled, almost ruined, in fact, last year by unlucky speculations in the stock market, with the result that it was either sell out to Jefferson P. Drake or be sold out by his creditors. Naturally, he chose the former course. That it turned out to be a most excellent thing for him you will understand when I tell you that Drake conceived an almost violent liking for him and his daughter, Lady Marjorie Wynde, and not only insisted upon their remaining at Hetherington Hall as his guests in perpetuity, but designed eventually to bring the property back into the possession of the original line by a marriage between Lady Marjorie and his son."
"Effective, if not very original," commented Cleek, with one of his curious one-sided smiles. "And how did the parties most concerned view this promising little plan? Were they agreeable to the arrangement?"
"Not they. As a matter of fact, both have what you may call a heart interest elsewhere. Lady Marjorie, who, although she is somewhat of a 'yes, papa' and 'please, papa' young lady, and could, no doubt, be induced to sacrifice herself for the family good, is, it appears, engaged to a young lieutenant, who will one day come in for money, but hasn't more than enough to pay his mess bills at present, I believe. As for young Jim Drake, why, matters were even worse with him. It turns out that he'd found the girl he wanted before he left the States, and it took him just about 20 seconds to make his father understand that he'd be shot, hanged, drawn, quartered, or even reduced to mincemeat before he'd give up that girl or marry any other, at any time or at any cost, from now to the Judgment Day."
"Bravo!" said Cleek, slapping his palms together. "That's the spirit. That's the boy for my money, Mr. Narkom. Get a good woman and stick to her, through thick and thin, at all hazards and at any cost. The jockey who swaps horses in the middle of a race never yet came first under the wire, nor won a thing worth having. Well, what was the result of this plain speaking on the young man's part? Pleasant or unpleasant?"
"Oh, decidedly unpleasant. The father flew into a rage, swore by all that was holy, and by a great deal that wasn't, that he'd cut him off without 1 red cent, whatever that may mean, if he ever married that particular girl. And as that particular girl, who is as poor as Job's turkey, by the way, happened by sheer perversity of fortune to have landed in England that very day, in company with an eminent literary person whose secretary she had been for some 2 or 3 years past, away marched the son, took out a special licence, and married her on the spot."
"Well done! Independence! I like that boy more than ever, Mr. Narkom. What followed? Did the father relent, or did he invite the pair of them to clear out and hoe their own row in future?"
"He did neither. He simply ignored their existence. Young Drake brought his wife down to Suffolk and took rooms at a village inn, and then set out to interview his father. When he arrived at the Hall, he was told by the lodge-keeper that strangers weren't admitted, and on his asking to have his name sent in, was informed that the lodge-keeper had never heard of no sich person as Mr. James Drake, that there wasn't none, and that the master said there never had been neither, and promptly double-locked the gates. What young James Drake did after that it appears that nobody knows, for nobody saw him again until this morning, and it was only yesterday, I must tell you, that he made that unsuccessful attempt to get into the place to see his father. He says, however, that he spent the time in going over to Ipswich and back in the hope of seeing a friend there to whom he might apply for work. He says, too, that when he got there he found that that friend, an American acquaintance, had given up his rooms the day before and rushed off to Italy in answer to a cable from his sister. Or so, at least, the landlady told him.
Which, of course, the landlady can be relied upon to corroborate if there is any question regarding the matter. Is there?
Well, he seems to think that there may be. He's the client, you must know. It was he that gave me the details over the telephone and asked me to put you on the case. As he says himself, it's easy enough to prove about his having gone to Ipswich to see his friend, but it isn't so easy to prove about his coming back in the manner he did. It seems he was too late for any return train, that he hadn't money enough left in the world to waste any by taking a private conveyance, so he walked back. And that, as it's a goodish stretch of country and he didn't know the way and couldn't at night find anybody to ask, he lost himself more than once, with the consequence that it was daylight when he got back to the inn, where his frightened wife sat awaiting him, never having gone to bed nor closed an eye all night, poor girl, fearing that some accident had befallen him. But be that as it may, Cleek, during those hours he was absent, his father was mysteriously murdered in a round box of a room in which he had locked himself, and to which, owing to structural arrangements, it would seem impossible for anything to have entered. And as young Drake rightly says, the worst of it is that the murder followed so close upon the heels of his quarrel and promised disinheritance, that his father had no time to alter the will which left him sole heir to everything, so that possibly people will talk.
Undoubtedly, agreed Cleek. And yet you said there was no motive and absolutely no clue. Yes. I wonder if I shall like this independent young gentleman quite so well after I have seen him.
Oh, my dear fellow, good heavens, man, you can't possibly think of suspecting him. Remember, it is he himself who brings the case. That the Yard would never have had anything to do with it but for him.
Quite so. But the local constabulary would. And the simplest way to blind a jackass is to throw dust in his eyes. They are natural-born actors, the Americans. They are good schemers and fine planners. Their native game is bluff, and they are very, very careful in the matter of detail. Then he pinched up his chin and sat silent for a moment, watching the green fields and the pleasant farmlands as the limousine went pelting steadily on. End of section 29. Section 30 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Suppose, now that you have succeeded in putting the cart before the horse, Mr. Narkom, Cleek said suddenly, you proceed to give me not the ramifications of the case, but the case itself. You have repeatedly spoken of the murder having taken place in some place which is difficult of access and under most mystifying circumstances. Now, if you don't mind, I should like to hear what those circumstances are.
All right, old chap. I'll give you the details as briefly as possible. In the first place, you must know that Hetherington Hall is a very ancient place, dating back indeed to those pleasant times when a nobleman's home had to be something of a fortress as well, if he didn't want to wake up some fine morning and find his place sacked, his roof burnt over his head, and himself and his lady either held for ransom or freed from any possibility of having headaches thereafter. Now, a round tower with only one door by which to enter, and no windows other than narrow slits through which the bowmen could discharge their shafts at an attacking party without exposing themselves to the dangers of a return fire, was the usual means of defence adopted. You'll see dozens of them in Suffolk, dear chap. But whether for reasons of economy or merely to carry out some theory of his own, the First Lord of Hetherington Hall did not stick to the general plan. In brief, instead of building a tall tower rising from the ground itself, he chose to erect upon the roof of the west wing of the building a lower but more commodious one than was customary. That is to say that while his tower was less than half the height of any other in the country, its circumference was twice as great, and, by reason of the double supply of bowmen's slits, equally as effective in withstanding a siege, and indeed doubly difficult to assault, as before an invading force could get to the door of the place it would have to fight its way up through the main building to reach the level of it. Now, owing to the peculiarity of its construction, it is not more than 18 feet high, the fact that it contained but one circular room and all those bowman slits in the walls of it, this unusual tower gained an equally unusual name for itself, and became known everywhere as the Stone Drum of Hetherington, and is even mentioned by that name in the Inquisitio Eliensis of the Doomsday Book, which, as you doubtless know, is the particular volume of that remarkable work which records the survey, etc., of the counties of Cambridge, Hertford, Essex, Norfolk, Suffolk, and Huntingdon.
"I see," said Cleek, with an amused twinkle in his eye. "You are getting on, Mr. Narkom. We shall have you lecturing on archaeology one of these fine days. But to return to our mutton, or rather our stone drum, was it in that place, then, that the murder was committed?"
Yes. It is one of the few, very few, parts of the building to which Mr. Jefferson P. Drake did nothing in the way of modernizing and added nothing in the way of improvements. That, probably, was because, as it stood, it offered him a quiet, secluded, and exclusive retreat for the carrying on of his experiments, for wealth had brought with it no inclination to retire, and he remained to the last in the lists of the world's active forces. As a general thing, he did not do much in the way of burning the midnight oil, but conducted most of his experiments in the daytime. But last night was an exception. It may be that the news of his son's appeal to the lodge-keeper that afternoon had upset him, for he was restless and preoccupied all the evening, Lord Fallowfield says, or at least so young Drake reports him as having said, and instead of retiring with the rest of the house party when bedtime came and his Japanese valet carried up his customary carafe of ice water—
"Ah, he has a Japanese valet, has he? But, of course, in these days no American gentleman with any pretence to distinction whatsoever would be without one. Go on, please. His Japanese valet carried up the ice water, and then what?"
Then he suddenly announced his intention of going into the Stone Drum and working for a few hours. Lord Fallowfield, it appears, tried his best to dissuade him, but to no purpose.
"Why did he do that? Or don't you know?"
Yes, I asked that very question myself. I was told that it was because his lordship saw very plainly that he was labouring under strong mental excitement, and he thought that rest would be the best thing for him in the circumstances. Then, too, his lordship and he are warmly attached to each other. In fact, the Earl was as fond of him as if he had been a brother. As well he ought to be, by James, when you recollect that before he got the idea into his head of marrying his son to Lady Marjorie, he added a codicil to his will bequeathing the place to Lord Fallowfield, together with all the acres and acres of land he had added to it and all the art treasures he had collected, absolutely free from death duties."
"Oh!" said Cleek, then smiled and pinched his chin and said no more.
"Well, it appears that when his lordship found that he couldn't make the stubborn old Johnny change his mind, he accompanied him to the Stone Drum together with the valet to see that everything was as it should be, and that nothing was wanting that might tend to the comfort and convenience of a night worker. When there was nothing more that could be done, the valet was dismissed, his lordship said good night to his friend, and left him there alone, hearing, as he passed along the railed walk over the roof of the wing to the building proper, a matter of some 20-odd feet, the sound of the bolt being shot, the bar put on, and the key being turned as Mr. Drake locked himself in. What happened from that moment, Cleek, nobody knows. At 7 o'clock this morning, the valet, going to his master's room with his shaving water, found that he had never gone to bed at all, and on hastening to the Stone Drum found that a light was still burning within and faintly illuminating the bowman's slits. But although he knocked on the door and called again and again to his master, he could get no answer. Alarmed, he aroused the entire household, but despite the fact that a dozen persons endeavoured to get word from the man within, not so much as a whisper rewarded them. The bolt was still shot, the bar still on, the key still turned on the inner side of the door so they could force no entry to the place. And it was never until the village blacksmith had been called in and his sledge had battered down the age-weakened masonry in which that door was set that any man knew for certain what that burning light and that unbroken silence portended. When, however, they finally got into the place, there lay the once famous inventor at full length on the oaken floor close to the barred door, as dead as George Washington, and with never a sign of what killed him either on the body or in any part of the place. Yet the first look at his distorted features was sufficient to prove that he had died in agony, and the position of the corpse showed clearly that when the end came he was endeavouring to get to the door.
"Heart failure, possibly?" said Cleek.
"Not a hope of it,"
replied Narkom.
"A doctor was sent for immediately. Fortunately, one of the most famous surgeons in England happened to be in the neighbourhood at the time, called down from town to perform an operation. He is willing, so young Mr. Drake tells me, to stake his professional reputation that the man's heart was as sound as a guinea, that he had not imbibed one drop of anything poisonous, that he had not been asphyxiated, as of course he couldn't have been, for the bowman's slits in the wall gave free ventilation to the place, if nothing more, that he had not been shot, stabbed, or bludgeoned, but nevertheless he had died by violence, and that violence was not and could not be attributed to suicide, for there was everything to prove to the contrary. In short, that whatever had attacked him had done so unexpectedly and while he was busy at his work-table, for there was the chair lying on its back before it, just as it had fallen over when he jumped up from his seat, and there on the working plan he was drawing up was the pen lying on a blob of India ink, just as it had dropped from his hand when he was stricken. Some murderous force had entered that room and passed out of it again, leaving the door barred, bolted, and locked upon the inside. Some weapon had been used, and yet no weapon was there, and no trace upon the body to indicate what its character might be. Indeed, everything in the room was precisely as it had been when Lord Fallowfield walked out last night and left him, beyond the fact of the overturned chair and a little puddle of clear water lying about a yard or so from the work-table, and owing to the waxing and polishing not yet absorbed by the wood of the floor. As no one could account for the presence of that, and as it was the only thing there which might offer a possible clue to the mystery, The doctor took a small sample of that water and analysed it. It was simply plain, everyday, common or garden pure water, and nothing more, without the slightest trace of any foreign matter or of any poisonous substance in it whatsoever. There, old chap, that's the case. That's the little riddle you're asked to come down and solve. What do you make of it, eh?"
"Tell you better when I've seen Mr. James Drake and Lord Fallowfield. And the doctor," said Cleek, and would say no more than that for the present. End of section 30. Section 31 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. It was somewhere in the neighbourhood of 3:30 when the opportunity to interview those three persons was finally vouchsafed him, and it may be recorded at once that the meeting did some violence to his emotions. In short, he found Mr. James Drake, far from being the frank-faced, impulsive, lovable young pepperpot which his actions and words would seem to stand sponsor for, a rather retiring young man of the pale and studious order, absolutely lacking in personal magnetism, and about the last person in the world one would expect to do the all-for-love business of the average hero in the manner he had done. On the other hand, he found the Earl of Fallowfield an exceedingly frank, pleasant-mannered, rather boyish-looking gentleman, whose many attractions rendered it easy to understand why the late Mr. Jefferson P. Drake had conceived such a warm affection for him and was at such pains to have him ever by his side. It seemed, indeed, difficult to believe that he could possibly be the father of Lady Marjorie Wynde, for his manner and appearance were so youthful as to make him appear to be nothing closer than an elder brother. The doctor, that eminent Harley Street light, Mr. John Strangeways Hague, he found to be full of Harley Street manners and Harley Street ideas, eminently polite, eminently cold, and about as pleased to meet a detective police officer as he would be to find an organ grinder sitting on his doorstep. "Have you come to any conclusions as to the means of death, Doctor?" asked Cleek after he had been shown into the Stone Drum, where the body of the dead man still lay, and where the local coroner and the local J.P. were conducting a sort of preliminary examination prior to the regulation inquest, which must, of course, follow. "The general appearance would suggest asphyxia, if asphyxia were possible."
"Which it is not,"
volunteered Dr. Hague, with the geniality of a snowball.
"You have probably observed that the many slits in the wall permit of free ventilation, and asphyxia with free ventilation is an impossibility."
"Quite so," agreed Cleek placidly. "But if by any chance those slits could have been closed from the outside, I observe that at some period and for some purpose Mr. Drake has made use of a charcoal furnace," indicating it by a wave of the hand, "and apparently with no other vent to carry off the fumes than that supplied by the slits. Now, if they were closed and the charcoal left burning, the result would be an atmosphere charged with carbon monoxide gas, and a little more than 1% of that in the air of a room deprived of ventilation would, in a short time, prove fatal to any person breathing that air." The doctor twitched round an inquiring eye and looked him over from head to foot.
"Yes,"
he said, remembering that, after all, there were board schools, and even the humblest might sometimes learn, parrot-like, to repeat the things that are in books.
"But we happen to know that the slits were not closed, and that neither carbon oxide nor carbon monoxide was the cause of death."
You have taken samples of the blood, of course, to establish that fact beyond question, as one could so readily do," ventured Cleek suavely. "The test for carbon monoxide is so simple and so very certain that error is impossible. It combines so tensely, if one may put it that way, with the blood, that the colouring of the red corpuscles is utterly overcome and destroyed."
My good sir, those are elementary facts of which I do not stand in need of a reminder.
"Quite so, quite so. But in my profession, Doctor, one stands in constant need of reminders. A speck, a spot, a pinprick, each and all are significant and But is this not a slight abrasion on the temple here?" Bending over and with his glass examining a minute reddish speck upon the dead man's face. I see, I see. Have you investigated this thing, Doctor? It is interesting."
I fail to see the point of interest, then,"
replied Dr. Haig, bending over and examining the spot.
"The skin is scarcely more than abraded, evidently by the fingernail scratching off the head of some infinitesimal pustule."
"Possibly," agreed Cleek. "But on the other hand, it may be something of a totally different character. For one thing, the possible point at which contact was established between the man's blood and something of a poisonous character. An injection of cyanide of potassium, for instance, would cause death, and account in a measure for this suggestion of asphyxia conveyed by the expression of the features."
"True, my good sir. But have the goodness to ask yourself who could get into the place to administer such hypodermic? And if self-administered, what can have become of the syringe? If thrown from one of the bowman's slits, it could only have fallen upon the roof of the wing, and I assure you that was searched most thoroughly long before your arrival. I don't think you will go so far as to suggest that it was shot in, attached to some steel missile capable of making a wound, for no such missile is, as you see, embedded in the flesh, nor was one lying anywhere about the floor. The cyanide of potassium theory is ingenious, but I'm afraid it won't hold water."
Hold water? The phrase brought Cleek's thoughts harking back to what he had been told regarding the little puddle of water lying on the floor, and of a sudden his eyes narrowed and the curious one-sided smile travelled up his cheek. "No, I suppose not," he said, replying to the doctor's remark. "Besides, your test tubes would have settled that when it settled the carbon monoxide question. Had cyanide been present, the specimens of blood would have been clotted and blue." Of a sudden it seemed to dawn upon the doctor that this didn't smack quite so much of board school intelligence as he had fancied, and facing round he looked at Cleek with a new-born interest.
"I beg your pardon," he said, "but I don't think I caught your name, Mr.
"Cleek, Doctor. Hamilton Cleek, at your service."
"Good Lord! That is, my dear sir, my dear Mr. Cleek, if there is any intelligence I can possibly supply, pray command me."
"With pleasure, Doctor. And thank you very much indeed for the kind offer. I have been told that there was a little puddle of water on the floor at the time the murder was discovered. Also that you took a sample of it for analysis. As I don't see any sign of that puddle now, would you mind telling me what that analysis established? I have heard, I may tell you, that you found the water to contain no poisonous substance. But I should be obliged if you can tell me if it was water drawn from a well or such as might have been taken from a river or pond."
As a matter of fact, my dear Mr. Cleek, I don't think it came from any of the three."
A manufactured mineral water, then?
"No, not that either. If it had been raining and there was any hole or leak in this roof, I should have said it was rain water that had dripped in and formed a little puddle on the floor. If it had been winter, I should have said it was the result of melted snow. As a matter of fact, I incline more to the latter theory than to any other, although it is absurd, of course, to think of snow being obtainable anywhere in England in the month of July."
Quite so, quite so. Unless— it doesn't matter. That's all, thank you, Doctor, and very many thanks."
"A word, please, Mr. Cleek,"
interposed the Doctor as he turned to move away and leave him.
"I am afraid I was not very communicative, nor very cordial, when you asked me if I had any idea of the means employed to bring about the unfortunate man's death. May I hope that you will be better mannered than I, Mr. Cleek, if I ask you if you have? Thanks very much. Then have you?"
"Yes," said Cleek. "And so, too, will you, if you'll make a second blood test with the specimens you have at a period of about 48 hours after the time of decease. It will take quite that before the presence of the thing manifests itself under the influence of any known process or responds to any known test. And even then it will only be detected by a faintly alcoholic odour and excessively bitter taste. The man has been murdered, done to death, by that devil's drug woorali, if I am not mistaken. But who administered it and how it was administered are things I can't tell you yet."
"Woorali! Woorali! That is the basis of the drug curarin, produced by Roulin Boussignot in 1828, from a combination of the allied poisons known to the savages of South America and the tropics by the names of Coroval and Vow, is it not?"
"Yes, and a fiend's thing it is, too. A mere scratch from anything steeped in it is enough to kill an ox almost immediately. The favourite native manner of using the hellish thing is by means of a thorn and a blowpipe, but no such method has been employed in this case. No thorn, nor indeed any other projectile has entered the flesh, nor is there one lying anywhere about the floor. Be sure I looked, Doctor, the instant I suspected that woorali had been used. Pardon me, but that must be all for the present. I have other fish to fry." End of section 31. Section 32 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The frying of them took the shape of first going outside and walking round the stone drum, and then of stepping back to the door and beckoning Narkom and Lord Fallowfield and young James Drake out to him. "Anybody in the habit of sitting out here to read or paint or anything of that sort?" he asked abruptly. "Good gracious, no," replied Lord Fallowfield. "Whatever makes you ask such a thing as that, Mr. Cleek?" "Nothing, only that I have found 4 little marks disposed of at such regular distances that they seem to have been made by the 4 legs of a chair resting, with a rather heavy weight upon it, on the leads of the roof and immediately under one of the bowman's slits in the stone drum. A chair with casters, I should imagine, from the character of the marks. We are on a level with the sleeping quarters of the servants in the house proper, I believe, and chairs with casters are not usual in servants' bedrooms in most houses. Are they so here?" "Certainly not," put in young Drake. "Why, I don't believe there's a chair with casters on the whole blessed floor. Is there, Lord Fallowfield? You ought to know."
"Yes, there is, Jim. There are 3, in fact. They are all in the old armoury. Been there a dog's age, and they so match the old place your poor father never had them taken out."
"The old armoury? What's that, your lordship, may I ask?"
"Oh, a relic of the old feudal times, Mr. Cleek. You see, on account of the position of the stone drum, the weapon room, or arming room, had to be up here on a level with the wing roof instead of below stairs, as in the case of other towers. That's the place over there, the window just to the left of the door leading into the building proper. It is full of the old battle flags, knights' pennants, shields, crossbows, and the Lord knows what of those old days of primitive warfare. We Fallowfields always preserved it just as it was in the days of its usefulness, for its historical interest and its old association with the name. Like to have a look at it?"
"Very much indeed," replied Cleek, and 2 minutes later he was standing in the place and revelling in its air of antiquity. As Lord Fallowfield had declared, the 3 old chairs which supplied seating accommodation were equipped with casters, but although these were the prime reason for Cleek's visit to the place, he gave them little more than a passing glance, bestowing all his attention upon the ancient shields and the quaint old crossbows with which the walls were heavily hung in tier after tier, almost to the groined ceiling. "Primitive times, Mr. Narkom, when men used to go out with these gimcrack things and bang away at each other with skewers," he said, taking one of them down and examining it in a somewhat casual manner, turning it over, testing its weight, looking at its catch, and running his fingers up and down the propelling string. "Fancy a chap with one of these things running up against a modern battery or sailing out into a storm of shrapnel. Back to your hook, grandfather," hanging it up again. "Times change, and we with time. By the way, your lordship, I hope you will be better able to give an account of your whereabouts last night than I hear that Mr. Drake here is able to do regarding his."
"I? Good heavens, man, what do you mean?"
flung out his lordship, so taken aback by the abruptness of the remark that the very breath seemed to be knocked out of him.
"Upon my soul, Mr. Cleek."
"Gently, gently, your lordship. You must certainly realise that in the circumstances the same necessity must exist for you to explain your movements as exists for Mr. Drake. I am told that in the event of the elder Mr. Drake's death, this property was to come to you, wholly unencumbered by any charge or any restrictions whatsoever."
"Good God, so it was. Upon my soul, I'd forgotten all about that,"
exclaimed his lordship, with such an air that he was either speaking the absolute truth or was a very good actor indeed.
"Jim, my boy! Oh, good heavens! I never gave the thing a thought, never one. No, Mr. Cleek, I can give no account of my movements, other than to say I went to bed directly I left the stone drum. Or, yes, I can prove that much, by George. I can indeed. Ojeebi was with me, or at least close at my heels at the time, and he saw me go into my room and must have heard me lock the door."
"Ojeebi? Who is he?" "My father's Japanese valet," put in young Drake. "Been with him for the past 5 years. If he tells you that he saw Lord Fallowfield go into his room and lock the door after him, you can rely upon that as an absolute and irrefutable truth. Whitest little yellow man that ever walked on 2 feet, faithful as a dog, and as truthful as they make 'em." "And they don't make 'em any too truthful as a rule in his country, by Jove," said Cleek. "Still, of course, as he could not possibly have anything to gain, call him up, will you, and let us hear what he has to say with regard to Lord Fallowfield's statement." Young Drake rang for a servant, issued the necessary order, and some 5 or 6 minutes later a timid little yellow man with the kindest face and the most gentle step a man could possess came into the room. his soft eyes reddened with much weeping, and tear-stains marking his sallow cheeks.
"Oh, Mr. Jim! Oh, Mr. Jim! The dear, kind old boss! He gone! He gone!"
he broke out disconsolately as he caught sight of his late master's son, and made as if to prostrate himself before him.
"That's all right, G.B., that's all right, old man,"
interrupted young Drake, with a smothered blub in his voice and a twitching movement of his mouth.
"Cut it out. I'm not iron. Say, this gentleman wants to ask you a few questions, G.B. Deliver the goods just as straight as you know how."
"Me, Mr. Jim? Gentleman want question me?"
The small figure turned, the kindly face lifted, and the sorrowful eyes looked up into Cleek's unemotional ones. "Yes," said he placidly, and forthwith told him what Lord Fallowfield claimed.
"That very true," declared Ojeebi. "The lord gentleman he right ahead of me. I see him go into his room and hear him lock door. That very true indeed."
Any idea of the time?"
"Yes, much idea. 2 minutes past 12. I see clock as I go past Lady Margie's room."
"What were you doing knocking about that part of the house at that hour of the night? Your room's up here in the servants' quarters, isn't it?"
"Yes, sir. But I go take ice water to the boss's room. Boss never go to bed nights without ice water handy, sir. 'Merican boss never do."
"Yes, quite so, quite so. Where did you get the ice from, and how? Chop it from a big cake?"
"No, sir. It always froze to fit bottle. I get him from the ice make room downstairs."
"He means the refrigerating room, Mr. Cleek," explained young Drake. "You know, I take it, what a necessary commodity we Americans hold ice to be. Indeed, the dear old dad wouldn't think a dinner was a dinner without ice water on the table and ice cream for the final course, and as there was no possibility of procuring a regular and adequate supply in an out-of-the-way spot like this, he had a complete artificial ice-making plant added to the place and overcame the difficulty in that way. That is what a GB means by the ice-make room. What he means about its being frozen to fit the bottles is this: the ice which is to be used for drinking purposes is manufactured in forms or vessels which turn it out in cubes, so that whenever it is wanted, all that a servant has to do is to go to the plant, and the man in charge supplies him with all the cubes required." "Ah, I see," said Cleek, and stroked his chin. "Well, that's all, I reckon, for the time being. Ojeebi has certainly backed up your statement to the fullest, your lordship, so we can dispense with him entirely. And now, if I have your permission, gentlemen, I should like to feel myself privileged to go poking about the house and grounds for the next hour or so in quest of possible clues. At the end of that time I will rejoin you here and shall hope to have something definite to report. So if you don't mind my going, thanks very much. Come along, Mr. Narkom. I've a little something for you to do, and an hour will do it or I'm a Dogberry." With that he took his departure from the Armoury, and with the superintendent following, went down through the house to the grounds and out into the screen of close-crowding, view-defying trees. Here he paused a minute to pull out his notebook and scribble something on a leaf, and then to tear out that leaf and put it into Mr. Narkom's hand. "Rush Lennard off to the post office with that, will you, and have it wired up to town as soon as possible," he said. "Prepay the reply and get that reply back to me as soon as telegraph and motor can get it here." Then he swung off out of the screen of the trees and round the angle of the building and set about hunting for the refrigerating plant. End of section 32. Section 33 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. It was 5 and after when the superintendent, pale and shaking with excitement, came up the long drive from the hall gates and found Cleek lounging in the doorway of the house, placidly smoking a cigarette and twirling a little ball of crumpled newspaper in his hand. "Right, was I, Mr. Narkom?" he queried smilingly.
Good God, yes. Right as rain, old chap. Been carrying it for upward of a 12-month, and no doubt waiting for an opportunity to strike."
"Good. And while you have been attending to your little part of the business, I've been looking out for mine, dear friend. Look," said Cleek, and opened up the little ball of paper sufficiently to show what looked like a cut glass scent bottle belonging to a lady's dressing bag, close stoppered with a metal plug sealed round with candle wax. "Woorali, my friend, and enough in it to kill an army. Come along. We've got to the bottom of the thing. Let us go up and report. The gentlemen will be getting anxious." They were, for on reaching the armoury they found young Drake and Lord Fallowfield showing strong traces of the mental strain under which they were labouring, and talking agitatedly with Lady Marjorie Wynde, who had in the interim come up and joined them, and was herself apparently in need of something to sustain and to strengthen her, for Ojeebi was standing by with an extended salver from which she had just lifted to her lips a glass of port.
"Good God! I never was so glad to see anybody in my life, gentlemen,"
broke out young Drake as they appeared.
"It's beyond the hour you asked for, ages beyond, and my nerves are almost pricking their way through my skin. Mr. Cleek, Mr. Narkom, speak up, for heaven's sake. Have you succeeded in finding out anything?"
"We've done better than that, Mr. Drake," replied Cleek, "for we have succeeded in finding out everything. Look sharp there, Mr. Narkom, and shut that door. Lady Marjorie looks as if she were going to faint, and we don't want a whole house full of servants piling in here. That's it. Back against the door, please. Her ladyship seems on the point of crumpling up."
No, I'm not. Indeed, I'm not,"
protested Lady Marjorie with a forced smile and a feeble effort to hold her galloping nerves in check.
"I am excited and very much upset, of course, but I am really much stronger than you would think. Still, if you would rather I should leave the room, Mr. Cleek."
"Oh, by no means, your ladyship. I know how anxious you are to learn the result of my investigations, and by that token somebody else is anxious too, the doctor. Call him in, will you, Mr. Drake? He is still with the others in the stone drum, I assume." He was, and he came out of it with them at young Drake's call and joined the party in the armoury. "Doctor," said Cleek, looking up as he came in, "we've got to the puzzles on picking, and I thought you'd be interested to hear the result. I was right about the substance employed, for I've found the stuff and I've nailed the guilty party. It was woorali, and the reason why there was no trace of a weapon was because the blessed thing melted. It was an icicle, my friend, an icicle with its point steeped in woorali, and if you want to know how it did its work, why, it was shot in there from the crossbow hanging on the wall immediately behind me. And the person who shot it in was so short that a chair was necessary to get up to the bowman's slit when— No, you don't, my beauty. There's a gentleman with a noose waiting to pay his respects to all such beasts as you." Speaking, he sprang with a sharp, flashing movement that was like to nothing so much as the leap of a pouncing cat, and immediately there was a yap and a screech, a yell and a struggle, a click of clamping handcuffs and a scuffle of writhing limbs, and a moment later they that were watching saw him rise with a laugh and stand with his hands on his hips, looking down at Ojeebi lying crumpled up in a heap, with gyves on his wrists and panic in his eyes, at the foot of the guarded door. "Well, my pleasant-faced, agreeable little demon, it'll be many a long day before the spirits of your ancestors welcome you back to Nippon," Cleek said as the panic-stricken Jap, realizing what was before him, began to shriek and shriek until his brain and nerves sank into a collapse and he fainted where he lay. "I've got you and I've got the woorali. I went through your trunk and found it, as I knew I should from the moment I clapped eyes upon you. If the laws of the country are so lax that they make it possible for you to do what you have done, they also are stringent enough to make you pay the price of it with your yellow little neck." "In the name of heaven, Mr. Cleek," spoke up young Drake, breaking silence suddenly, "what can the boy have done? You speak as if it were he that murdered my father. But, man, why should he? What had he to gain? What motive could a harmless little chap like this have for killing the man he served?" "The strongest in the world, my friend. The greed of gain," said Cleek. "What he could not do in your father's land, it is possible for him to do in this one, which foolishly allows its subjects to ensure even the life of its ruler without his will, knowledge, or consent. For nearly a 12-month this little brute has been carrying a heavy insurance upon the life of Jefferson P. Drake, but thank God he'll never live to collect it. What's that, Doctor? How did I find that out? By the simplest means possible, my dear sir. For a reason which concerns nobody but myself, I dropped in at the Guildford office of the Royal British Life Assurance Society in the latter part of last May, and upon that occasion I marked the singular circumstance that a Japanese was then paying the premium of an already existing policy. Why I speak of it as a singular circumstance, and why I let myself be impressed by it, lie in the fact that as the Japanese regard their dead ancestors with absolute veneration, and the privilege of being united with them a boon which makes death glorious, life assurance is not popular with them, since it seems to be insulting their ancestors and makes joining them tainted with the odour of baser things. Consequently, I felt pretty certain that it was some other life than his own he was there to pay the regularly recurring premium upon. The chances are, Doctor, that in the ordinary run of things I should never have thought of that man or that circumstance again. But it so happens that I have a very good memory for faces and events. So when I came down here to investigate this case, and in the late Mr. Drake's valet saw that Japanese man again, voila, I should have been an idiot not to put two and two together. The remainder, a telegram inquiring if an insurance upon the life of Jefferson P. Drake, the famous inventor, had been effected by anybody but the man himself, settled the thing beyond question. As for the rest, it is easy enough to explain. Your remark that the little puddle found upon the floor of the stone drum appeared to you to bear a distinct resemblance to the water resulting from melted snow added to what I already knew regarding the refrigerating plant installed here, put me on the track of the ice. And as the small spot on the temple was of so minute a character, I knew that the weapon must have been pointed. A pointed weapon of ice leaves but one conclusion possible, Doctor. I have since learned from the man in charge of the refrigerating plant that this yellow blob of iniquity here was much taken by the icicles which the process of refrigeration caused to accumulate in the place and upon the machine itself during rotation, and that last night, shortly after 12 o'clock, he came down and broke off and carried away 3 of them. How I came to know what motive power he employed to launch the poisoned shaft can be explained in a word. Most of the weapons, indeed all but one, hanging on the wall of this armoury are lightly coated with dust, showing that it must be a week or more since any housemaid's work was attended to in this particular quarter. One of them is not dusty. Furthermore, when I took it down for the purpose of examining it, I discovered that, although smeared with ink or paint to make it look as old as the others, the bowstring was of fresh catgut, and there was a suspicious dampness about the catch which suggested either wet hands or the partial melting under the heat of living flesh of the shaft which had been an icicle. That's all, Doctor. That's all, Mr. Drake. That's quite all, Lord Fallowfield. A good, true-hearted young chap will get both the girl he wants and the inheritance which should be his by right. A good, true friend will get back the ancestral home he lost through misfortune and has regained through chance. And a patient and faithful lady will in all probability get the man she loves without now having to wait until he comes into a dead man's shoes. Lady Marjorie, my compliments. Doctor, my best respects. And gentlemen all, good afternoon." And here, with that weakness for the theatrical which was his besetting sin, he bowed to them with his hat laid over his heart and walked out of the room. End of section 33. Section 34 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. "No, Mr. Narkom, no. As an instrument of death, the icicle is not new," said Cleek, answering the superintendent's question as the limousine swung out through the gates of Hetherington Hall and faced the long journey back to London. "If you will look up the records of that energetic female Catherine de Medici, Queen of France, you will find that she employed it in that capacity upon 2 separate occasions, and coming down to more modern times, you will also find that in the year 1872 the Russian Lydia Borlovska used it at Galich in the province of Kostroma to stab her sleeping husband. But as a projectile it is new. As a successful projectile, I mean. For there have been many attempts made, owing to its propensity to dissolve after use, to discharge it from firearms, but never in one single instance have those attempts resulted in success. The explosion has always resulted in shivering and dispersing it in a shower of splinters as it leaves the muzzle of the weapon. There can be no doubt, however, that could it be propelled in a perfectly horizontal position, the power behind it would, in spite of its brittle nature, drive it through a pine board an inch thick. But, as I have said, the motive power always defeats the object by landing it against the target in a mass of splinters."
"I see. And the Jap got over that by employing a crossbow, and that, of course, did the trick."
"No. I doubt if he would have been able to put enough power behind that to drive it into the man's body with deadly effect, if indeed he could make it enter it at all. Where Ajibi scored over all others lay in the fact that with his plan there was no necessity to have the icicle enter the victim's body at all. He required nothing more than just sufficient power of propulsion to break the skin and establish contact with the blood. And then that hellish compound on the point of the projectile could be depended upon to do the rest. It did, as you know, and then dropped to the floor and melted away, leaving nothing but a little puddle of water behind it."
"But, Cleek, my dear chap, how do you account for the fact that when the doctor came to analyze that water, he found no trace of the poison in it?"
"He did, Mr. Narkom, only that he didn't recognize it. Woorali is extremely volatile, for one thing, and evaporates rapidly. For another, there was a very small quantity used, a very small quantity necessary, so malignant it is, and the water furnished by the melting icicle could dilute that little tremendously. It would not be able to obliterate all trace of it, however, but the infinitesimal portion remaining would make spring water give the same answer in analysis as that given by the water resulting from melted snow. It was when Dr. Haig mentioned the fact that if it wasn't for the utter absurdity of looking for such a substance in England in July, he should have said it was melted snow, that I really got my first clue. Later, however, when— But come, let's chuck it. I've had enough of murder and murderers for one day. Let's talk of something else. Our new turnout here, for instance. You have done yourself proud this time, and no mistake. She certainly is a beauty, Mr. Narkom. By the way, what have you done with the old red one? Sold it?
Not I, indeed. I know a trick worth two of that. I send it out empty every day in the hope of having those Apache Johnnies follow it, and have a plainclothes man trailing along behind in a taxi, ready to nip in and follow them if they do. But they don't. That is, they haven't up to the present. But there's always hope, you know.
Not in that direction, I'm afraid. Valdemar's a better general than that, believe me. Knowing that we have discovered his little plan of following the red limousine, just as we discovered his other of following me, he will have gone off on another tack, believe me.
Scotland? You don't think, do you, that he can possibly have found out anything about the new one and has set in to follow this?
No, I do not. As a matter of fact, I fancy he has started to do what he ought to have done in the beginning. That is, to keep a close watch on the criminal news in the papers day by day, and every time a crime of any importance crops up, pay his respects to the theatre of it and find out who is the detective handling the case. A ducat to a doughnut he'd have been on our heels down here today, if this little business of the stone drum had been made public in time to get into the morning papers. He means to have me, Mr. Narkom, if having me is possible. And he's down to the last ditch and getting desperate. Yesterday's cables from Mauravania are anything but reassuring.
I know. They say that unless something happens very shortly to turn the tide in Ulrich's favour and quell the cries for restoration, the King's downfall and expulsion are merely a matter of a few days at most. But what's that got to do with it, that you suggest its bearing upon any need for haste on Valdemar's part?
Only that with matters in such a state, he cannot long defer his return to the army of his country and the defence of its king, replied Cleek serenely. And every day he loses in failing to pay his respects to your humble servant in the manner he desires to do increases the strain of the situation and keeps him from the service of his royal master.
Well, I wish to God something would happen to blow him and his royal master and their blooming royal country off the map, damn 'em!
Blazed out Narkom, too savage to be choice of words.
We've never had a moment's peace, you and I, since the dashed combination came into the game. And for what, I should like to know. Not that it's any use asking you. You're so devilish close-mouthed a man might as well ask questions of a ton of coal for all answer he may hope to get. I shall always believe, however, that you did something pretty dashed bad to the King of Mauravania that time you were over there on that business about the Rainbow Pearl, to make the beggar turn against you, as I believe he has.
Then you will always believe what isn't true, replied Cleek, lighting a fresh cigarette. I simply restored the pearl and His Majesty's letter to the hands of Count Irma, and did not so much as see the king while I was there. Why should I? A mere police detective who had been hired to do a service and paid for it like any other hireling. I took my money and I went my way. That's all there was about it. If it has pleased Count Valdemar to entertain an ugly feeling of resentment toward me, I can't help that, can I now?
Oh, then it's really a personal affair between you and him, after all?
Something like that. He doesn't approve of my, knowing things that I do know, and it would be the end of a very promising future for him if I told. Here, have a cigarette and smoke yourself into a better temper. You look savage enough to bite a nail in two."
"I'd bite it in four if it looked anything like that Valdemar Johnny, by James,"
asserted the superintendent vigorously.
"and if he ever lays a hand on you. Look here, Cleek, I know it sounds un-English, very continental, rotten soft from one man to another, but damn it, Cleek, I love you. I'd go to hell for you. I'd die fighting for you. Do you understand?"
"Perfectly," said Cleek. Then he put out his hand and took Mr. Narkom's in a hard, firm grip, and added gently, "My friend, my comrade, my pal. Side by side together to the end." And the car ran on for a good half-mile before either spoke again. End of section 34. Section 35 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. "Mr. Narkom." It was an hour later, and Cleek's voice broke the silence abruptly. He had taken out his notebook and had been scribbling in it for some little time, but now, as he spoke, he tore out the written leaf and passed it over to the superintendent. "Mr. Narkom, I refused in the beginning to give you the address of the little house at which I was located. Here it is. Put it in your pocket-book against future need, will you?"
"Yes, certainly. But, Cinnamon, old chap, what good is it to me now when you've left the place?"
"You will understand, perhaps, when I tell you that Miss Lorne is its present occupant. It was for that I took it in the beginning. There may come a need to communicate with her. There may come a need for her to communicate with you. There's always a chance, you know, that a candle may be put out when the wind blows at it from all directions. And if anything should happen, I mean, if anything having a bearing upon me personally that you think she ought to be told should come to pass, well, just go to her at once, will you? There's a dear friend. That's the address, don't lose it, and full directions how to get there speedily. I am giving it to you now, as we shall soon be in town again, and I shall leave you directly we arrive there. I'm in haste to get back to Dollops and see if between us we can't hit upon some plan, he and I, to get at the whereabouts of Valdemar. That plain-clothes man of yours is like the butler with the bottle of cider. He doesn't seem to get any forrarder."
"Kibblewhite!"
blurted out the superintendent, sitting up sharply.
"Well, of all the born jackasses, all the muttonheads in this world."
"Well, he doesn't seem to be very bright, I must say."
"Eh? Lad, I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about myself. I had something to tell you to-day, and this blessed business drove it clean out of my head. Kibblewhite had the dickens and all of a time trying to get at that chap Serpice, as you may remember."
"I do, in a measure. Succeeded in finding out finally that the carriage he drove was one he hired from a liveryman by the month, I think was the last report you gave me. But couldn't get any further with the business because Serpice took it into his head not to call for the carriage again, and made off, this Kibblewhite chap didn't know where, and appears never to have found a means of discovering."
"No, he didn't. But 10 days ago he got word from the liveryman that Serpice had just turned up and was about to make use of the carriage again, and off Kibblewhite cut hot foot in the hope of being able to follow him. No go, however. By the time he arrived at the stable, Serpice had already gone, so there was nothing left for the poor, disappointed chap to do but to go out on the hunt and see if he couldn't pick him up somewhere in the streets."
"Which he didn't, of course."
"Excuse me, which he did." But it was late in the afternoon, and he was coming back to the stable with the carriage empty. Also, it was in the thick of the traffic at Ludgate Circus, and Kibblewhite was so afraid the fellow might mix himself up in it and give him the slip that he took a chance shot to prevent it. Nipping up the officer on point, he made himself and his business known, and in a winking in nips the constable, hauls Mr. Serpice up sharp and arrests him for driving a public vehicle without a licence."
"Well played, Kibblewhite," approved Cleek. "That, of course, meant that the fellow would be arrested and have to give his address and all the rest of it."
"So Kibblewhite himself thought. But what does the beggar do but turn the tables on him in the most unexpected manner, by absolutely refusing to do anything of the kind. And as he did not have a licence and would not call anybody to pay his fine, the magistrate finished the business by committing him to jail for 10 days in default. And here's the thing I was ass enough to forget. His 10 days' imprisonment was up this morning. Kibblewhite, in disguise, was to be outside the jail to follow him when he was discharged and see where he went. And he told me to look for him to turn up at the yard before 6 this evening with a full report of the result of his operations."
"Bravo!" said Cleek, leaning back in his seat with a sigh of satisfaction. "I've changed my mind about leaving you, Mr. Narkom. We will go on to the yard together. As in all probability, after 10 days without being able to communicate with his pals or with Waldemar, our friend Serpice will be hot to get to them at once and explain the cause of his long absence. The chances are that Kibblewhite will have something of importance to report at last." He had, as they found out when, in the fullness of time, they arrived at the yard and were told that he was waiting for them in the superintendent's office. And in his excitement he almost threw it at them, so eager he was to report.
"I've turned the trick at last, Superintendent," he cried. "The silly josser played straight into my hands, sir. The minute he was out of jail he made a beeline for Soho, and me after him, and there he takes to earth in a rotten little restaurant in the worst part of the district. And when I nips over and has a look inside, there he was shaking hands with a lot of Frenchies of his own kind, and them all prancing about and laughing like they'd gone off their bloomin' heads. I sees there aren't no back door to the place, and I knows from that he'd have to come out the same way as he went in. So off I nips over to the other side of the street and lays in wait for him. After about 10 minutes or so, out he comes, him and another of the lot, mopping of his mouth with his coat sleeve, and off they starts in a great hurry, and me after them. They first goes to a barber shop where the man I was following nips in, has a shave, a haircut and a wash-up, while the chap that was with him toddles off and fetches him a clean shirt and a suit of black clothes. In about 15 minutes out my man comes again, making a tolerable respectable appearance, sir, after his barbering, and in his clean linen and decent clothes. Him and his mate stands talking and grinning for a minute or so. Then they shakes hands and separates, and off my man cuts it westward. Sir, I sticks to him like a brother. I follows him smack across to the Strand and along that to the Hotel Cecil. And there the beggar nips in and goes up the courtyard as bold as you please. Sends up his name to a gent. The gent sends down word for him to be showed up at once. And in that way I spots my man. For when I goes up to the clerk and shows my badge and asks who was the party my Johnny had asked for, he tells me straight and clear, gentleman he's making a suit of clothes for. Baron Rodolphe de Montraven, an Austrian nobleman who has been stopping here for weeks."
Cleek twitched round his eye and glanced at Narkom. "'Things least hidden are best hidden,'" he quoted, smiling. "The dear Count knows a thing or two, you perceive. You have done very well indeed, Kibblewhite. Here is your £10 note, and many thanks for your services. Good evening." Kibblewhite took the money and his departure immediately, but so long as he remained within hearing distance, So long as the echo of his departing steps continued to sound, Cleek remained silent, and the curious crooked smile made a loop in his cheek. But of a sudden, "Mr. Narkom," he said quietly, "I shan't be found in any of my usual haunts for the next few days. If, however, you should urgently need me, call at the Hotel Cecil and ask for Captain Maltravers. And call in disguise, please. Our friend the Count is keen. Remember the name, or better still, write it down."
"But, good God, Cleek, such a risk as that!"
"No, please, don't attempt to dissuade me. I want that man, and I'll get him if getting him be humanly possible. That's all. Thanks very much. Goodbye." Then the door opened and shut, and by the time Mr. Narkom could turn round from writing down the name he had been given, he was quite alone in the room. End of section 35. Section 36 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33.
"Number 992. Captain Maltravers, please. 992. Number 992.
Thrice the voice of the page, moving and droning out his words in that perfunctory manner peculiar unto the breed of hotel pages the world over, sounded its dreary monotone through the hum of conversation in the rather crowded tea-room without producing the slightest effect. Then, of a sudden, the gentleman seated in the far corner reading the daily paper, a tall, fair-haired, fair-moustached gentleman with "The Army" written all over him in capital letters, twitched up his head, listened until the call was given for the 4th time, and thereupon snapped his fingers sharply, elevated a beckoning digit, and called out crisply, "Here, my boy, over here, this way." The boy went to him immediately, extended a small circular metal salver, and then, lifting the thumb which held in position the handwritten card thereon, allowed the slip of pasteboard to be removed.
"Gentlemen, sir, waiting in the office," he volunteered.
Captain Maltravers glanced at the card, frowned, rose with it still held between his fingers, and within the space of a minute's time walked into the hotel's public office and the presence of a short, stout, full-bearded dumpling of a man with the florid complexion and the country-cut clothes of a gentleman farmer, who half sat and half leaned upon the arm of a leather-covered settle, nervously tapping with the ferrule of a thick walking-cane a boot whose exceedingly high sole and general construction mutely stood sponsor for a withered and shortened leg.
"My dear Yard, I am delighted to see you,"
exclaimed the captain as he bore down on the little round man and shook hands with him heartily.
"Grimshaw told me that you'd be coming up to London shortly, but I didn't allow myself to hope that it would be so soon as this. Gad, it's a dog's age since I've seen you. Come along up to my own room and let us have a good old-fashioned chat. Key of 992, please, clerk. Thanks very much. Come along, Yard. This way, old chap."
With that he linked his arm in his caller's, bore him, clumping and wobbling, to the nearby lift, and thence in due course to the door of number 992 and the seclusion which lay behind it. He was still chattering away gaily as the lift dropped down out of sight and left them, upon which he shut the door, locked it upon the inside, and stopping long enough to catch up a towel and hang it over the keyhole, turned on his heel and groaned.
"What? Am I not to have even a 2 days' respite, you indefatigable machine?"
he said as he walked across the room and threw himself into a chair with a sigh of annoyance.
"Think, it was only this morning that I ventured upon the first casual bow of a fellow guest with the dear Baron. Only at luncheon we exchanged the first civil word. But the ice was broken,
and I should have had him roped in by tea-time, I'm sure of it. And now you come and nip my hopes in the bud like this, and in a disguise that a fellow as sharp as he would see through in a wink if he met you."
"It was the best I could do, Cleek. I'm not a dabster in the art of making up, as you know."
Mr. Narkom's voice was, like his air, duly apologetic.
"Besides, I hung around until I saw him go out before I ventured in, although I was on thorns the whole blessed time. I had to see you, old chap. I simply had to, and every minute was of importance. I shouldn't have ventured to come at all if it hadn't been imperative."
"I'm sure of that," said Cleek, recovering his good humour instantly. "Don't mind my beastly bad temper this afternoon, there's a good friend. It's a bit of a disappointment, of course, after I'd looked forward to a clear field just as soon as Waldemar should return, but it is you first and foremost, at all times and under all circumstances. Other matters count as nothing with me when you call. Always remember that."
"I do, old chap. It's because I do that I went to the length of promising Miss Larue that I'd lay the case before you."
"Miss Larue? A moment, please. Will the lady to whom you refer be Miss Margaret Larue, the celebrated actress? The one in question who treated me so cavalierly last August in that business regarding the disappearance of that chap James Colliver?"
"Yes, he was her brother, you recollect, and don't get hot about it, Cleek. I know she treated you very badly in that case, and so does she, but—"
"She treated me abominably," interposed Cleek with some heat. "First setting me on the business and then calling me off just as I'd got a grip on the thing and was within measuring distance of the end. I can't forgive that, and I never could fathom her reason for it. If it was, as you yourself suggested at the time, because she shrank from the notoriety that was likely to accrue to her from letting everybody in the world know that Jimmy the Shifter was her own brother, she ought to have thought of that in the beginning when she acknowledged it so openly, instead of making such an ass of me by her high-handed proceeding of calling me off the scent at its hottest, as if I were a tame puppy to be pulled this way and that with a string. I object to being made a fool of, Mr. Narkom, and there's no denying the fact that Miss Larue treated me very badly in that James Colliver case. Very badly and very cavalierly indeed." Unquestionably, Miss Larue had. Even Mr. Narkom had to admit that. For the facts which lay behind these heated remarks were not such as are calculated to make any criminal investigator pleased with his connection therewith. Clearly set forth, those facts were as follows. On the 19th day of the preceding August, James Colliver had disappeared as suddenly and as completely and with as little trace left behind as does a kinematograph picture when it vanishes from the screen. Now, the world at large had never heard of James Colliver until he did disappear, and it is extremely doubtful if it would have done so even then, but that circumstances connected with his vanishment brought to light the startling disclosure that the worthless, dissolute hulk of a man who was known to the habitués of half the low-class public houses in Hoxton by the pseudonym of Jimmy the Shifter was not only all that time and drink had left of the once popular melodramatic actor Julian Monteith, but that he was, in addition thereto, own brother to Miss Margaret Larue, the distinguished actress who was at that moment electrifying London by her marvellous performance of the leading role in the late Mrs. Cavendish. The reasons which impelled Miss Larue to let the public discover that her real name was Maggie Colliver, and that Jimmy the Shifter was related to her by such close ties of blood, were these. The late Mrs. Cavendish was nearing the close of its long and successful run at the Royalty, and its successor was already in rehearsal for early production. that successor was to be a specially rewritten version of the old-time favourite play, Catherine Howard, or The Tomb, the Throne, and the Scaffold, with Miss Larue, of course, in the part of the ambitious and ill-fated Catherine. Preparations were on foot for a production which would be splendidly elaborate as to scenery and effects, and absolutely accurate as to detail. For instance, the costume which Henry VIII had worn at the time of his marriage with Catherine Howard was copied exactly, down to the minute question of the gaudy stitchery on the backs of the gloves and the toes of the shoes, and permission had been obtained to make the mimic betrothal ring which the stage Henry was to press upon the finger of the stage Catherine an exact replica of the real one, as preserved among the nation's historic jewels. Not to be outdone in this matter of accuracy, Miss Larue naturally aimed to have the dresses and the trinkets she wore as nearly like those of the original Catherine as it was possible to obtain. As her position in the world of art was now so eminent, and had brought her into close touch with the elect, it was not difficult for the lady to borrow dresses and even jewels of the exact period from the heirlooms treasured by members of the nobility, that these might be copied in mimic gems for her by the well-known Theatrical and Show Supply Company of Henry Trent and Son, Soho. To this firm, which was in full charge of the preparation of dresses, properties, and accessories for the great production, was also entrusted the making of a cast of Miss Larue's features, and the manufacture therefrom of a wax head, with which it was at first proposed to lend a touch of startling realism to the final scene of the execution of Catherine on Tower Hill, but which was subsequently abandoned after the first night as being unnecessarily gruesome and repulsive. It was during the course of the final rehearsals for this astonishing production, and when the army of supers who had long been drilling for it at other hours was brought for the first time into contact with the principals, that Miss Larue was horrified to discover among the members of that army her dissolute brother, Jimmy the Shifter. For years, out of sheer sympathy for the wife who clung to him to the last, and the young son who was growing up to be a fine fellow, despite the evil stock from which he had sprung, Miss Larue had continuously supplied this worthless brother with money enough to keep him, with the strict proviso that he was never to come near any theatre where she might be performing, nor ever at any time to make known his relationship to her. She now saw in this breaking of a rule which heretofore he had inviolably adhered to, clear evidence that the man had suddenly become a menace, and she was in great haste to get him out of touch with her colleagues before anything could be done to disgrace her. In so sudden and so pressing an emergency, she could think of no excuse but an errand by which to get him out of the theatre, and of no errand but one, the stage jewels which Messrs. Trent and Son were making for her. She therefore sat down quickly at the prompt table, and, drawing a sheet of paper to her, wrote hurriedly, "Messrs. Trent and Son, gentlemen, please give the bearer my jewels, or such of them as are finished, if you have not done with all, that he may bring them to me immediately, as I have instant need of them. Yours faithfully, Margaret Larue." This she passed over to the stage manager with a request to "Please read that, Mr. Lampson, and certify over your signature that it is authentic, and that you vouch for having seen me write it." After which she got up suddenly and said as calmly as she could, "Mr. Supermaster, I want to borrow one of your men to go on an important errand to Trent and Son for me. This one will do," signalling out her brother. "Spare him, please. This way, my man. Come quickly." With that, she suddenly caught up the note she had written, and which the stage manager had, as requested, certified, and, beckoning her brother to follow, walked hurriedly off the stage to a deserted point in the wings. "Why have you done this dreadful thing?" she demanded in a low, fierce tone as soon as he came up with her.
Are you a fool as well as a knave that you come here and risk losing your only support by a thing like this?"
"I wanted to see you. I had to see you, and it was the only way," he gave back in the same guarded tone. "The wife is dead. She died last night, and I've got to get money somewhere to bury her. I'd no one to send, since you've taken Ted away and sent him to school, so I had to come myself."
The knowledge that it was for no more desperate reason than this that he had forced himself into her presence came as a great relief to Miss Larue. She hastened to get rid of him by sending him to Trent & Son with the note that she had written, and to tell him to carry the parcel that would be handed to him to the rooms she was occupying in Portman Square, and which she made up her mind to vacate the very next day, and there to wait until she came home from rehearsal. He took the note and left the theatre at once, upon which Miss Larue, considerably relieved, returned to the duties in hand, and promptly banished all thought of him from her mind. It was not until something like 2 hours afterward that he was brought back to mind in a somewhat disquieting manner. "I say, Miss Larue," said the stage manager, as she came off after thrice rehearsing a particularly trying scene, and with a weary sigh dropped into a vacant chair at his table. "Aren't you worried about that chap you sent with the note to Trent & Son? There's been time for him to go and return twice over, you know, and I observe that he's not back yet. Aren't you a bit uneasy?"
"No, why should I be?"
"Well, for one thing, I should say it was an extremely risky business unless you knew something about the man. Suppose, for instance, he should make off with the jewels. A pretty pickle you'd be in with the parties from whom you borrowed them, by Jove."
"Good gracious, you don't suppose I sent him for the originals, do you?" said Miss Larue with a smile. "Trent & Son would think me a lunatic to do such a thing as that. What I sent him for was, of course, merely the paste replicas. The originals I shall naturally go for myself."
"God bless my soul! The paste replicas, do you say?" blurted in Mr. Lampson excitedly. "Why, I thought Trent & Son will be sure to think so themselves under the circumstances. They can't possibly think otherwise."
"Under the circumstances? Think otherwise?" repeated Miss Larue, facing round upon him sharply. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Lampson? Good heavens, not that they could possibly be mad enough to give the man the originals."
"Yes, certainly. Good Lord, what else can they think? What else can they give him? They sent the paste duplicates here by their own messenger this morning. They are in the manager's office, in his safe, at this very minute, and I was going to bring them round to you as soon as the rehearsal is over." Consternation followed this announcement, of course. The rehearsal was called to an abrupt halt. Mr. Lampson and Miss Larue flew round to the front of the house in a sort of panic, got to the telephone and rang up Trent & Son, who confirmed their worst fears. Yes, the man had arrived with the note from Miss Larue something over an hour ago, and they had promptly handed him over the original jewels. Not all of them, of course, but those which they had finished duplicating and of which they had sent the replicas to the theatre by their own messenger that morning. Surely that was what Miss Larue meant by the demand, was it not? No other explanation seemed possible after they had sent her the copies and, good Lord, hadn't heard about it, meant the imitations. Heavens above, what an appalling mistake! What was that? The man? Oh, yes, he took the things after Mr. Trent Senior had removed them from the safe and handed them over to him, and he had left Mr. Trent's office directly he received them. Miss Larue could ascertain exactly what had been delivered to him by examining the duplicates their messenger had carried to the theatre. Miss Larue did, discovering to her dismay that they represented a curious ruby necklace of which the original had been lent her by the Duchess of Oldhampton, a stomacher of sapphires and pearls borrowed from the Marquise of Chepstow,
and a rare Tudor clasp of diamonds and opals which had been lent to her by the Lady Marjorie Thrale. In a panic she rushed from the theatre, called a taxi, and hoping against hope, whirled off to her rooms at Portman Square. No Mr. James Colliver had been there. Nor did he come there ever. Neither did he return to the squalid home where his dead wife lay. Nor did any of his cronies, nor any of his old haunts, see hide or hair of him from that time. Furthermore, nobody answering to his description had been seen to board any train, steamship, or sailing vessel leaving for foreign parts. Nor could there be found any hotel, lodging-house, furnished or even unfurnished apartment into which he had entered that day or upon any day thereafter. In despair, Miss Larue drove to Scotland Yard and put the matter into the hands of the police, offering a reward of £1,000 for the recovery of the jewels, and through the medium of the newspapers promised Mr. James Colliver that she would not prosecute, but would pay that £1,000 over to him if he would return the gems, that she might restore them to their rightful owners. Mr. James Colliver neither accepted that offer nor gave any sign that he was aware of it. It was then that Scotland Yard, in the person of Cleek, stepped in to conduct the search for both man and jewels, and within 48 hours some amazing circumstances were brought to light. First and foremost, Mr. Henry Trent, who said he had given the gems over to Colliver and that the man had immediately left the office, was unable, through the fact of his son's absence from town, to give any further proof of that statement than his own bare word, for there was nobody but himself in the office at the time, whereas the door-porter, who distinctly remembered James Colliver's entrance into the building, as distinctly remembered that up to the moment when evening brought knocking-off time, James Colliver had never, to his certain knowledge, come out of it. The next amazing fact to be unearthed was that one of the office cleaners had found, tucked under the stairs leading up to the top floor, a sponge which had beyond all possible question been used to wipe blood from something, and had evidently been tucked there in a great hurry. The third amazing discovery took the astonishing shape of finding in an East End pawnbroker's shop every one of the missing articles, and positive proof that the man who had pledged them was certainly not in the smallest degree like James Colliver, but was evidently a person of a higher walk in life and more prosperous in appearance than the missing man had been since the days when he was a successful actor. These circumstances Cleek had just brought to light when Miss Larue, having found the gems, determined to drop the case, and refused thereafter so much as to discuss it with any living soul. That her reason for taking this unusual step had something behind it which was of more moment than the mere fact that the jewels had been recovered and returned to their respective owners, there could hardly be a doubt, for from that time onward her whole nature seemed to undergo a radical change, and from being a brilliant, vivacious, cheery-hearted woman, whose spirits were always of the highest and whose laughter was frequent, she developed suddenly into a silent, smileless, mournful one, who shrank from all society but that of her lost brother's orphaned son, and who seemed to be oppressed by the weight of some unconfessed cross and the shadow of some secret woe. Such were the facts regarding the singular Colliver case at the time when Cleek laid it down, unprobed, unsolved, as deep a mystery in the end as it had been in the beginning. And such they still were, when on this day, at this critical time, and after an interval of 11 months, Mr. Maverick Narkom came to ask him to pick it up again.
And with an element of fresh mystery added to complicate it more than ever, dear chap,
he declared rather excitedly.
For as the father vanished 11 months ago, so yesterday the son too disappeared. In the same manner, from the same point, in the self-same building, and in the same inexplicable and almost supernatural way. Only that in this instance the mystery is even more incomprehensible, more like magic than ever. For the boy is known to have been shown by a porter into a room almost entirely surrounded by glass, a room whose interior was clearly visible to 2 persons who were looking into it at the time, and then and there to have completely vanished, without anybody knowing when, where, or how.
End of section 36. Section 37 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. "What's that?" rapped out Cleek, sitting up sharply. His interest had been trapped, just as Mr. Narkom knew that it would. "Vanished from a glass room into which people were looking at the time, and yet nobody saw the manner of his going, do you say?"
That's it, precisely. But the most astonishing part of the business is the fact that whereas the porter can bring at least 3 witnesses to prove that he showed the boy into that glass room, and at least 1 to testify that he heard him speak to the occupant of it, the 2 watchers who were looking into the place at the time are willing to swear on oath that he not only did not enter the place, but that the room was absolutely vacant at the period, and remained so for at least an hour afterward. If that isn't a mystery that will want a bit of doing to solve, dear chap, then you may call me a Dutchman."
Said Cleek reflectively. "How then am I to regard the people who give this cross-testimony? As lunatics or liars?"
"Neither, begad,"
asseverated Narkom emphatically.
"I'll stake my reputation upon the sanity and the truthfulness of every mother's son and every father's daughter of the lot of them. The porter who says he showed the boy into the glass room I've known since he was a nipper. His dad was one of my yard men years ago. And the 2 people who were looking into the place at the time, and who swear that it was absolutely empty and that the lad never came into it. Look here, old chap, I'll let you into a bit of family history. One of them is a distant relative of Mrs. Narkom, an aunt, in fact, who's rather down in the world and does a bit of dressmaking for a living. The other is her daughter. They are 2 of the straightest living, most upright and truly religious women that ever drew the breath of life, and they wouldn't either of them tell a lie for all the money in England. There's where the puzzle of the thing comes in. You simply have got to believe that that porter showed the boy into that room, for there are reliable witnesses to prove it, and he has no living reason to lie about it. And you have got to believe that those 2 women are speaking the truth when they say that it was empty at that period, and remained empty for an hour afterward. Also, if you will take on the case and solve at the same time the mystery attending the disappearance of both father and son, you will have to find out where that boy went to, through whose agency he vanished, and for what cause."
"A tall order, that," said Cleek with one of his curious one-sided smiles. "Still, of course, mysteries which are humanly possible of creation are humanly possible of solution, and there you are. Who is the client? Miss Larue? If so, how is one to be sure that she will not again call a halt and spoil a good case before it is halfway to completion?"
"For the best of reasons,"
replied Narkom earnestly.
"Hers is not the sole say in the present case. added to which she is now convinced that her suspicions in the former one were not well grounded. The truth has come out at last, Cleek. She stopped all further inquiry into the mysterious disappearance of her brother because she had reason to believe that the elder Mr. Trent had killed him for the purpose of getting possession of those jewels to tide over a financial crisis consequent upon the failure of some heavy speculations upon the stock market. She held her peace and closed up the case because she loves and is engaged to be married to his son, and she would have lost everything in the world sooner than hurt his belief in the honour and integrity of his father.
What a ripping girl. Gad, but there are some splendid women in the world, are there not, Mr. Narkom? What has happened, dear friend, to change her opinion regarding the elder Mr. Trent's guilt?
The disappearance of the son under similar circumstances to that of the father, and from the same locality. She knows now that the elder Mr. Trent can have no part in the matter, since he is at present in America. The financial crisis has been safely passed, and the son, who could have no possible reason for injuring the lad, who is indeed remarkably fond of him, and by whose invitation he visited the building, is solely in charge, and as wildly anxious as man can be to have the abominable thing cleared up without delay. He now knows why she so abruptly closed up the other case, and he is determined that nothing under heaven shall interfere with the prosecution of this one to the very end. It is he who is the client, and both he and his fiancée will be here presently to lay the full details before you."
"Here!" Cleek leaned forward in his chair with a sort of lunge as he flung out the word, and there was a snap in his voice that fairly stung. "Good heavens above, man! They mustn't come here! Get word to them at once and stop them."
"It wouldn't be any use trying, I'm afraid, old chap. I expect they're here already. At all events, I told them to watch from the other side of the way until they saw me enter, and then to come in and go straightway to the public tea-room, and wait until I brought you to them."
"Well, of all the insane... Whatever prompted you to do a madman's trick like that? A public character like Miss Larue, a woman whom half London knows by sight, who will be the target for every eye in the tea-room, and the news of whose presence in the hotel will be all over the place in less than no time. Were you out of your head?"
"Good lad! I thought I'd be doing the very thing that would please you, dear chap,"
bleated the superintendent despairingly.
"It seemed to me such a natural thing for an actress to take tea at a hotel, that it would look so innocent and open that nobody would suspect there was anything behind it. And you always say that things least hidden are hidden the most of all."
Cleek struck his tongue against his teeth with a sharp clicking sound indicative of mild despair. There were times when Mr. Narkom seemed utterly hopeless.
"Well, if it's done, of course. And there seems only one way out of it," he said. "Nip down to the tea-room as quickly as possible, and if they are there, bring them up here. It's only 4 o'clock, and there's a chance that Waldemar may not have returned to the hotel yet. Heaven knows I hope not. He'd spot you in a tick in a weak disguise like that."
"Then why don't you go down yourself and fetch them up, old chap? He'd never spot you. Lord, your own mother wouldn't know you from Adam in this spiffing get-up, and it wouldn't matter a tinker's curse then if Waldemar was back or not."
"It would matter a great deal, my friend. Don't deceive yourself upon that point. For one thing, Captain Maltravers is registered at the office as having just returned from India after a 10 years' absence, and 10 years ago Miss Margaret Larue was not only unknown to fame, but must still have been in pinafores, so how is he to have made her acquaintance? Then, too, she doesn't expect to see me without you, so I should have to introduce myself and stop to explain matters. Yes, and even risk her companion getting excited and saying something indiscreet. And those are rather dangerous affairs in a public tea-room, with everybody's eyes no doubt fixed upon the lady. No, you must attend to the matter yourself, my friend, so nip off and be about it. If the lady and her companion are there, just whisper them to say nothing, but follow you immediately. If they are not there, slip out and warn them not to come. Look sharp. The situation is ticklish." And just how ticklish Mr. Narkom realized when he descended and made his way to the public tea-room. For the usual 4 o'clock gathering of shoppers and sightseers was there in full force. The well-filled room was like a hive full of buzzing bees who were engaged in imparting confidences to one another. The name of Margaret Larue was being whispered here, there, and everywhere, and all eyes were directed toward a far corner where, at a little round table, Margaret Larue herself sat in company with Mr. Harrison Trent, engaged in making a feeble pretence of enjoying a tea which neither of them wanted, and upon which neither was bestowing a single thought. Narkom spotted them at once, made his way across the crowded room, said something to them in a swift, low whisper, and immediately became at once the most envied and most unpopular person in the whole assembly. For Miss Larue and her companion arose instantly, and, leaving some pieces of silver on the table, walked out with him and robbed the room of its chief attraction. All present had been deeply interested in the entire proceeding, but none more so than the tall, distinguished-looking foreign gentleman seated all alone at the exactly opposite end of the room from the table where Miss Larue and her companion had been located. For his had been the tensest kind of interest from the very instant Mr. Narkom had made his appearance, and remained so to the last. Even after the three persons had vanished from the room, he continued to stare at the doorway through which they had passed, and the rather elaborate tea he had ordered remained wholly untouched. A soft step sounded near him, and a soft voice broke in upon his unspoken thoughts.
"Is not the tea to monsieur's liking?"
it inquired with all the deference of the continental waiter, and that awoke him from his abstraction.
"Yes, quite, thank you."
"By the way, that was Miss Larue who just left the room, was it not, Philippe?"
"Yes, monsieur. The great Miss Larue, the most famous of all English actresses."
"So I understand. And the lame man who came in and spoke to her, who is he? Not a guest of the hotel, I am sure, since I have never seen him here before."
"I do not know, monsieur, who the gentleman is.
It shall be the first I shall see of him ever. It may be, however, that he is a new arrival. They would know at the office if Monsieur le Baron desires me to inquire." "Yes, do. I fancy I have seen him before. Find out for me who he is." Philippe disappeared like a fleet shadow. After an absence of about 2 minutes, he came back with the desired intelligence.
"No, Monsieur le Baron, the gentleman is not a guest," he announced, "but he is visiting a guest. The name is Yard.
He arrived about a quarter of an hour ago and sent his card into Captain Maltravers, who at once took him up to his room." "Captain Maltravers. So that will be the military officer from India, will it not?"
"Yes, monsieur. The one with the fair hair and moustache, who lunched to-day at the table adjoining Monsieur le Baron's own."
"Ah, to be sure. And passed the time of day with me, as they say in this peculiar language. I remember the gentleman perfectly. Thank you very much. There's something to pay you for your trouble."
"Monsieur le Baron is too generous. Is there any other service?"
No, nothing, thank you. I have all that I require," interposed the Baron, with a gesture of dismissal. And evidently he had, for 5 minutes later he walked into the office of the hotel and said to the clerk, "Make out my bill, please. I shall be leaving England at once," and immediately thereafter walked into a telephone booth, consulted his notebook, and rang up 253 480 Soho, and on getting it began to talk rapidly and softly to someone who understood French. Meantime, Mr. Narkom, unaware of the little powder train he had unconsciously lighted, had gone on up the stairs with his two companions, purposely avoiding the lift that he might explain matters as they went, piloted them safely to the suite occupied by Captain Maltravers, and at the precise moment when Baron Rodolphe de Montravanne walked into the telephone booth, Cleek was meeting Miss Larue for the first time since those distressing days of 11 months ago, and meeting Mr. Harrison Trent for the first time ever. End of section 37. Section 38 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Cleek found young Trent an extremely handsome man of about 33, of a highly strung, nervous temperament, and with an irritating habit of running his fingers through his hair when excited. Also, it seemed impossible for him to sit still for half a minute at a stretch. He must be constantly hopping up only to sit down again, and moving restlessly about as if he were doing his best to retain his composure, and found it difficult with Cleek's calm eyes fixed constantly upon him. "I want to tell you something about that blood-stained sponge business, Mr. Cleek," he said in his abrupt, jerky, uneasy manner. "I never heard a word about it until last night, when Miss Larue confessed her former suspicions of my dear old dad, and gave me all the details of the matter. That sponge had nothing to do with the affair at all. It was I that tucked it under the staircase where it was found, and I did so on the day before James Colliver's disappearance. The blood that had been on it was mine, not his." "I see," said Cleek serenely. "The explanation, of course, is the good old tried-and-true refuge of the story writers, namely a case of nose bleeding, is it not?" "Yes," admitted Trent. "But with this difference, mine wasn't an accidental affair at all. It was the result of getting a jolly good hiding. And I made an excuse to get away and hop out of town so that the dad wouldn't know about it nor see how I'd been battered. The fact is, I met one of our carmen in the upper hall. He was as drunk as a lord, and when I took him to task about it and threatened him with discharge, he said something to me that I thought needed a jolly sight more than words by way of chastisement. So I nipped off my coat and sailed into him. It turned out that he was the better man, and gave me all that I'd asked for in less than a minute's time. So I shook hands with him, told him to bundle off home and sleep himself sober, and that if he wouldn't say anything about the matter, I wouldn't either, and he could turn up for work in the morning as usual. Then I washed up, shoved the sponge under the staircase, and nipped off out of town. Because, you know, it would make a deuced bad impression if any of the other workmen should find out that a member of the firm had been thrashed by one of the employees. And Draycott had done me up so beautifully that I was a sight for the gods." The thing had been so frankly confessed that in spite of the fact of having in the beginning been rather repelled by him, Cleek could not but experience a feeling of liking for the man. "So that's how it happened, is it?" he said with a laugh. "It is a brave man, Mr. Trent, that will resist the opportunity to make himself a hero in the presence of the lady he loves. And I hope I may be permitted to congratulate Miss Larue on the wisdom of her choice. But now, if you please, let us get down at once to the details of the melancholy business we have in hand. Mr. Narkom has been telling me the amazing story of the boy's visit to the building and of his strange disappearance therein, But I should like to have a few further facts, if you will be so kind. What took the boy to the building in the first place? I am told he went there upon your invitation, but I confess that that seems rather odd to me. Why should a man of business want a boy to visit him during business hours?"
"Good Lord, man, I couldn't have let him see what he wanted to see if he didn't come during business hours, could I? Oh, but that's rather ambiguous, so I'll make haste to put it plainer. Young Stan, his Christian name is Stanley, as I suppose you know, young Stan is mad to learn the business of theatrical property making, and particularly that of the manufacture of those wax effigies, etc., which we supply for the use of drapers in their show windows. And as he is now 16 and of an age to begin thinking of some trade or profession for the future, I thought it would save Miss Larue putting up a jolly big premium to have him taught outside if we took him into our business free. So I invited him to come and look round and see if he thought he'd like it when he came to look into the messy details. Well, he came rather late yesterday afternoon, and I'd taken him round for just about 10 or a dozen minutes when word was suddenly brought to me that the representative of one of the biggest managers in the country had just called with reference to an important order. So, of course, I put back to the office as quickly as I could foot it, young Stan quite naturally following me, as he didn't know his way about the place alone, and being a modest, retiring sort of boy, didn't like facing the possibility of blundering into what might prove to be private quarters and things of that sort. He said as much to me at the time. Well, when I got back to the office, I soon found that the business with my visitor was a matter that would take some time to settle. You can't give a man an estimate all on a jump, and without doing a bit of figuring, you know. So I told young Stan that he might cut off and go over the place on his own if he liked, as it had been arranged that when knocking off time came I was to go back with him to Miss Larue's flat, where we all were to have supper together. When I told him that, he asked eagerly if he might go up to the wax figure department, as he was particularly anxious to see Loti at work, and so—
"Loti?" Cleek flung in the word so sharply that Trent gave a nervous start. "Just a moment, please, before you go any further, Mr. Trent. Sorry to interrupt, but tell me, please, is the man who models your show window effigies named Loti, then? Is, eh? Any connection, by chance, with that once famous Italian worker in wax, Giuseppe Loti? Chap that used to make those splendid wax tableaux for the Eden Musée in Paris some 18 or 20 years ago?"
"Same chap. Went all to pieces all of a sudden. Clear off his head for a time, I've heard. In the very height of his career, because his wife left him. Handsome Frenchwoman, years younger than he. Ran off with another chap and took every blessed thing of value she could lay her hands upon when— But maybe you've heard the story."
"I have," said Cleek. "It is one that is all too common on the Continent. Also, it happened that I was in Paris at the time of the occurrence. And so you have that great Giuseppe Loti at the head of your waxwork department, eh? What a come-down in the world for him, poor devil. I thought he was dead ages ago. He dropped out suddenly and disappeared from France entirely after that affair with his unfaithful wife. The rumour was that he had committed suicide, although that seemed as improbable as it now turns out to be, in the face of the fact that on the night after his wife left him he turned up at the Café Royal and publicly— No matter. Go on with the case, please. What about the boy?"
"Let's see now, where was I?"
said Trent, knotting up his brow.
I recollect. Just where he asked me if he could go up and see Loti at work. Of course I said that he could. There wasn't any reason why I shouldn't, as the place is open to inspection always. So I opened the door and showed him the way to the staircase leading up to the glass room, and then went to the speaking tube and called up Loti to expect him and to treat him nicely, as he was the nephew of the great Miss Larue and would in time be mine also."
"Was there any necessity for taking that precaution, Mr. Trent?"
"Yes. Loti has developed a dashed bad temper since last autumn and is very eccentric, very irritable. Not a bit like the solemn, sedate old Johnny he used to be. Even his work has deteriorated, I think.
but one daren't criticise it or he flies into a temper and threatens to leave."
"And you don't wish him to, of course. His name must stand for something."
"It stands for a great deal. It's one of our biggest cards. We can command twice as much for a Loti figure as for one made by any other waxworker, so we humour him in his little eccentricities and defer to him a great deal. Also, as he prefers to live on the premises, he saves us money in other ways. Serves for a watchman as well, you understand."
"Oh, he lives on the premises, does he? Where? In the glass room?"
"Oh, no, that would not be possible. The character as well as the position of that renders it impossible as a place of habitation. He uses it after hours as a sort of sitting-room, to be sure, and has partly fitted it up as one, but he sleeps, eats, and dresses in a room on the floor below."
"Not an adjoining one?"
"Oh, no, an adjoining room would be an impossibility. Our building is an end one, standing on the corner of a short passage which leads to nothing but a narrow alley running along parallel with the back of our premises, and the glass room covers nearly the entire roof of it. As a matter of fact, Mr. Cleek, although we call it that at the works, the term glass room is a misnomer. In reality, it's nothing more nor less than a good-sized lean-to greenhouse that the Dad bought and had taken up there in sections, and its rear elevation rests against the side wall of a still higher building than ours, next door, the premises of Storminger, the carriage builder, to be exact. But look here, perhaps I can make the situation clearer by a rough sketch. Got a lead pencil and a bit of paper, anybody? Oh, thanks very much, dear. One can always rely upon you. Now, look here, Mr. Cleek. This is the way of it. You mustn't mind if it's a crude thing, because, you know, I'm a rotten bad draftsman and can't draw for nuts. But all the same, this will do at a pinch."
Here he leaned over the table in the centre of the room and, taking the pencil and the blank back of the letter which Miss Larue had supplied, made a crude outline sketch.
"There you are,"
he said suddenly, laying the crude drawing on the table before Cleek, and with him bending over it.
"You are supposed to be looking at the houses from the main thoroughfare, don't you know, and therefore at the front of them. This tall building on the left, marked 1, is Storminger's. The low one, number 2, adjoining, is ours. And that cage-like looking thing, 3, on the top of it, is the glass room. Now, along the front of it here, where I have put the long line with an X on the end, there runs a wooden partition with a door leading into the room itself, so that it's impossible for anybody on the opposite side of the main thoroughfare to see into the place at all. But that is not the case with regard to people living on the opposite side of the short passage. This is here that I've marked 4, because there's nothing to obstruct the view but some rubbishy old lace curtains which Loti, in his endeavour to make the place what he calls homelike, would insist upon hanging, and they are so blessed thin that anybody can look right through them and see all over the place. Of course, though, there are blinds which he can pull down on the inside if the sun gets too strong, and when they're down nobody can see into the glass room at all. Pardon? Oh, we had it constructed of glass, Mr. Narkom, because of the necessity for having all the light obtainable in doing the minute work on some of the fine tableaux we produce for exhibition purposes. We're doing one now, the Relief of Lucknow, for the big exhibition that's to be given next month at Olympia, and the place marked 6 at the back of our building. Oh, that's the narrow alley of which I spoke. We've a back door opening into it, but it's practically useless, because the alley is so narrow one can't drive a vehicle through it. It's simply a right-of-way that can't legally be closed, and runs from Croom Street on the right, just along as far as Sturgis Lane on the left. Not 50 people pass through it in a day's time. But to come back to the short passage, Mr. Cleek, observe there are no windows at all on the side of our building here, number 2. There were once upon a time, but we had them bricked up, as we use that side for a paint frame with a movable bridge, so that it can be used for the purpose of painting scenery and drop curtains. But there are windows in the side of the house marked 5, and directly opposite the point where I've put the arrow, there is one which belongs to a room occupied by Mrs. Sherman and her daughter, people who do bushel work for wholesale costume houses. Now, it happens that at the exact time when the porter says he showed young Stan into the glass room, those two women were sitting at work by that window, and the blinds not being drawn, could see smack into the place, and are willing to take their oath that there was no living soul in it." "How do they fix it as being, as you say, the exact time, Mr. Trent? If they couldn't see the porter come up to the glass room with the boy, how can they be sure of that?" "Oh, that's easily explained. There's a church not a great way distant. It has a clock in the steeple which strikes the hours, halves, and quarters. Mrs. Sherman says that when it chimed 4:30 she was not only looking into the glass room, but was calling her daughter's attention to the fact that, whereas some few minutes previously she had seen Loti go out of the place, leaving a great pile of reference plates and scraps of material all over the floor, and he had never, to her positive knowledge, come back into it, there was the room looking as tidy as possible, and in the middle of it a table with a vase of pink roses upon it, which she certainly had not seen there when he left." "Hello," interjected Cleek rather sharply. "Let's have that again, please." And he sat listening intently while Trent repeated the statement. Then of a sudden he gave his head an upward twitch, slapped his thigh, and leaning back in his seat, added with a brief little laugh, "Well, of all the blithering idiots! And a simple little thing like that." "Like what, Mr. Cleek?" queried Trent in amazement. "You don't surely mean to say that you can make anything important out of a table and a vase of flowers? Because I may tell you that Loti is mad on flowers, and always has a vase of them in the room somewhere." "Does he, indeed? Natural inclination of the artistic temperament, I dare say. But never mind. Get on with the story. Mrs. Sherman fixes the hour when she noticed this as 4:30, you say. How then does the porter who showed the boy into the glass room fix it, may I ask?" "By the same means, precisely the striking of the church clock. He remembers hearing it just as he reached the partitioned door, and was indeed at particular pains to take out his watch to see if it tallied with it. Also, 3 of our scene painters were passing along the hall at the foot of the short flight of steps leading up to the glass room at the time. They were going out to tea, and one of them sang out to him laughingly, 'Hello, Ginger, how does that 2-shilling turnip of yours make it? Time for tea at Buckingham Palace?' For he had won the watch at a singing contest only the night before, and his mates had been chaffing him about it all day. In that manner, the exact time of his going to the door with the boy is fixed, and with 3 persons to corroborate it. A second later, the porter saw the boy push open the swing door and walk into the place, and as he turned and went back downstairs, he distinctly heard him say, 'Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Trent said I might come up and watch, if you don't mind.'" "Did he hear anybody reply?" "No, he did not. He heard no one speak but the boy." "I see. So then there is no actual proof that Loti was in there at the time, which of course makes the testimony of Mrs. Sherman and her daughter appear reliable when they say that the room was empty." "Still, the boy was there if Loti wasn't, Mr. Cleek. There's proof enough that he did go into the place, even though those 2 women declare that the room was empty." "Quite so, quite so. And when 2 and 2 don't make 4, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. What does Loti himself say with regard to the circumstance? Or hasn't he been spoken to about it?" "My hat, yes. I went to him about it the very first thing. He says the boy never put in an appearance to his knowledge, that he never saw him. In fact, that just before 4:30 he was taken with a violent attack of sick headache, the result of the fumes rising from the wax he was melting to model figures for the tableau, together with the smell of the chemicals used in preparing the background, and that he went down to his room to lie down for a time and dropped off to sleep. As a matter of fact, he was there in his room sleeping when at 6:30 I went for the boy, and finding the glass room vacated, naturally set out to hunt up Loti and question him about the matter." When you called up to the glass room through the speaking tube to say that the boy was about to go up, who answered you? Loti?" "Yes." "At what time was that? Or can't you say positively?" "Not to the fraction of a moment. But I should say that it was about 4 or 5 minutes before the boy got there. Say about 25 minutes past 4. It wouldn't take him longer to get up to the top of the house, I fancy, and he certainly did not stop at any of the other departments on the way." "Queer, isn't it, that the man should not have stopped to so much as welcome the boy, after you had been at such pains to tell him to be nice to him? Does he offer any explanation on that score?" "Yes. He says that as his head was so bad, he knew that he would probably be cross and crotchety. So, as I had asked him to be kind, he thought the best thing he could do was to leave a note on the table for the boy, telling him to make himself at home and to examine anything he pleased, but to be sure not to touch the cauldron in which the wax was simmering, as it tilted readily and he might get scalded. He was sorry to have to go, but his head ached so badly that he really had to lie down for a while. That note, I may tell you, was lying on the table when I went up to the glass room and failed to find the boy. It was that which told me where to go in order to find Loti and question him. I'll do him the credit of stating that when he heard of the boy's mysterious disappearance, he flung his headache and his creature comforts to the winds and joined in the eager hunt for him as excitedly and as strenuously as anybody. He went through the building from top to bottom. He lifted every trap-door, crept into every nook and corner and hole and box into which it might be possible for the poor little chap to have fallen. But it was all useless, Mr. Cleek, every bit of it. The boy had vanished, utterly and completely. From the minute the porter saw him pass the swing door and go into the glass room, we never discovered even the slightest trace of him, nor have we been able to do so since. He is gone. He has vanished as completely as if he had melted into thin air. And if there is any ghost of a clue to his whereabouts existing—"
"Let us go and see if we can unearth it," interrupted Cleek, rising. "Mr. Narkom, is the limousine within easy reach?"
"Yes, waiting in Tavistock Street, dear chap. I told Lennard to be on the lookout for us."
"Good. Then if Miss Larue will allow Mr. Trent to escort her as far as the pavement, and he will then go on alone to his place of business and await us there, you and I will leave the hotel by the back way and join him as soon as possible. Leave by the front entrance, if you'd be so kind. And, pardon, one last word, Mr. Trent, before you go. At the time when this boy's father vanished in much the same way 11 months ago, you had, I believe, a door porter at your establishment named Felix Murchison. Is that man still in your employ?"
"No, Mr. Cleek. He left about a week or so after James Colliver's disappearance."
"Know where he is?"
"Not the slightest idea. As a matter of fact, he suddenly inherited some money and said he was going to emigrate to America. But I don't know if he did or not. Why?"
"Oh, nothing in particular. Only that I shouldn't be surprised if the person who supplied that money was the pawnbroker who received in pledge the jewels which your father handed over to James Colliver, and that the sum which Felix Murchison inherited so suddenly was the £150 advanced upon those gems."
"How utterly absurd! My dear Mr. Cleek, you must surely remember that the pawnbroker said the chap who pawned the jewels was a gentlemanly-appearing person, of good manners and speech, and Murchison is the last man in the world to answer to that description. A great, hulking, bull-necked, illiterate animal of that sort, without an H in his vocabulary, and with no more manners than a pig."
"Precisely why I feel so certain now that the pawnbroker's advance was paid over to him," said Cleek with a twitch of the shoulder. "Live and learn, my friend, live and learn. 11 months ago I couldn't for the life of me understand why those jewels had been pawned at all. To-day I realise that it was the only possible course. Miss Larue, my compliments. Au revoir." And he bowed her out of the room with the grace of a courtier, standing well out of sight from the hallway until the door had closed behind her and her companion, and he was again alone with the superintendent.
"Now for it," as they used to say in the old melodramas, he laughed, stepping sharply to a wardrobe and producing first a broad-brimmed cavalry hat, which he immediately put on, and then a pair of bright steel handcuffs. "We may have use for this very effective type of wristlets, Mr. Narkom, so it's well to go prepared for emergencies. Now then, off with you while I lock the door. That's the way to the staircase. Nip down it to the American bar. There's a passage from that leading out to the Embankment Gardens. A taxi from there will whisk us along Savoy Street, across the Strand, and up Wellington Street to Tavistock in less than no time. So we may look to be with Lennard inside of another 10 minutes.
"Righto,"
gave back the superintendent.
"And I can get rid of this dashed rig as soon as we're in the limousine. But I say, any ideas, old chap, eh?"
"Yes, 2 or 3. One of them is that this is going to be one of the simplest cases I ever tackled. Lay you a sovereign to a sixpence, Mr. Narkom, that I solve the riddle of that glass room before they ring up the curtain of any theatre in London to night. What's that? Lying? No, certainly not. There's been no lying in the matter at all. It isn't a case of that sort. The pawnbroker did not lie, the porter who says he showed the boy into the room did not lie, and the 2 women who looked into it and saw nothing but an empty room did not lie either. The only thing that did lie was a vase of pink roses, a bunch of natural Ananiases that tried to make people believe that they had been blooming and keeping fresh ever since last August."
"Good Lord! You don't surely think that loaded chap—"
"Gently, gently, my friend. Don't let yourself get excited. Besides, I may be all at sea for all my cocksureness. I don't think I am, but one never knows. I'll tell you one thing, however. The man with whom Madame Loti eloped had, for the purpose of carrying on the intrigue, enlisted as a student under her husband, and gulled the poor fool by pretending that he wished to learn waxwork making, when his one desire was to make love to the man's worthless wife. When they eloped, and Loti knew for the first time what a dupe he had been, he publicly swore in the open room of the Café Royal that he would never rest until he had run that man down and had exterminated him and every living creature in whose veins his blood flowed. The man was an English actor, Mr. Narkom. He posed under the nom de théâtre of Jason Monteith. His real name was James Colliver. Step livelier, please. We're dawdling." End of section 38. Section 39 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. They that climb the highest have the farthest to fall. It was after 5 o'clock when the limousine arrived at the premises of Trent & Son, and Cleek, guided by the junior member of the firm and accompanied by Superintendent Narkom, climbed the steep stairs to the housetop and was shown into the glass room. His first impression as the door swung inward was of a scent of flowers so heavy as to be oppressive. His second, of entering into a light so brilliant that it seemed a very glare of gold, for the low-dropped sun, which yellowed all the sky, flooded the place with a radiance which made him blink, and it was some little time before his eyes could accustom themselves to it sufficient to let him discover that the old Italian waxworker was there, busy on his latest tableau. Cleek blinked and looked at the old man, serenely at first, then blinked and looked again, conscious of an overwhelming sense of amazement and defeat for just one fraction of a minute, and that some of his cocksure theories regarding the case had suddenly been knocked into a cocked hat. No wonder Mr. Harrison Trent had spoken of deterioration in the art of this once celebrated modeller. No wonder. The man was not Giuseppe Loti at all. Not that world-famed worker in wax who had sworn in those bitter other days to have the life of the vanished James Colliver. Chapter 37. Cleek's equanimity did not desert him, however. It was one of his strong points that he always kept his mental balance, even when his most promising theories were deracinated. He therefore showed not the slightest trace of the disappointment with which this utterly unexpected discovery had filled him, but with the most placid exterior imaginable suffered himself to be introduced to the old waxworker, who was at the time working assiduously upon the huge tableau piece designed for the forthcoming Indian exhibition, a well-executed assembly of figures which occupied a considerable portion of the rear end of the glass room, and represented that moment when the relief force burst through the stockade at Lucknow and came to the rescue of the beleaguered garrison.
"A couple of gentlemen from Scotland Yard, Loti, who have come to look into the matter of young Colliver's disappearance," was the way in which Trent made that introduction. "You can go on with your work. They won't interfere with you."
"Welcome, gentlemen, most welcome,"
said Loti, with that courtesy which continental people never quite forget, then nodded and went on with his work as he had been told, adding with a mournful shake of the head,
"Ah, a strange business that, signori. An exceedingly strange business."
"Very," agreed Cleek off-handedly and from the other end of the room.
"Ripping quarters, these, signor. And now that I've seen 'em, I don't mind confessing that my pet theory has gone all to smash, and I'm up a gum tree, so to speak. I'd an idea, you know, that there might be a sliding panel or a trap door which you chaps here might have overlooked, and down which the boy might have dropped, or maybe gone on a little exploring expedition of his own, don't you know, and hadn't been able to get back." "Well, of all the idiotic ideas,"
began Trent, but was suffered to get no further.
"Yes, isn't it?"
agreed Cleek, with his best blithering idiot air.
"I realise that, now that I see your floors of concrete. Necessary, I suppose, on account of the chemicals and the inflammable nature of the wax. You could have a ripping old flare-up here if that stuff was to catch fire from a dropped match or anything of that sort, eh, what? Blest if I can see,"
turning slowly on his heel and looking all round the room,
"a ghost of a place where the young nipper could have got. It's a facer for me. But I say,"
as if suddenly struck with an idea,
"you don't think that he nipped something valuable and cut off with it, do you? Didn't miss any money or anything of that sort which you'd left lying about, did you, Mr. Lotus, eh?"
"Loti, if you please, signor. I had indeed hoped that my name was well known enough to... No, I miss nothing. I miss not so much as a pin. I'm told he shall not have been that kind of a boy."
And then, with a shake of the head and a pitying glance toward the author of these two asinine theories regarding the strange disappearance, returned to his work of putting the finishing touches to a recumbent figure representing a dead soldier lying in the foreground of the tableau.
"Oh, well, you never can tell what boys will do, and it's an old saying that a good booty makes many a thief," replied Cleek airily. "Reckon I'll have to hunt up something a bit more promising then. Don't mind my poking about a bit, do you?"
"Not in the slightest, signor,"
replied the Italian, and glanced sympathizingly up at Trent and gave his shoulders a significant shrug, as if to say,
Is this the best that Scotland Yard can turn out?"
when Cleek began turning over costume plates and looking under books and scraps of material which lay scattered about the floor, and even took to examining the jugs and vases and tumblers in which the signor's bunches of cut flowers were placed. There were many of them, on tables and chairs and shelves, and even on the platform of the tableau itself. So many, in fact, that he was minded by their profusion of what Trent had said regarding the old waxworker's great love of flowers. He looked round the room in an apparently perfunctory manner, but in reality with a photographic eye for its every detail, finding that it agreed in every particular with the description which Trent had given him. There were the cheap lace curtains all along the glazed side which overlooked the short passage leading down to the narrow alley, but they were of so thin a quality and so scantily patterned that the mesh did not obstruct the view in any manner, merely rendering it a trifle hazy, for he could himself see from where he stood the window in the side of the house opposite, and seated at that window Mrs. Sherman and her daughter, busy at their endless sewing. And there, too, were the blinds, strong blue linen ones running on rings and cords, with which, as he had been told, it was possible to arrange the light as occasion required. They were fashioned somewhat after the manner of those seen in the studios of photographers, several sectional ones overhead, and one long one for that side of the room which overlooked the short passage. And as showing how minute was Cleek's inspection for all its seeming indifference, it may be remarked that he observed a peculiarity regarding that long blind, which not one person in 100 would have noticed. That is to say that whereas when one looks at a window from the interior of a room, one invariably finds that the blinds are against the glass, and that the curtains are so hung as to be behind them when viewed from the street, here was a case of the exactly opposite arrangement being put into force. To wit, it was the lace curtains which hung against the window panes, and the big blind which was next to the room, so that, if pulled down, a person standing within would see no lace curtains at all, while at the same time they would remain distinctly visible to anybody standing without. If this small discrepancy called for any comment, Cleek made none audibly, merely glanced at the blind and glanced away again, and went on examining the books and the vases of flowers, and continued his apparently aimless wandering about the room. Of a sudden, however, he did a singular thing, one which was fraught with much significance to Mr. Narkom, who knew the signs so well. His wandering had brought him within touching distance of the busy waxworker, who just at that moment half turned and stretched forth his hand to pick up a tool which had fallen to the floor, the act of recovering which sent his wrist protruding a bit beyond the cuff of his working blouse. What Narkom saw was the quick twitch of Cleek's eye in the direction of that hand, then its swift travelling to the man's face and travelling off again to other things, and he knew what was coming when his great ally began to pat his pockets and rummage about his person as if endeavouring to find something.
"My luck," said Cleek with an impatient jerk of the head. "Not a blessed cigarette with me, Mr. Narkom, and you know what a duffer I am if I can't smoke when I'm trying to think. I say, nip out, will you, and get me a packet? There," scribbling something on a leaf from his notebook and pushing it into the superintendent's hand. "That's the brand I like. It's no use bringing me any other. Look 'em up for me, will you? There's a good friend." Narkom made no reply, but merely left the room with the paper crumpled in his shut hand, and went downstairs as fast as he could travel. What he did in the interval is a matter for further consideration. At present it need only be said that had any one looked across the short passage some 8 or 10 minutes after his departure, Narkom might have been seen standing in the background of the room at whose window Mrs. Sherman and her daughter still sat sewing.
Meanwhile, Cleek appeared to have forgotten all about the matter which was the prime reason for his presence in the place, and to have become absorbingly interested in the business of tableau making, for he plied the old Italian with endless questions relative to the one he was engaged in constructing.
Jip, you don't mean to tell me that you make the whole blessed thing yourself, do you? Model the figures, group 'em, paint the blessed background and all?" said he with yokel-like amazement. "You do? My hat, but you're a wonder. That background's one of the best I've ever clapped eyes on. And the figures, I could swear that that fellow bursting in with a sword in his hand was alive if I didn't know better. And as for this dead Johnny here in the foreground that you're working on, he's a marvel. What do you stuff the blessed things with? Or don't you stuff 'em at all?" "Oh, yes, signor, they are stuffed, all of them. There is a wicker framework covered with canvas, and inside cotton waste, old paper, straw." "You don't mean it? Well, I'm blessed. Nothing but waste, stuff, and straw. Why, that fellow over there, the sepoy chap with the gun in his hand. Oh, good Lord! Just my blessed luck. I hope to heaven I haven't spoiled anything."
For in leaning over to indicate the figure alluded to, he had blundered against the edge of the low platform, lost his balance, and sprawled over so awkwardly and abruptly that, but for the fact that the figure of the dead soldier was there for his hand to fall upon in time to check it, he must have pitched headlong into the very heart of the tableau and done no end of damage. Fortunately, however, not a figure had been thrown down, and even the dead soldier had stood the shock uncommonly well, not even a dent showing, though Cleek had come down rather heavily and his palm had struck smack on the figure's chest.
"Tut, tut, tut!"
exclaimed the Italian with angry impatience.
"Oh, do have a little care, signor. The bull in a china shop is alone like this."
And he turned his back upon this stupid blunderer, even though Cleek was profuse in his apologies and looked as sorry as he declared. After a time, however, he went off on another tack, for his quick travelling glance had shown him Mr. Narkom in the house across the passage, and he turned on his heel and walked away rapidly.
"Tell you what it is. It's this blessed glare of light that's accountable," he said. "A body's likely to stumble over anything with the light streaming into the place in this fashion. What you want in here is a bit of shade like this."
Here he crossed the room hastily and, reaching up, pulled down the long window blind with a sudden jerk. But before either Trent or the Italian could offer any objection to this interference with the conditions under which the waxworker chose to conduct his labours, he seemed himself to realise that the proceeding did not mend matters, and, releasing his hold upon the blind, let the spring of the roller carry it up again to its original position. As he did this, he said with a peculiarly asinine air, "That's a bit worse than the other, by Jip. Makes the blessed place too dashed dark altogether. So it's not the light that's to blame after all."
"I should have thought even a fool might have known that," gave back the waxworker almost savagely. "The light is poor enough as it is. Look for yourself. It is only the afterglow, and even that is already declining. Pooh!"
And here, as if in disgust too great for words, he blew the breath from his lips with a sharp, short gust, and facing about again, went back to his work on the tableau. Cleek made no response, nor yet did Trent. By this time even he had begun to think that accident more than brains must have been at the bottom of the man's many successes, that he was in reality nothing more than a blundering muddler, and after another 10 minutes of putting up with his crazy methods, had just made up his mind to appeal to Narkom for the aid of another detective, when the end which was all along being prepared came with such a rush that it fairly made his head swim. All that he was ever able clearly to recall of it was that there came a sudden sound of clattering footsteps rushing pell-mell up the staircase, that the partition door was flung open abruptly to admit Mr. Maverick Narkom with 3 or 4 of the firm's employees pressing close upon his heels, that the superintendent had but just cried out excitedly,
"Yes, man, yes,"
when there arose a wild clatter of falling figures, a snarl, a scuffle, a cry, and that when he faced round in the direction of it, there was the Lucknow tableau piled up in a heap of fallen scenery and smashed waxworks, and in the middle of the ruin there was the signor lying on his back with a band of steel upon each wrist, and over him Cleek, with a knee on the man's chest and the look of a fury in his eyes, crying aloud, "Come out of it! Come out of it, you brute beast! Your little dodge has failed!" And hard on the heels of that shock, Mr. Trent received another. For of a sudden he saw Cleek pluck a wig from the man's head and leave a white line showing above the place where the joining paste once had met the grease paint with which the fellow's face was coloured, and heard him say as he tossed that wig toward him and rose, "Out of your own stage properties, Mr. Trent, borrowed to be returned like this."
"Heaven above, man," said Trent in utter bewilderment. "What's the meaning of it all? Who is that man, then, since it's clear he's not Loti?"
"A very excellent actor in his day, Mr. Trent. His name is James Colliver," replied Cleek. "I came to this place fully convinced that Loti had murdered him. I now know that he murdered Loti, and that to that crime he has added a yet more abominable one by killing his own son."
"It's a lie! It's a lie! I didn't! I never saw the boy!"
screeched out Colliver in a very panic of terror.
"I've never killed anyone. Loti sold out to me. Loti went back to France. I pawned the jewels to get the money to pay him to go."
"Oh, no, you didn't, my friend," said Cleek. "You performed that operation to shut Felix Murchison's mouth, the one man who could swear, and did swear, that James Colliver never left this building on the day of his disappearance, and who probably would have said more if you hadn't made it worth his while to shut his mouth and to disappear. You and I know, my friend, that Loti was the last man on this earth with whom you could come to terms upon anything. He had publicly declared that he would have your life, and he'd have kept his word if you hadn't turned the tables and killed him. You stole his wife, and you were never even man enough to marry her, even though she had borne you a son and clung to you to the end, poor wretch. You killed Loti, and you killed your own son. No doubt he is better off, poor little chap, to be dead and gone rather than to live with the shadow of illegitimacy upon him. And no doubt either that when he came up here yesterday to meet Giuseppe Loti, he saw what I saw today, and knew you as I knew you then. The scar on the wrist, which was one of the marks of identification given me at the time I was sent to hunt you up. And you killed him to shut his mouth."
I didn't! He protested wildly. "I never saw him. He wasn't here. The women in the house across the way will swear that they saw the empty room."
"Not now," declared Cleek with emphasis. "I've convinced them to the contrary. Mr. Trent, let a couple of your men come over here and take charge of this fellow, please, and I will convince you as well. That's right, my lads. Lay hold of the beggar and don't let him get a chance to make a dash for the stairs. Got him fast, have you? Good. Now then, Mr. James Colliver, this is what those deluded women saw. This little dodge which is going to help Jack Ketch to come into his own." Speaking, he walked rapidly across to the long blind, pulled it down to its full length, then with a wrench tore it wholly from the roller and whirled it over so that they who were within could now see the outer side. It bore, painted upon it, a perfect representation of the interior of the glass room, even to the little spindle-legged table with a vase of pink roses upon it, which now stood at that room's far end. "A clever idea, Colliver, and a good piece of painting," he said. "It took me in once, last August, just as it took in Mrs. Sherman and her daughter yesterday. The mistiness of the lace curtains falling over it lent just the effect of distance that was required to perfect the illusion and to prevent anybody from detecting the paint. As for the boy, gently, lads, gently. Don't let the beggar in his struggles make you step on that dead soldier. Under the thick coating of wax a human body lies, the boy's. Hello. Gone off his balance, eh, at the knowledge that the game is entirely up?" This as Colliver, with a terrible cry, collapsed suddenly and fell to the floor shrieking and grovelling. "They are a cowardly lot, these brute-beast men, when it comes to the wall and the final corner. Mr. Trent, break this to Miss Larue as gently as you can. She has suffered a great deal, poor girl, and it is bound to be a shock. She doesn't know that the woman he called his wife never really was his wife. She doesn't know about Loti or his threat. If she had, she'd have told me, and I might have got on the trail in the first case, instead of waiting to pick it up like this." He paused and held up his hand. Through all this, Colliver had not once ceased grovelling and screaming, but it was not his cries that had drawn that gesture from Cleek. It was the sound of someone racing at top speed up the outer stairs, and with it the jar of many excited voices mingled in a babble of utter confusion. The door of the glass room swung inward abruptly, and the head bookkeeper looked in, with a crowd of clerks behind him.
"Mr. Trent, sir, whatever is the matter? Is anybody hurt? I never heard such screams. The whole place is ringing with them, and there's a crowd gathering about the door."
Cleek left the junior partner to explain the situation, stepped to the side of the glass room, looked down, saw that the statement was quite true, and stepped sharply back again. "We shall have to defer removing our prisoner until it gets dark, I fancy, Mr. Narkom," he said serenely. "And with Mr. Trent's permission, we will make use of the door leading into the alley at the back when that time comes. Bookkeeper?"
"Yes, sir?"
"You might explain to the constable on duty in the neighbourhood, if he comes to inquire, that is, the cause of the disturbance, and that Scotland Yard is in charge and Superintendent Narkom already on the premises. That's all, thank you. You may close the door and take your colleagues below. Hello. Our prisoner seems to be subsiding into something akin to gibbering idiocy, Mr. Trent. Fright has turned his brain, apparently. Let us make use of the respite from his shrieks. You will, of course, wish to hear how I got on the track of the man, and what were the clues which led up to the solving of the affair. Well, you shall. Sit down, and while we are waiting for the darkness to come, I'll give you the complete explanation. End of section 39. Section 40 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Colliver, who had now sunk into a state of babbling incoherence, lay on his face in the wreck of the tableau, rolling his head from side to side and clasping and unclasping his manacled hands. Trent turned his back upon the unpleasant sight and, placing 3 chairs at the opposite end of the room, dropped into one and lifted an eager countenance to Cleek.
"Tell me, first of all," he asked, "how under heaven you came to suspect how the disappearance of the boy was managed? It seems like magic to me. When in the world did you get the first clue to it, Mr. Cleek?"
"Never until I heard of those 2 women looking into this room and seeing the vase of pink roses standing on a spindle-legged table in the centre of it," he replied. "You see, even in the old days when I had the other case in hand and was searching for a clue to Colliver's disappearance, Never had anyone mentioned the name of Loti to me. I knew, of course, that you made wax figures here, but I never heard until this afternoon that Loti was the man who was employed to model them. I also knew about the existence of the glass room and its position, for I had been at the pains of inspecting it from the outside. That came about in this way. Just before Miss Larue closed up the case of James Colliver, I had obtained the first actual clue to his movements after he left Mr. Trent Senior and came out of the office. That clue came from the door porter, Felix Murchison. What careful pumping got out of him was that when James Colliver left the office, he had asked him, Murchison, which was the way to the place where they made the waxworks, as he'd heard they were making a head of Miss Larue to be used in the execution scene of Catherine Howard, and he'd like to have a look at it. Murchison said that he told him the figures were made in a glass room on the top of the house, and directed him how to reach it. He went up the stairs, and that was the last that was seen of him. Naturally, when I heard that, I thought I'd like to see the exterior of the building to ascertain if there was any opening, door or window, by which he could have left the upper floor without coming down the main staircase. That led me to beg permission of the people in the house across the passage there to look from one of the side windows, and so gave me my first view of the glass room. What I saw was exactly what Mrs. Sherman and her daughter saw yesterday, namely that spick-and-span room with the table in the centre and the vase of pink roses standing on it. Need I go further than to say that when I heard of those women seeing a room that was badly littered a few minutes before suddenly become a tidy one with a table and a vase of roses standing in the middle of it, without anybody having come into the place for the purpose of making the change, I instantly remembered my own experience and suspected a painted blind. When I entered this room to-day and saw the peculiar position of that blind, I became almost certain I had hit upon the truth, and sent Mr. Narkom to the house across the way to test it. That's why I pulled the blind down. Why I stumbled and nearly fell into the tableau was because I had a faint suspicion of the horrible truth when I noticed how abominably thick the neck, hands, and ankles of that dead soldier were, and I wanted to test the truth or falseness of the straw stuffing assertion by actual touch, particularly as I felt sure that the presence of all these strongly scented flowers was for the purpose of covering less agreeable odours should the heat of the weather cause decomposition to set in before he could dispose of the body. I don't think he ever was mad enough to intend letting the thing remain a part of the tableau. I fancy he would have found an excuse to get it out somehow and to make away with it entirely, as no doubt he did with the body of Loti. What's that, Mr. Narkom? No, I don't think that Murchison had any actual hand in the crime, or really knew the identity of the man. I fancy he must have gone up to tell the fictitious Loti that he knew James Colliver had entered that glass room and never come out of it, and Colliver, of course, had to shut his mouth by buying him off and sending him out of the country. That is why he took yet another disguise and pawned the jewels. He had to get the money some way. As for the rest, I imagine that when Colliver went up to the room to see that wax head, and Loti caught sight of him, the old Italian jumped on him like a mad tiger, and seeing that it was Loti's life or his own, Colliver throttled him. When that was done, the necessity for disposing of the body arose, and the imposture was the actual outcome of a desire to save his own neck. That's all, I think, Mr. Narkom. So you may revise your notes and mark down the Colliver case as solved at last, and the mystery of it cleared up after all. 3 hours of patient waiting had passed and gone. The darkness had fallen, The streets were still, save for the faint hum of life coming from districts afar, and the time for action had come at last. Cleek rose and put on his hat. "I think we may safely venture to remove our prisoner now, Mr. Narkom," he said. "And if you will slip out the back way and get Lennard to bring the limousine around to the head of that narrow alley."
"They're there already, dear chap. I stationed Lennard there when I went across to look into that business about the painted blind. It seemed the least conspicuous place for him to wait."
"Excellent. Then if you will run on ahead and have the door of it open for me and everything ready, so that we may whisk him in and be off like a shot, and Mr. Trent will let one of these good chaps here run down to the man's room and fetch him a hat, I'll attend to his removal."
"Here's one here, sir, that'll do at a pinch and save time,"
suggested one of the men, picking up a cavalryman's hat from the wreck of the ruined tableau and dusting it by slapping it against his thigh.
"I don't think he'll resist much, sir. He seems to have gone clear off his biscuit and not to know enough for that. But if you'd like me and my mate to lend a hand—"
"No, thanks. I shall be able to manage him myself, I fancy," said Cleek serenely. "Get him on his feet, please. That's the business. Now then, Mr. Narkom, nip off. I'm following." Mr. Narkom nipped off without an instant's delay, and 2 minutes later saw him slipping out through the rear door of the building, with Cleek and the jabbering, unresisting prisoner at the bottom of the last flight of stairs, not 20 yards behind. But the passage of the next half-minute saw something of more moment still, for as Narkom ran on tiptoe up the dim alley to the waiting limousine standing at its western end, and unlatching the vehicle's door, swung it open to be ready for Cleek, out of the stillness there roared suddenly the shrill note of a dog whistle, and all in a moment there was mischief. A crowd of quick-moving Apache figures sprang up from sheltering doors and, scudding past him, headed full tilt down the narrow alley, calling out as they ran that piercing "La la la," which is the war cry of their kind. A blind rage, all the more maddening in that it was impotent, since he had neither weapon to defend nor the power to slay, swept down upon the superintendent as he realized the import of that mad rush, and ducking down his head, he bolted after them into the thick of them, punching, banging, slogging, shouting, swearing, an incarnate passion, the epitome of man's love for man, a little fat fury that was all a whirl of flying fists as it swept onward, and that seemed to go absolutely insane at what he looked up the alley and saw.
"Get back, Cleek! Get back, for God's sake!"
he yelled in a very panic of fear and dismay, then cleft his way with beating arms and kicking feet through the hampering crowd, arrowed out of its midst, and bore down upon the cavalry-hatted figure that had stepped out of the dark doorway of Trent & Sons building and was standing flattened against the rear wall of it. He reached out his hand and made a blind clutch at it, and while he was yet far out of reaching distance of it, faced round and made a wild effort to cover it with his short, fat body and his arms outflung like a crucifix, and looked at the Apaches and swore without one thought of being profane.
"Me, you damn devils! Me, not him! Not him, damn you, damn you, damn you!"
he cried, hoarse-throated, and said no more. The scuttling crowd came up with him, broke about him, swept past him. A loud explosion sounded. A flare of light broke full against the cavalry hat. A stifling odour of picric acid filled the air and gripped the throat. And with its coming, man and hat slid down the wall and dropped at its foot a crumpled heap that never in this world would stand erect again.
"Killed! Killed!"
half cried, half groaned the superintendent, staggering a bit as the crowd flew on up the alley and vanished around the corner of the street into which it merged.
"Oh, my God! After all my care, after all my love for him, killed like a dog! Oh, Cleek, the dearest friend, the finest pal, The greatest detective genius of the age."
And then, swinging his arm up and across his eyes and holding it there, made a queer choking sound behind the sheltering crook of it. But of a sudden a voice spoke up from the darkness of the open door near by, and said quietly, "That's the finest compliment I ever had paid me in all my life, Mr. Narkom. Don't worry over me, dear friend. I'm still able to sit up and take nourishment. The Apaches have saved the public executioner a morning's work. Colliver has parted with his brains forever, and may God have mercy on his soul."
"Cleek!"
Mr. Narkom scarcely knew his own voice, such a screaming thing it was.
"Cleek, dear chap, is it you?"
"To be sure. Come inside here if you doubt it. Come quickly. There's a crowd of quite a different sort coming. The report of that bomb has aroused the neighbourhood, and I have quite enough of crowds for one evening, thank you." Narkom was inside the building before you could have said Jack Robinson, pump-handling Cleek with all his might, and generally deporting himself like a man gone daft.
"I thought they'd finished you. I thought they'd done you in. It was the Apache, you know, and that infernal scoundrel Valdemar. He must have found out somehow," he said excitedly. "But we've got it on him at last, Cleek. He's come within the law's reach after all."
"To be sure. But I doubt if the law will be able to find him, Mr. Narkom. He will have left the country before the trap was actually sprung, believe me. Or failing that, will be well on his way out of it."
"Perhaps not absolutely out of it, dear chap. There are the ports, you know, and so long as he is on English soil. Come and see, come and see. We may be able to head him off. Let's get out by way of the front of the building, Cleek. And if I can once get to the telegraph and wire to the coast and he hasn't yet sailed, come on, come on. Oh, no, wait a moment. That's a constable out there asking for information. I'll nip out and let him know that the Yard's on the case and give him a few orders about reporting it. Wait for me at the front door, old chap. With you in a winking."
He stepped out into the alley as he spoke and mingled with the gathering crowd. But Cleek did not stir. The alley was no longer dark, for with the gathering of the crowd lights had come, and he stood for many minutes staring into it and breathing hard, and the colour draining slowly out of his face until it was like a thing of wax. Outside in the narrow alley, the gathering of curious ones which the sound of the explosion and the sight of a running policeman had drawn to the place was every moment thickening, and with the latest addition to it there had come hurrying into the narrow space a morbid-minded newsboy with the customary bulletin sheet pinned over his chest. "The Evening News, 6 o'clock edition," that bulletin was headed, and under that heading there was set forth in big black type, "End of the Mauravanian Revolution. Fall of the capital. Flight of the deposed king. Overwhelming success of Irma's troops." "Mr. Narkom," said Cleek, when at the end of 10 minutes the superintendent came bustling back, hot and eager to begin the effort to head off Count Waldemar. "Mr. Narkom, dear friend, the days of trouble and distress are over, and the good old times you have so often sighed for have come back. Look at that newsboy's bulletin. Waldemar is too late in all things, and we have seen the last of him for ever." End of section 40. Section 41 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Epilogue. The Affair of the Man Who Was Found. Part 1. Mr. Maverick Narkom glanced up at the calendar hanging on the office wall, saw that it recorded the date as August the 18th, and then glanced back to the sheet of memoranda lying on his desk, and forthwith began to scratch his bald spot perplexedly.
"I wonder if I dare do it,"
he queried of himself in the unspoken words of thought.
"It seems such a pity when the beggar's wedding day is so blessed near, and a man wants his last week of single blessedness all to himself, by James, if he can get it. Still, it's a case after his own heart. The reward's big, and would be a nice little nest egg to begin married life upon. Besides, he's had a fairly good rest as it is, when I come to think of it. Nothing much to do since the time when that Mauravanian business came to an end. I fancy he rather looked to have something come out of that in the beginning, from the frequent inquiries he made regarding what that Johnny Count Irma and the new Parliament were doing. But it never did. And now, after all that rest, and this a case of so much importance, gad, I believe I'll risk it. He can't do any more than decline. Yes, by James, I will."
His indecision once conquered, he took the plunge instantly, caught up the desk telephone, called for a number, and 2 minutes later was talking to Cleek thus.
"I say, old chap, don't snap my head off for suggesting such a thing at such a time, but I've a most extraordinary case on hand, and I hope to heaven that you will help me out with it." "What's that?" "Oh, come now, that's ripping off you, old chap, and I'm as pleased as Punch. What? Oh, get along with you. No more than you'd do for me under the same circumstances, I'll be sworn. Yes, today. As early as possible." "Right you are. Then could you manage to meet me in the bar parlour of a little inn called the French Horn, out Sheer way in Surrey, about 4 o'clock? Could, eh? Good man. Oh, by the way, come prepared to meet a lady of title, old chap. She's the client. Thanks very much. Goodbye."
Then he hung up the receiver, rang for Lennard, and set about preparing for the journey forthwith. And this, if you please, was how it came to pass that when Mr. Maverick Narkom turned up at the French Horn that afternoon, he found a saddle horse tethered to a post outside, and Cleek, looking very much like one of the regular habitués of Rotten Row who had taken it into his mind to canter out into the country for a change, standing in the bar parlour window and looking out with appreciative eyes upon the broad stretch of green downs that billowed away to meet the distant hills.
"My dear chap, how on earth do you manage it?"
said the superintendent, eyeing him with open approval, not to say admiration.
"I don't mean the mere putting on the clothes and looking the part. I've seen dozens in my time who could do that right enough. But the beggars always fell down when it came to the acting and the talking, while you— I don't know what the dickens it is, nor how you manage to get it, but there's a certain something or other in your bearing, your manner, your look, when you tackle this sort of thing, that I always believed a man had to be born to and couldn't possibly acquire in any other way."
"There you are wrong, my dear friend. It is possible, as you see. That is what makes the difference between the mere actor and the real artiste," replied Cleek, with an air of conceited self-appreciation which was either a clever illusion or an exhibition of great weakness. "If one man might not do these things better than another man, we should have no Irvings to illuminate the stage, and acting would drop at once from its place among the arts to the undignified level of a tawdry trade. And now, as our American cousins say, let's come down to brass tacks. What's the case, and who's the lady?"
"The widow of the late Sir George Essington, and grandmother of the young gentleman in whose interest you are to be consulted."
"Grandmother, eh? Then the lady is no longer young?"
Not as years go, although to look at her you would hardly suspect that she is a day over 35. The gentleman with the hour-glass has dealt very, very lightly with her. Where he has failed to be considerate, however, the ladies who conduct certain parlours in Bond Street have come to the rescue in fine style."
"Oh, she is that kind of woman, is she?" said Cleek, with a pitch of the shoulders. "I have no patience with the breed. As if there was anything more charming than a dear, wrinkly old grandmother who bears her years gracefully and fusses over her children's children like an old hen with a brood of downy chicks. But a grandmother who goes in for wrinkle eradicators, cream of lilies, skin tighteners, milk of roses, and things of that kind. It has been my experience, Mr. Narkom, that when a woman has any real cause for worrying over the condition of her face, she usually has a just one to be anxious over that of her soul. So this old lady is one of the face painters, is she?"
"My dear chap, let me correct an error. A grandmother her ladyship may be, but she is decidedly not an old one. I believe she was only a mere girl when she married her late husband. At any rate, she certainly can't be a day over 45 at the present moment. A frivolous and a recklessly extravagant woman she undoubtedly is. Indeed, her extravagance has helped as much as anything to bring her husband into the bankruptcy court before he died. But beyond that, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with her soul."
"Possibly not. There's always an exception to every rule," said Cleek. "Her ladyship may be the shining exception to this unpleasant one of the face painters. Let us hope so. English, is she?"
"Oh, yes. That is, her father was English, and she herself was born in Buckinghamshire. Her mother, however, was an Italian, a lineal descendant of a once great and powerful Roman family named de Catani."
"Which," supplemented Cleek with one of his curious one-sided smiles, "through an anti-papal union between Pope Alexander VI and the beautiful Giovanna de Catani, otherwise Vernozza, gave to the world those two arch-poisoners and devils of iniquity, Caesar and Lucretia Borgia. Lady Essington's family tree supplies a mixture which is certainly unique. A fine, fruity English pie with a rotten apple in it. If her ladyship has inherited any of the beauty of her famous ancestress, for in 1490, when she flourished, Giovanna de Catani was said to be the most beautiful woman in the world, she should be something good to look upon."
"She is," replied Narkom. "You'll find her, when she comes, one of the handsomest and most charming women you ever met."
"Ah, then she has inherited some of the attractions and accomplishments of her famous forebears. I wonder if there has also come down to her as well the formula of those remarkable secret poisons for which Lucretia Borgia and her brother Caesar were so widely famed. They were marvellous things, those Borgia decoctions. Marvellous and abominable."
"Horrible," agreed
Narkom, a curious shadow of unrest coming over him at this subject rising at this particular time.
"Modern chemistry has, I believe, been quite unable to duplicate them. There is, for instance, that appalling thing, the aqua tofana, the very fumes of which caused instant death."
"Aqua tofana was not a Borgian poison, my friend," said Cleek with a smile. "It was discovered more than 200 years after their time, in 1668 to be exact, by one Jean-Baptiste de Gaudin, Seigneur de Sainte-Croix, the paramour and accomplice of that unnatural French fiend, Marie Marquise de Brinvilliers. Its discoverer himself died through dropping the glass mask from his face and inhaling the fumes while he was preparing the hellish mixture.
The secret of its manufacture did not, however, die with him. Many chemists can today reproduce it. Indeed, I myself could give you the formula were it required."
"You? Gad, man, what don't you know? In heaven's name, Cleek, what caused you to dip into all these unholy things?"
"The same impulse which causes a drowning man to grip at a straw, Mr. Narkom. The desire for self-preservation. Remember what I was in those other days, and with whom I associated. Believe me, the statement that there is honour among thieves is a pleasant fiction and nothing more. For once a man sets out to be a professional thief, he and honour are no longer on speaking terms. I never could be wholly sure with that lot, and my biggest coups were always a source of danger to me after they had been successfully completed. It became necessary for me to study all poisons, all secret arts of destruction, that I might guard against them and might know the proper antidote. As for the rest, mum's a fine wine. Here comes the landlady with the tea. We'll drop the case until afterward." "Now tell me," said Cleek after the landlady had gone and they were again in sole possession of the room, "what is it this Lady Essington wants of me? And what sort of a chap is this grandson in whose interest she is acting? Is he with her in this appeal to the Yard?"
"Certainly not, my dear fellow. Why, he's little more than a baby, not over 3 at the most. Ever hear anybody speak of the Golden Boy, old chap?"
"What, the baby Earl of Strathmere? The little chap who inherited a title and $1 million through the drowning of his parents in the wreck of the yacht Mystery?"
"That's the little gentleman. The Right Honourable Cedric Eustace George Carruthers, 27th Earl Strathmere, variously known as the Millionaire Baby and the Golden Boy. His mother was Lady Essington's only daughter. She was only 18 when she married Strathmere, only 22 when she and her husband were drowned a little over a year ago."
"Early enough to go out of the world, that, poor girl," said Cleek sympathetically. "And to leave that little shaver all alone, robbed at one blow of both father and mother. Hard lines, my friend, hard lines. It is fair to suppose, is it not, that with the death of his parents, the care and guidance of his little lordship fell to the lot of his grandmother, Lady Essington?"
"No, it did not," replied Narkom. "One might have supposed that it would, seeing that there was no paternal grandmother, but well, the fact of the matter is, Cleek, that the late Lord Strathmere did not altogether approve of his mother-in-law's method of living. He was essentially a quiet, home-loving man, and had little patience with frivolity of any sort. And it occasioned no surprise among those who knew him when it was discovered that he had made a will leaving everything he possessed to his little son, and expressly stipulating that the care and upbringing of the boy were to be entrusted to his younger brother, the Honourable Felix Camor Paul Carruthers, who was to enjoy the revenue from the estate until the child attained his majority."
I see," said Cleek appreciatively. "Then that did her extravagant ladyship out of a pretty large and steady income for a matter of 17 or 18 years. Wise man. Always, of course, provided that he didn't save the boy from the frying pan only to drop him into the fire. What kind of a man is this brother, this Honourable Felix Carruthers, into whose hands he entrusted the future of his little son? I seem to have a hazy recollection of hearing that name somewhere or somehow in connection with some other affair. Wise choice, was it, Mr. Narkom?"
"Couldn't have been better, to my thinking. I know the Honourable Felix quite well. A steady-going, upright, honourable young fellow. He isn't over 2 or 33, who, being a second son, naturally inherited his mother's fortune. And that being considerable, he really did not need the income from his little nephews in the slightest degree. However, he undertook the charge willingly, for he is much attached to the boy, and he and his wife, to whom he was but recently married, by the way, entered into residence at his late brother's splendid property, Bosquidel Priory, just over on the other side of those hills. You can see from the window there, where they are at present entertaining a large house party, among whom are Lady Essington and her son Claude."
"Oh, then her ladyship has a son, has she? The daughter who died was not her only child?"
"No, the son was born about a year after the daughter. A nice lad, bright, clever, engaging, fond of all sorts of dumb animals, birds, monkeys, white mice, all manner of such things, and as tender-hearted as a girl. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Carruthers is immensely fond of him and has him at the Priory whenever he can. That, of course, means having the mother too, which is a bit of a trial in a way. For I don't believe that her ladyship and Mrs. Carruthers care very much for each other, but that's another story. Now then, let's see, where was I? About the house party at the Priory and Carruthers' fondness for the boy. You can judge of my surprise, my dear Cleek, when last night's post brought me a private letter from Lady Essington asking me to meet her here at this inn, which, by the way, belongs to the Strathmere estate and is run by a former servant at the Priory, and stating that she wished me to bring one of the shrewdest and cleverest of my detectives, as she was quite convinced there was an underhand scheme afoot to injure his little lordship. In short, she had every reason to believe that somebody was secretly attacking the life of the golden boy. She then went on to give me details of a most extraordinary and bewildering nature."
"Indeed? What were those details, Mr. Narkom?"
"Let her tell you for herself. Here she is,"
replied the superintendent, as a veiled and cloaked figure moved hurriedly past the window, and he and Cleek had barely more than pushed back their chairs and risen when that figure entered the room. A sweep of her hand carried back her veil, and Cleek, looking round, saw what he considered one of the handsomest women he had ever beheld. A good woman, too, for all her frivolous life and her dark ancestry, if clear, straight-looking eyes could be taken as a proof, which he knew that they could not, for he had seen men and women in his day as crafty as the fox and as dangerous as the serpent, who could look you straight in the eyes and never flinch, while others, as true as steel and as clean-lifed as saints, would send shifting glances flicking all round the room, and could no more fix those glances on the face of the person to whom they were talking than they could take unto themselves wings and fly. But good or ill, whichever the future might prove this lovely lady to be, one thing about her was certain: she was violently agitated, and nervousness was making her shake perceptibly and breathe hard like a spent runner.
"It is good of you to come, Mr. Narkom," she said, moving forward with a grace which no amount of excitement could dispel or diminish, the innate grace of the woman born to her station and schooled by Mother Nature's guiding hand. "I had hoped that I might steal away and come here to meet you unsuspected, but secretly as I wrote, carefully as I planned this thing, I have every reason to believe that my efforts are suspected, and that I have indeed been followed. So then this interview must be a very hurried one, and you must not be surprised if it becomes necessary for me to run off without a moment's notice. For, believe me, I am quite sure that the Honourable Mr. Felix Carruthers is already following me."
The Honourable My dear Lady Essington, you don't mean to suggest that he of all men. God bless my soul."
"Oh, it may well amaze you, Mr. Narkom. It well nigh stupefied me when I first began to suspect. Indeed, I can't do any more than suspect even yet. Perhaps it is he, perhaps that abominable woman he has married. You must decide that when you have heard. I perceive," glancing over at Cleek, "you have been unable to bring a detective police officer to listen to what I have to say. But if you and your friend will listen carefully and convey the story to one in due course—"
"Pardon, your ladyship, but my companion is a detective officer," interposed Narkom. "So if you will state the case at once, he will be able to advise."
"A detective? You?"
She flashed round on Cleek and looked at him in amazement, her lower lip indrawn, a look almost of horror in her eyes. One may not tell a lion that another lion is a jackass, though he masquerade in the skin of one. Birth spoke to birth. She saw, she knew, she understood.
"By what process could such as you—"
she began, then stopped and made a slight inclination of the head.
"Pardon," she continued. "That was rude. Your private affairs are of course your own, Mr.
"Headland, your ladyship," supplied Cleek. "My name is George Headland." And Narkom knew from that for all her grace and charm he neither liked nor trusted her soft-eyed ladyship.
"Thank you,"
said Lady Essington, accepting this self-introduction with a graceful inclination of the head.
"No doubt Mr. Narkom has given you some idea of my reason for consulting you, Mr. Headland. But as time is very short, let me give you the further details as briefly as possible. I am convinced beyond any shadow of a doubt that someone who has an interest in his death is secretly attacking the life of my little grandson. And I have every reason to believe that the someone is either the Honourable Felix Carruthers or his wife."
"But to what purpose, your ladyship? People do not commit so desperate an act as murder without some powerful motive, either of gain or revenge, behind it. And from what I have heard, neither the uncle nor the aunt can have anything to win by injuring his little lordship."
"Can they not?" she answered with a despairing gesture. "How little you know! Mrs. Carruthers is an ambitious woman, Mr. Headland, and, like all women of the class from which she was recruited, she aspires to a title. She was formerly an actress. The Honourable Felix married and took her from the theatre. It is abominable that a person of that type should be foisted upon society and brought into contact with her betters."
"Oh, that's where the shoe pinches, is it?" thought Cleek, but aloud he merely said, "The day has long passed, your ladyship, when the followers of Thespis have to apologize for their existence. There are many ladies of the stage in these times whose lives are exemplary and whose names call forth nothing but respect and admiration, and so long as this particular lady bore an unblemished reputation—" "Did she?"
"Oh, yes. There was never a word against her in that respect. Felix would never have married her if there had been. But I believe in persons of that class remaining in their own circle, and not intruding themselves into others to which they were not born. She is an ambitious woman, as I have told you. She aspires to a title as well as to riches. And if little Lord Strathmere should die, her husband would inherit both. Surely that is motive enough for a woman of that type. As for her husband—"
"There I am afraid your suspicion confounds itself, your ladyship," interrupted Cleek. "I am told that the Honourable Mr. Carruthers is extremely fond of the boy. Besides which, being rich in his own right, he has no reason to covet the riches of his brother's baby son."
"Pardon me. Was rich is the proper expression, not is, Mr. Headland. The failure a fortnight or so ago of the West Coast Diamond Mining Company, in which the greater part of his fortune was invested and of which he was the chairman, has sadly crippled his resources, and he has now nothing but the income from his nephew's estate to live upon."
Just so," said Cleek, pinching his chin. "Now I recollect what made the name seem familiar, Mr. Narkom. I remember reading of the failure, and of the small hope that was held out of anything being saved from the wreckage. Still, the income from the Strathmere estate is enormous, and by dint of care in the 17 or 18 years which must elapse before his little lordship comes of age—"
"He will never come of age. He will be killed first. He is being killed now," interposed Lady Essington agitatedly. "Oh, Mr. Headland, help me. I love the boy. He is my own child's child. I love him as I never loved anything else in all the world. And if he were to die, dear God, what should I do? And he is dying. I tell you he is. And they won't let me go near him. They won't let me have him all to myself, these two. If his cries in the night wring my heart and I run to his nursery, one or the other of them is always there, and never for one moment will they let me hold him in my arms, nor be with him alone."
Cries out in the night, does he, your ladyship? What kind of cries? Those of fright or of pain?"
"Of pain. Of excruciating pain. It would wring the heart of a stone to hear him. And though there is never a spot of blood nor a sign of violence, he declares that someone comes in the night and sticks something into his neck. Something which, in his baby way, he likens to a long, long needle that goes right through my neck and sets other needles pricking and pricking all down my arm."
"Hello! What's that? Let's have that again, please," rapped out Cleek before he thought, then recollected himself and added apologetically, "I beg your ladyship's pardon, but I am apt to get a little excited at times. Something like a needle being run into his neck, eh? And other needles continuing the sensation down the arm? Had a doctor called in?"
"No. I wished to, but neither the uncle nor aunt would let me do so. They say it is nothing, a mere growing pain which he will overcome in time. But it is not. I know it is not. If it were natural, why did it never manifest itself before the failure of that wretched diamond company? Why did it wait to begin until after the Honourable Felix Carruthers had lost his money? And why is it going on night after night ever since? Why has he begun to fail in health, to change from a happy, laughing, healthy child into a peevish, fretful, constantly complaining one? I tell you they are killing him, those two. I tell you they are using some secret diabolical thing which is sapping his very life. And if—"
She stopped and sucked her breath in with a little gasp of fright, and whisking down her veil, turned and made hurriedly for the door.
"I told you he guessed. I told you I should be followed," she said in a shaking voice. "He is coming, that man, along the road there. Look through the window and you will see. Oh, come to my assistance, Mr. Headland. Find some way to do it, for God's sake. Good-bye."
Then the door opened and shut, and she was gone, darting out from the rear of the inn into the shelter of the scattered clumps of furze bushes and the thick growth of bracken which covered the downs, and running like a hare pursued.
"Well, what do you make of it, old chap?"
asked Narkom anxiously, turning to Cleek after ascertaining past all doubt that the Honourable Felix Carruthers was riding up the road toward the French Horn. "Oh, a crime, beyond doubt," he replied. "But whose I am in no position to determine at present. 100 things might produce that stabbing sensation in the neck, from the prick of a pinpoint dipped in curare to a smear of the Pope's balm, that hellish ointment of the Borgias. And so that's the Honourable Felix Carruthers, is it? Keep back from the window, my friend. When you are out gunning for birds, it never does to raise an alarm, and we should be hard put to it to explain our presence here at this particular time if he were to see you."
My dear chap, you don't surely mean that you think he is really at the bottom of it?
Began Narkom in surprise. But before he could say a word further, that surprise was completely overwhelmed by another and a greater one, for the Honourable Felix had reined in and dismounted at the French Horn's door, and with a clear-voiced, "No, don't put him up. I shan't be long, Betty. Just want a word or two with some friends I'm expecting," walked straightway into the bar parlour and advanced toward the superintendent with hand outstretched. "Thank God you got my letter in time, Mr. Narkom," he said with a breath of intense relief. "Although I sent it by express messenger, it was after 3 o'clock, and I was afraid you wouldn't. What a friend you are to come to my relief like this. I shall owe you a debt no money can repay. This, then, is the great and amazing Cleek, is it? I thank you, Mr. Cleek. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for accepting the case. Now we shall get to the bottom of the mystery, I am sure." It was upon the tip of Narkom's tongue to inquire what he meant by all this, but Cleek, rightly suspecting that the letter to which he alluded had been delivered at the Yard after the superintendent's departure, jumped into the breach and saved the situation. "Very good of you indeed to place such great reliance in me, Mr. Carruthers," he said. "We had to scramble for it, Mr. Narkom and I, the letter was so late in arriving, but thank fortune we managed to get here, as you see. And now, please, may I have the details of the case?" He spoke guardedly, lest it should be upon some matter other than the interest of the Golden Boy, and to prevent the Honourable Felix from guessing that he had already been approached upon that subject by Lady Essington. It was not some other matter, however. It was, again, the mystery of the secret attacks upon his little lordship he was asked to dispel. And the Honourable Felix, plunging forthwith into the details connected with it, gave him exactly the same report as Lady Essington had done. "Come to the rescue, Mr. Cleek," he finished rather excitedly. "Both my wife and I feel that you and you alone are the man to get at the bottom of this diabolical thing. And the boy is as dear to us as if he were our own. Help me to get proof, unimpeachable proof, of the hand which is engineering these diabolical attacks, that we may not only put an end to them before they go too far, but may avert the disgrace which publicity must inevitably bring." "Publicity, Mr. Carruthers? What publicity are you in dread of, please?" "That which could only bring shame to a dear, lovable young fellow if any hint of what I believe to be the truth should get out, Mr. Cleek," he replied. "To you I may confess it. I appeal to no medical man, because I fear for young Claude's sake that investigation may lead to a discovery of the truth. For both my wife and I feel, indeed we almost know, that it is his own grandmother, Lady Essington, who is injuring the boy, and that it will not be long before she attempts to direct suspicion against us." "Indeed? For what purpose?" "To have us removed by the courts as not being fit to have the care of the child, and to get him transferred to her care,
that she may enjoy the revenue from his estate."
"Whew!" whistled Cleek softly. "Well done, my lady."
"We do our best to keep her from getting at him," went on the Honourable Felix, "but she succeeds in spite of us. His nursery was on the same floor as her rooms, but for greater safety I last night had him carried to my own bedchamber and double locked all the windows and doors. I said to myself that nothing could get to him then, but it did just the same. In the middle of the night he woke up screaming and crying out that someone had come and stuck a long needle in his neck, and then for the first time, God, I nearly went off my head when I saw it. For the first time, Mr. Cleek, there was a mark upon him. 3 red raw little spots just above the collarbone on the left side of the neck, as if a bird had pecked him."
And all the windows closed, you say?"
"All but one, the window of my dressing room. But as that is barred so that nobody could possibly get in, I thought it did not matter, and so left it partly open for the sake of air."
"I see," said Cleek. "I see. A fortnight without any outward sign, and then of a sudden 3 small raw spots. Indented in the centre, are they? And much inflamed about the edges? Thanks. Quite so, quite so. And the doors locked and all the windows but one closed and secured on the inside, so that no human body— What's that? Take the case? Certainly I will, Mr. Carruthers. You are entertaining a house party at present, I hear. Now, if you can make it convenient to put me up in the Priory for a night or two, and will inform your guests that an old 'varsity friend named, let's see, Deland, that will do as well as any. Lieutenant Arthur Deland, home on leave from India. If you will inform your guests that that friend will join the house party to-morrow afternoon, I'll be with you in time for lunch, and will bring my manservant with me."
Thank you," said the Honourable Felix, wringing his hand. "I'll do exactly as you suggest, Mr. Cleek, and rooms shall be ready for you when you arrive."
And the matter being thus arranged, the Honourable Felix took his departure, and Cleek, calling the landlady to furnish him with pen, ink, and paper, sat down then and there to write a private note to Lady Essington, telling her to look out for Mr. George Headland to put in an appearance at the Priory in 3 days' time. End of section 41. Section 42 of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Epilogue. The Affair of the Man Who Was Found. Part 2. It was exactly 1:30 when Lieutenant Arthur Deland, a big, handsome, fair-haired, fair-moustached fellow with the stamp of the army all over him, turned up at Boskydale Priory with an undersized Indian servant and an oversized kit, and was presented to his hostess and to the several members of the house party, by all of whom he was voted a decided acquisition before he had been an hour under the Priory's roof. It is odd how one's fancies sometimes go. He found the Honourable Mrs. Carruthers a sweet, gentle, dove-like little woman for whom he did not care in the least degree, and he found Lady Essington's son a rollicking, bubbling, overgrown boy of 22, whom, in spite of frivolous upbringing and a rather pronounced brusqueness toward his mother, he fancied very much indeed. In fact, he played right up to Mr. Claude Essington, as our American cousins say, and Mr. Claude Essington, fancying him hugely, took him to his heart forthwith, and blurted out his sentiments with almost small boy candour.
"I say, Deland, you're a spiffing sport. I like you,"
he said bluntly, after they'd played 1 or 2 sets of tennis with the ladies and done their social duties generally.
"If things look up a bit and I'm able to go back to Oxford for the next term, and the Lord knows how I shall if the mater doesn't succeed in touching Carruthers for some money, for we're jolly near broke and up to our eyes in debt. But if I do go back and you're in England still, I'll have you up for the May week and give you the time of your life. Oh, Lord, here's the mater coming now. Let's hook it. Come round to the stables, will you, and have a look at my collection. Pippin Lord, they'll interest you."
They did, for on investigation the collection proved to be made up of pigeons, magpies, parakeets, white mice, monkeys, and even a tame squirrel, all of which came forth at their master's call and swarmed or flocked all over him.
"Now then, Dolly Varden, you keep your thieving tongs away from my scarf pin, old lady," exclaimed this enthusiast to a magpie which perched upon his shoulder and immediately made a peck at the small pearl in his necktie. "Awfullest old thief and vagrant that ever sprouted a feather, this beauty," he explained to Cleek as he smoothed the magpie's head. "Steal your eye teeth if she could get at them, and goes off on the loose like a blessed wandering gypsy. Lost her for 3 days and nights a couple of weeks ago, and the Lord knows where the old vagrant put in her time. What's that? The white stuff on her beak? Blest if I know. Been pecking at a wall or something, I reckon. And hello, there's Carruthers and his little lordship strolling about hand in hand. Let's go and have a word with them. Strathmere's amazingly fond of my mice and birds."
With that he walked away with the mice and the monkeys and the squirrel clinging to him, and those of the birds that were not perched upon his shoulders or his hands circling around his head with a flurry of moving wings. Cleek followed. A word in private with the Honourable Felix was accountable for his appearance in the grounds with the boy, and Cleek was anxious to get a good look at him without exciting any possible suspicion in Lady Essington's mind regarding the lieutenant's interest in him. He was a bonny little chap, this last Earl of Strathmere, with a head and face that might have done duty for one of Raphael's cherubim, and the big wonder eyes that make baby faces so alluring.
"Strathmere, this is Lieutenant Deland, come all the way from India to visit us," said the Honourable Felix, as Cleek went down on his knees and spoke to the boy, examining him carefully the while. "Won't you tell him you are pleased to see him?" "Pleased to see you," said the boy, then broke into a shout of glee as he caught sight of young Essington with the animals and birds. "Pitty birdies! Pitty mouses! Give! He exclaimed eagerly, stretching forth his little hands. "Certainly. Which will you have, old chap? Magpie, parakeet, pigeon, monkey, or mice?" said young Essington gaily. "Here, take the lot and be happy." Then he made as if to bundle them all into the child's arms, and might have succeeded in doing so, but that Cleek rose up and came between them and the boy. "Do have some sense, Essington," he rapped out sharply. "Those things may not bite nor claw you, but one can't be sure when they are handled by someone else. Besides, the boy is not well, and he ought not to be frightened." "Sorry, old chap. Always putting my foot into it. But Strathmere likes 'em, don't he, bonny boy? And I didn't think."
"Take them back to the stables, and let's have a go at billiards for an hour or two before tea," said Cleek, turning as Essington walked away, and looking after him with narrowed eyes and lips indrawn. When man and birds were out of sight, however, he made a sharp and sudden sound, and almost in a twinkling his Indian servant slipped into sight from behind a nearby hedge. "Get round there and examine those birds after he's left them," said Cleek in a swift whisper. "There's one, a magpie, with something smeared on its beak. Find out what it is and bring me a sample. Look sharp." "Right you are, sir," answered in excellent Cockney the undersized person addressed.
I'll spread one of me famous tickled tootsies and nip in and catch the bloomin' hawk as soon as Sir Joss's back is turned, governor. I'm off, as the squib said to the match when it started blowing of him up."
Then the face disappeared again, and the child and the two men were again alone together.
"Good God, man!"
exclaimed the Honourable Felix in a lowered voice of strong excitement.
"You can't possibly believe that that dear lovable boy— Oh, it is beyond belief."
"Nothing is beyond belief in my line, my friend. Recollect that even Lucifer was an angel once. I know the means employed to bring about this," touching softly the 3 red spots on his little lordship's neck. "But I have yet to decide how the thing is administered and by whom. Frankly, I do not believe it is done with a bird's beak, though that too is possible, wild as it seems. But by this time to-morrow I promise you the riddle shall be solved. Shh! Don't speak. He's coming back. Take the boy into your own room to-night, but leave the door unfastened. I'm coming down to watch by him with you. Let him first be put into the regular nursery, however. Then take him out without the knowledge of any living soul. Of any, you hear? And I will be with you before midnight." That night 2 curious things happened. The first was that at 7:15, when Martha, the nursemaid, coming up into the nursery to put his little lordship to bed, found Lieutenant Deland, who was supposed to be dressing for dinner at the time, standing in the middle of the room looking all about the place. "Don't be startled, nurse," he said as he looked round and saw her. "Your master has asked me to design a new decoration for this room, and I'm having a peep about in quest of inspiration. Ah, Strathmere! Dustman's time, I see. Pleasant dreams to you, old chap. See you in the morning when you're awake."
"Say good night to the gentleman, your lordship," said the nurse, laying both hands on his shoulders and leading him forward, whereupon he began to whine sleepily,
"Want Sambo! Want Sambo!"
and to rub his fists into his eyes. "Yes, dearie, Nanny'll get Sambo for your lordship after your lordship has said good night to the gentleman," soothed the nurse, and held him gently until he had done so.
"Good night, old chap,"
said Cleek. "Hello, nurse. Got a sore finger, have you, eh? How did that happen? It looks painful." "It is, sir, though I can't for the life of me think whatever could have made a thing so bad from just scratching one's finger, unless it could have happened that there was something poisonous on the wretched magpie's claws. One never can be sure where those nasty things go, nor what they dip into."
"The magpie?" repeated Cleek. "What do you mean by that, nurse? Have you had an unpleasant experience with a magpie, then?"
"Yes, sir, that big one of Mr. Essington's. The nasty creature that's always flying about. It was a fortnight ago, sir. Mistress's pet dog had got into the nursery and laid hold of Sambo, which is his lordship's rag doll, sir, as he never will go to sleep without. Tore it well nigh to pieces, did the dog. And knowing how his lordship would cry and mourn if he saw it like that, I fetched in my work basket and started to mend it. I'd just got it pulled into something like shape and was about to sew it up when I was called out of the room for a few minutes, and when I came back there was that wretched magpie that had been missing for several days, right inside my work basket, trying to steal my reels of cotton, sir. It had come in through the open window, like it so often does, nasty thing. I loathe magpies, and I believe that one knows it. Anyway, when I caught up a towel and began to flick at it to get it out of the room, it turned on me and scratched or pecked my finger, and it's been bad ever since. Cook says she thinks I must have touched it against something poisonous after the skin was broken.
Maybe I did, sir, but I can't think what."
Cleek made no comment, merely turned on his heel and walked out of the room. The second curious thing occurred between 9 o'clock and 1:30, when the gentlemen of the party were lingering at the table over postprandial liqueurs and cigars, and the ladies had adjourned to the drawing-room. A recollection of having carelessly left his kit-bag unlocked drew Cleek to invent an excuse for leaving the room for a minute or two and sent him speeding up the stairs. The gas in the upper halls had been lowered while the members of the household were below. The passages were dim and shadowy, and the thick carpet on halls and stairs gave forth never a murmur of sound from under his feet, nor from under the feet of yet another person who had gone like he, but by a different staircase, to the floors above. It was, therefore, only by the merest chance that he looked down one of the passages in passing and saw a swift-moving figure, a woman's, cross it at the lower end and pass hastily into the nursery of the sleeping boy. And whether her purpose was a good or an evil one, it was something of a shock to realise that the woman who was doing this was the Honourable Mrs. Carruthers. He locked the kit-bag and went back to the dining-room just as the little gathering was breaking up, and Mr. Claude Essington, who always fed his magpies and his other pets himself, was bewailing the fact that he had forgotten the beauties until this minute, and was smoothing out an old newspaper in which to wrap the scraps of cheese and meat he had sent the butler to the kitchen to procure. The Honourable Felix looked up at Cleek with a question in his eye. "No," he contrived to whisper in reply. "It was not anything poisonous, merely candle wax. The bird had flown in through the storeroom window, and the housekeeper caught it carrying away candles one by one." The Honourable Felix made no response, nor would it have been heard had he done so, for just at that moment young Essington, whose eye had been caught by something in the paper, burst out into a loud guffaw.
"I say, this is rich. Listen here, you fellows. Lay you a tenner that the chap who wrote this was a paddywhack, for a finer bull never escaped from a Tipperary paddock. Lost somewhere between Portsmouth and London, or some other spot on the way. A small black leather bag containing a death certificate and some other things of no value to anybody but the owner. Finder will be liberally rewarded if all contents are returned intact to DJO''M, 425 Savile Row West. There's a beautiful example of English as she is advertised for you. And if Hello, Deland, old chap, what's the matter with you?" For Cleek had suddenly jumped up and, catching the Honourable Felix by the shoulder, was hurrying him out of the room. Just thought of something, that's all. Got to make a run. Be with you again before bedtime," he answered evasively. But once on the other side of the door, "Write me down an ass," he quoted, turning to his host. "No, don't ask any questions. Lend me your auto and your chauffeur. Call up both as quickly as possible. Wait up for me. And keep your wife and Lady Essington and her son waiting up too. I said to-morrow I would answer the riddle, did I not? Well then, if I'm not the blindest bat that ever flew, I'll give you that answer to-night." Then he turned round and raced upstairs for his hat and coat, and 10 minutes later was pelting off Londonward as fast as a 1,000-pound panard could carry him. It was close to 1 o'clock when he came back and walked into the drawing-room of the Priory, accompanied by a sedate and bespectacled gentleman of undoubted Celtic origin, whom he introduced as Dr. James O'Malley, ladies and gentlemen, M.D., Dublin. Lady Essington and her son acknowledged the introduction by an inclination of the head, the Honourable Felix and Mrs. Carruthers ditto.
Then her ladyship's son spoke up in his usual blunt, outspoken way.
"I say, Deland, what's in the wind?" he asked. "What lark are you up to now? Felix says you've got a clinking big surprise for us all, and here we are, dear boy, all primed and ready for it. Let's have it, there's a good chap."
"Very well, so you shall," he replied. "But first of all, let me lay aside a useless mask and acknowledge that I am not an Indian Army officer. I am a simple police detective, sometimes called George Headland, your ladyship, and sometimes—"
"George Headland!"
she broke in sharply, getting up and then sitting down again, pale and shaken.
"And you came after all. Oh, thank you, thank you. I know you would not confess this unless you have succeeded. Oh, you may know at last, you may know,"
she added, turning upon the Honourable Felix and his wife.
"I sent for him. I brought him here. I want to know, and I will know, whose hand it is that is striking at Strathmere's life. My child's child, the dearest thing to me in all the world. I don't care what I suffer. I don't care what I lose. I don't care if the courts award him to the veriest stranger, so that his dear little life is spared, and he is put beyond all danger for good and all."
Real love shone in her face and eyes as she said this, and it was the certainty of that which surprised Carruthers and his wife as much as the words she spoke.
"Good heavens, is this thing true?"
The Honourable Felix turned to Cleek as he spoke.
"Were you in her pay, too? Was she also working for the salvation of the boy?"
"Yes," he made answer. "I entered into her service under the name of George Headland, Mr. Carruthers. The service of a good woman whom I misjudged far enough to give her a fictitious name. I entered into yours by one to which I have a better right. Hamilton Cleek."
"Cleek!"
Both her ladyship and her son were on their feet like a flash. There was a breath of silence, and then,
"Well, I'm dashed!" blurted out young Essington. "Cleek, eh? The great Cleek! Scotland!"
and sat down again, overcome. "Yes, Cleek, my friend. Cleek, ladies and gentlemen all. And now that the mask is off, let me tell you a short little story which— No, pardon, Mr. Essington. Don't leave the room, please. I wish you, too, to hear."
"Wasn't going to leave it, only going to shut the door."
"Ah, I see. Allow me. It is now, ladies and gentlemen, exactly 14 days since our friend Dr. O'Malley here, coming up from Portsmouth on his motorcycle after attending a patient who that day had died, was overcome by the extreme heat and the exertion of trying to fight off a belligerent magpie which flew out of the woods and persistently attacked him, and falling to the ground, lost consciousness. When he regained it, he was in the Charing Cross Hospital, and all that he knew of his being there was that a motorist who had picked him and his cycle up on the road had carried him there and turned him over to the authorities. He himself was unable, however, to place the exact locality in which he was travelling at the time of the accident. Otherwise, we should not have had that extremely interesting advertisement which Mr. Essington read out this evening. For the doctor had lost a small black bag containing something extremely valuable which he was carrying at the time and which supplies the solution to this interesting riddle. How, do you ask? Come with me, all of you, to Mr. Carruthers' room where his little lordship is sleeping, and learn that for yourselves." They rose at his word and followed him upstairs. And there, in a dimly lit room, the sleeping child lay with an old rag doll hugged up close to him, its painted face resting in the curve of his little neck. "You want to know from where proceed these mysterious attacks, who and what it is that harms the child," said Cleek as he went forward on tiptoe and, gently withdrawing the doll, held it up. "Here it is, then. This is the culprit. This thing here. You want to know how? Then by this means. Look. See." He thrust the blade of a pocket-knife into the doll, and with one sweep ripped it open, and dipping in his fingers, drew from the cotton-woollen rags with which the thing was stuffed a slim, close-stoppered glass phial in which something that glowed and gave off constant sparks of light shimmered and burnt with a restless fire. "Is this it, Doctor?" he said, holding the thing up. "Yes! Oh, my God, yes!" he cried out as he clutched at it. "A wonder of the heavens, sure, that the child wasn't disfigured for life, or perhaps killed for ever. A half-grain of it, a half-grain of radium, ladies and gentlemen, enough to burn a hole through the divil himself if he lay long enough agin it."
Radium?
Radium! The word was voiced on every side, and the 2 women and 2 men crowded close to look at the thing.
Radium in the doll? Radium? I say, Deland, I mean to say, Mr. Cleek, in God's name, who could have put the cursed thing there?"
"Your magpie, Mr. Essington," replied Cleek, and with that brief preface told of Martha, the nurse, and of the torn doll, and of the magpie that flew into the room while the girl was away. "The wretched thing must have picked it up when the doctor fell and lost consciousness and the open bag lay unguarded," he said. "And with its propensity for stealing and hiding things, it flew with it into the nursery and hid it in the torn doll. Martha did not see it, of course, when she sewed the doll up, but the scratch she received from the magpie presented a raw surface to the action of the mineral, and its effect was instant and most violent. What's that? No, Mr. Carruthers. No one is guilty. No one has even tried to injure his lordship. Chance only is to blame, and chance cannot be punished. As for the rest, do me a favour, dear friend, in place of any other kind of reward. Look to it that this young chap here gets enough out of the income of the estate to continue his course at Oxford, and that's all." It was not, however, for while he was still speaking a strange and even startling interruption occurred. A liveried servant, pushing the door open gently, stepped into the room bearing a small silver salver upon which a letter lay.
"Well, upon my word, Johnston, this is rather an original sort of performance, isn't it?" exclaimed Carruthers, indignant over the intrusion. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I did knock," he apologized. "I knocked twice, in fact, but no one seemed to hear, and as I had been told it was a matter of more than life and death, I presumed. Letter for Lieutenant Deland, sir. A gentleman of the name of Narkom, in a motor, sir, at the door, asked me to deliver it at once and under any and all circumstances." Cleek looked at the letter, saw that it was enclosed in a plain, unaddressed envelope, asked to be excused, and stepped out into the passage with it. That Narkom should have come for him like this, should have risked the upsetting of a case by appearing before he knew if it was settled, or indeed likely to be, could mean but one thing: that his errand was one of overwhelming importance, of more moment than anything else in the world. He tore off the envelope with hands that shook, and spread open the sheet of paper it contained. There was but one single line upon it, but that line, penned in that hand, would have called him from the world's end. "Come to me at once, Ailsa," he read, and was on his way downstairs like a shot. In the lower hall the butler stood, holding his hat and coat ready for him to jump into them at once. "My young servant, quick as you can,"
said Cleek, grabbing the hat and hurrying into the coat.
"Already outside, sir, in the motor with the gentleman," the butler gave back,
then opened the door and stepped aside, holding it back for him and bowing deferentially. And the light of the hall, streaking out into the night, showed a flight of shallow steps, the blue limousine at the foot of them, with Lennard in the driver's seat and Dollops beside him, and standing on the lowest step of all, Mr. Narkom, holding open the car's door and looking curiously pale and solemn.
What is it? Is she hurt? Has anything happened to her?
Cleek jumbled the three questions into one unbroken breath as he came running down the steps and caught at the superintendent's arm.
Speak up. Don't stand looking at me like a dumb thing. Is anything wrong with Miss Lorne?
Nothing at all.
Thank God. Then why? For what reason has she sent for me? Where is she? Speak up.
In town, waiting for you. At the Mauravanian embassy.
At the... Good God, how comes she to be there?
I took her. You told me if anything happened to you that I thought she ought to know. Please get in and let us be off, sire, whichever it ought to be. I don't know the proper form of address. I've never had any personal dealings with royalty before.
The hand that rested on his arm tightened its grip the very instant that word royalty passed his lips. Now it relaxed suddenly, dropped away, and he scarcely recognized the voice that spoke next, so unlike to Cleek's it was, so thick was the tremulous note that pulsated through it.
Royalty,
it repeated.
Speak up, please. What have you found out? What do you know of me that you make use of that term?
What everybody in the world will know by tomorrow. Count Irma has told. Count Irma has come as the special envoy of the people for Queen Karma's son. For the king they want. For you,
flung out Narkom, getting excited as he proceeded.
It's all out at last, and I know now. Everybody does. I'm to lose you. Mauravania is to take you from me after all. A palace is to have you, not the yard. Get in, please, sir, Your Majesty. Get in. They're waiting for you at the embassy. Get in and go. Good luck to you. God bless you. I mean that. It's just about going to break my heart, Cleek, but I mean it, every word. Mind the step, sir. Make room for me on the seat there, you two, and then off to the embassy as fast as you can streak it, Lennard. His Majesty is all ready to start.
Not yet, please, a voice said quietly. Then a hand reached out from the interior of the limousine, dropped upon Mr. Narkom's shoulder, and, tightening there, drew him over the step and into the car. Your old seat, my friend, here beside me. My memory is not a short one, and my affections not fickle. All right, now, Lennard, let her go. Then the door closed with a smack, the limousine came round with a swing, and just as in those other days when it was the law that called, not the trumpet peal from a throne, the car went bounding off at the good old mile-a-minute clip on its fly-away race for London. It ended, that race, in front of the Mauravanian embassy, and Cleek's love for the spectacular must have come near to being surfeited that night, for the building was one blaze of light, one glamour of flags and flowers and festooned bunting, and looking up the steps down which a crimson carpet ran across the pavement to the very curbstone, he could see a double line of soldiers in the glittering white and silver of the Mauravanian Royal Guard, plumed and helmeted, standing with swords at salute, waiting to receive him. And over the arched doorway the royal arms emblazoned, and above them, picked out in winking gas jets, a wreath of laurel surrounding the monogram M.R., which stood for Maximilian Rex, aflame against a marble background.
"Here we are at last, sir,"
said Narkom as the car stopped. He had learned by this time that sire belonged to the stage in the Middle Ages, and alighting held back the door that Cleek might get out. Afterward he declared that that was the proudest moment of his life, for if it was not the proudest of Cleek's, his looks belied him. For as his foot touched the crimson carpet, a band within swung into the stately measure of the Mauravanian national anthem, an escort came down the hall and down the steps and lined up on either side of him, and if ever man looked proud of his inheritance, that man was he. He went on up the steps and down the long hall with a chorus of "Vivat Maximilian! Vivat le Roi!" following him, and the sound of the national anthem ringing in his ears. Then, all of a moment, the escort fell back, doors opened, he found himself in a room that blazed with lights, that echoed with the sound of many vivats, the stir of many bodies, and looking about, saw that he was surrounded by a kneeling gathering, and that one man in particular was at his feet sobbing. He looked down and saw that that man was Irma, and smiled and put out his hand. The Count bent over and touched it with his lips.
"Majesty, I never forgot. Majesty, I worked for it, fought for it, ever since that night," he said. "I would have fought for it ever if it need have been. But it was not. See, it was not. It was God's will, and it was our people's."
"My people's," Cleek repeated, his head going back, his eyes lighting with a pride and a happiness beyond all telling. "Oh, Mauravania, dear land, dear country, mine again." But hardly had the ecstasy of that thought laid its spell upon him when there came another not less divine, and his eyes went round the gathering in quest of one who should be here at his side to share this glorious moment with him. She had come for that purpose. Narkom had said so. Where was she then? Why did she hold herself in the background at such a time as this? He saw her at that very moment. The gathering had risen, and she with them, holding aloof at the far end of the room. There was a smile on her lips, but even at that distance he could see that she was very, very pale, and that there was a shadow of pain in her dear eyes. "We both have battled for an ideal, Count," he said with a happy little laugh. "Here is mine. Here is what I have fought for." And crossing the room, he went straight to Ailsa, with both hands outstretched to her and his face fairly beaming. But it needed not the little shocked breath he heard upon all sides to dash that bright look from his face and to bring him to a sudden halt. For at his coming, Ailsa had dropped the deep curtsy which is the due of royalty, and was moving away from him backward, which is royalty's due also. "Ailsa," he said, moving toward her with a sharp and sudden step. "Ailsa, don't be absurd. It is too silly to think that form should stand with you, too. Take my hand. Take it."
"Your Majesty."
"Take it, I tell you," he repeated almost roughly. "Good God! Do you think that this can make any difference? Take my hand. Do you hear?" She obeyed him this time, but as her fingers rested upon his, he saw that they were quite ringless, that the sign of their engagement had been removed, and caught her to him with a passionate sort of fierceness that was a reproach in itself. "Could you think so meanly of me? Could you?" he cried. "Where is the ring?"
"In my pocket. I took it off when I heard."
"Put it on again. Or, no, give it to me and let me do that myself, here before them all. Kings must have queens, must they not? You were always mine. You are always going to be. Even the day of our wedding is not to be changed."
"Oh, hush!" she made answer. "One's duty to one's country must always stand first with kings."
"Must it? Kings, after all, are only men, and a man's first duty is to the one woman of his heart."
"Not with kings. There is a different rule, a different law. Oh, let me go, please. I know, I fully realise it would be different with you, if it were possible. But it is the penalty one must pay for kingship, dear. Royalty must mate with royalty, not with a woman of the people. It is the law of all kingdoms, the immutable law."
It was. He had forgotten that. And it came upon him now with a shock of bitter recollection. For a moment he stood silent, the colour draining out of his face, the light fading slowly from his eyes. Then, of a sudden, he looked over the glittering room and across its breadth at Irma. "It would not be possible, then?" he asked.
Not as a royal consort, sir. The people's choice in that respect would lie with the hereditary princess of Danubia. I have already explained that to mademoiselle. But if it should be your majesty's pleasure to take a morganatic wife—"
"Cut that!" rapped in Cleek's voice, like the snap of a whiplash. "So, then, one is to sell one's honour for a crown, break a woman's life for a kingdom, and become a royal adulterer for the sake of a throne and sceptre."
"But, Majesty, one's duty to one's country is a sacred thing."
"Not so sacred as one's Redeemer, Count, and under God here is mine," he threw back heatedly. "Mauravania forgot once. She will forget again. She must forget. My lords and gentlemen, I decline her flattering offer. My only kingdom is here, in this dear woman's arms. Walk with me, Ailsa. Walk with me always. You said you would. Walk with me, dear, as my queen and my wife." And putting his arm about her and holding her close, and setting his back to the lights and the flags and the glittering guard, he passed with head erect through the murmuring gathering and went down and out with her, to the blue limousine, to the yard service again, and to those better things which are the true crown of a man's life. At the foot of the steps, Narkom and Dollops caught up with him, and the boy's eager hand plucked at his sleeve.
"Governor, God love you. God love you, sir. You're a man, you are,"
he said, with a sort of sob in his voice.
"I'm glad you chucked it. It was breaking my heart to think that I'd have to call you sire all the rest of my days, sir. Like as if you was a blooming horse."
End of Cleek of Scotland Yard by Thomas W. HANSHEW. Recorded for LibriVox by Ruth Golding, 2013.